In the next 12 hours, I'll teach you everything you need to get started with Python. This course includes 35 hands-on projects, and I'll assume you have no Python background at all. So you can start watching this course as a complete beginner, and at the end you will be able to build your own projects. We're gonna start really simple, and every next project will get harder and harder. The first 1.5 hours of this video is a Python crash course, where we will learn about the Python syntax and the fundamentals. And after that, we will start building our projects. At the beginning of each project, I'll show you the end result so that you can take it as a challenge, pause the video, and build it by yourself. In this course, we have all kinds of projects, like a chatbot, drawing app, currency converter, personal finance tracker, task manager, quizzes, adventure game, and a lot more. You can find the timestamps for these projects in the description of this video. And just to let you know, I have added 2 extra projects at the end of this tutorial, and they are intermediate to advanced level. One of them is a real-time chat application that we're gonna deploy to the internet, which means you can share the live link with your friends and start chatting with them in real time. And the second one is a full stack web application where we can store our friends' information. It's like a contact book, and we're gonna deploy this project as well. So overall, this is the type of content I wish I had when I first get started with Python. If you're ready, let's get into it. This 12-hour course doesn't cost you anything, and the source code of these projects will be free in the description. If you'd like to say thank you, you can subscribe, like the video, and add a random comment to help the algorithms. I'd really appreciate it. And one last quick announcement, if you're interested in web development, I have a Udemy course with over 100 hours of content that includes 25 real-world projects, like building a LinkedIn clone, Spotify, Netflix, Tinder, Amazon, and even mobile applications that work on both iOS and Android devices. This is the cheapest course that you can ever get, and the best part is I am updating this course every single month with new projects. The discount link will be in the description. Thanks for watching, and let's get started. Alright, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop called Python Projects. We're gonna get into this just in a second. First, we need to make sure that you have Python on your machine. So I have already installed it, and it is pretty basic. All you have to do, just visit python.org/downloads and then click to this button. Depending on when you're watching this video, the version could be different, but that's completely fine. Just go ahead, click to that button. You will get this installation, which will be a couple of steps. All you have to do, just press continue or next, whatever. Then just keep this in mind. If you're on Windows, you would like to check these 2 items. By default, they are unchecked, and you would like to check them and then press to this button. Then a couple of nexts, and it should be good to go. So I am on Mac, but if you're on Windows, it's completely fine. There is almost no differences. Everything should work the same. And for my coding workspace, I'll be using VS Code. If you would like to have the same workspace as I have, you can download it. Okay, now with this in mind, let's go ahead, open up the VS Code, and I will kill this installer. Okay, so this is that empty folder that we have. Just before we start coding, I'd like to give you a couple of different extensions that are related to Python. So go ahead and type Python. I have this AutoPep8, which is the formatter extension that we'll get into in a second. Then install Python debugger, the Python, and pylang. So once you have installed these, there is no configurations for them, but just for this one. So let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, so they basically tell us that we should copy this and paste it in a file. And how can we get this file? So we just need to press Command Shift P or Control Shift P. You will see this command palette, and then you would type this. Since I have done this previously, let's just do it once again. Let's say preferences, if I can type correctly, and we'll say open user settings, and then this JSON file. Okay, so I'll just open this up, and at the very bottom of this file, you should paste it. So as you can see, I already have it. All you have to do, just go ahead, paste that, and save. So what this will do, whenever we save whenever we save our Python files, it will actually format the file so that our code looks clean. Okay, so that's the only configuration that we should do before we get started with it. And just before we build any projects, I'd like to give you a quick crash course. So here I'll just say 0 and then let's say crash course. And I will just zoom in, maybe once again. Okay, so I will put every section in its own file so that you can have it in a cleaner way. So I'll just say the first one will be variables and let's say data types. Let's start from the basics. And just one more extension that I'd like to give you. So for the folders and icons, I am using this great icons, I believe. Okay, so it is this one. If you'd like to have it, just keep that in mind. Now let's shrink the left-hand side, and just before we start writing any code, let's open up the terminal with Ctrl-J or Command-J, and let's just double check if Python have been installed correctly. If you are on Windows, you would say Python, and if you are on Mac, you would say Python 3 -- version. If you are able to see this kind of a, the Python and version, that means Python have been installed correctly. But if you see something like command not found or any kind of errors, that means it is not installed correctly. You should double check that. And now we can clear this up with Command K or clear. Then we can start with our very first basic program, which will be print hello world. Let's save and try to run this file. So what do we want to do? Just like we are here, right? We would like to cd into this folder. I'll say cd into this folder, and then we would like to run this file, right? Which is this one. Let's say Python. If you're on Windows, you would say Python. If you're on Mac, you would say Python 3. Oops. And then write the, the file name. I just run this. Here we can see our application is working correctly without any problems. Now let's get started with the variables. So if you would like to store some text, we would use strings, right? And let's say, and I don't really know why do I have these auto suggestions. So let me go ahead and stop this. I am using this Codium for AI completion, but let's say, okay, now it is disabled, I believe, and we shouldn't be able to see anything. So let's say the name will be, Alex. And here we go. If you have used JavaScript previously or any kind of a programming language, you would see something like const or var, things like that. But in Python, we just put the variable name and then assign it directly. Then let's put some integers, and we would use this for whole numbers, right? So let's say age will be 25. And let's say we will have floats, which would be for decimal number. And let's say height will be, I don't know, let's say 9.5. Then we can have boolean, which is the true and false values. Let's say is underscore student, and we can say true or false. And just keep this in mind, it will be capitalized, right? The first letter. Okay, then let's try to, print something. Let's say, hey, my name is, and then whatever the name is. Let's save and then run this file. First, I'll clear this up. Okay, here we can see it says, hello, my name is Alex, but we should put some spaces, right? If we are using plus, this is something to keep in mind so that it doesn't really look as a one word. Okay, and the other alternative is to use comma. And if you're using comma, you don't really need to put that extra space. It'll put it by default. So here we can see. And then let's start with maybe slicing the string. If you would like to just get the very first character, you can say name and put, 0 or maybe 1, 2, so on and so forth. So let's get the first one and run this file. Here we can see. And if you would like to get the very last one, I believe that would be -1. Let's run this. Okay, here we can see. Now there are a lot more different data types, like lists, dictionaries, sets, tuples, but these are the things that we'll get into a little bit later in the video. For now, I'd like to keep it simple and just get the really basics, and we will get into the other data types later in the video. Now let's try to get some string methods. So here I'll just say message, and let's say all lowercase hello world. Then we'll like to let's say print. We can say message, and then we can just uppercase it, right? Then we have the same thing to lowercase it. So I'll just say call the lower method, and we have one more thing, say capitalize, and we will just see the output just in a second. And then we can replace some letters. I would like to take these lowercase l's and make them uppercased. Okay, so the end result should look like this, right? Let me do Control Z, and for this we can say message dot replace the lowercase l's with uppercase l's. Okay, let's try to save, and maybe we can comment out these so that our terminal is clean. Okay, and maybe let's just comment this one as well. We can see the message has been uppercased, it has been lowercased, even though it is already, but you get the point. If there were some characters that is uppercased, it would take it and convert it to be lowercase. Then we just capitalize it, right? The first one is uppercased, and then we change the L's with the uppercase L's. Okay, then let's save this file. I'd like to add one more thing. Let's say print, let's say the letter or the word. Let me show this. We'll say world in message. And if you think this will return true, and so let me tell you, my friend, this will be actually false, because Python is a case sensitive language. So the world and this world is completely different, right? Even though word is the same, but the casing is really important. So if you try to console log this, you will get false. So let me just put this as a comment right here. I'll say Python is a case sensitive language. So hello and hello are different words. Then what do we want to do? Maybe just get the length of this message. Let's run this once again. Okay, it is 11. And for the shortcut, I'm using Command J if you're asking, or Control J and Command K to clear up the terminal. If you're on Windows, Command K might not work, so you can pretty quickly put CLS and it should clear the terminal. It doesn't really work on Mac, but on Windows it should work. Then let's just add one more example for this case sensitive language. Okay, so I'll just have two different variables, one called greeting1, which is with capitalized hello, and then greeting2 with lowercase hello. So if you would like to add an if-else statement, which is something that we'll get later in the video, but for now, let's say if greeting1 is equal to greeting2, you would like to run this print statement. So I'll say they are the same. But else, we would just go here, let's say else, we can say they are different. And in Python, the indentations are really important. If you put it like this, here we can see we got some errors. The if and else statements are not really working, because in Python, the indentations are really important. So let's save. You can either put 2 or 4, it is not really that important, and the formatter that we are having will always put 4 by default. Now let's save and try to run this file. Oops. So they are different. This is the output that we just got, because the Python language is a case sensitive language. Okay, so this is something that I really wanted to emphasize. That's why I put a couple of different examples about that. Then let's finally do some type conversions. So what does that mean? So we can have an age with a string value. So instead of 30, we'll say string 30. Then if we want to convert this to an integer value, we can say age underscore number this time, and we can wrap this with the int function. So I'll say age string. We will take this, convert it to an int. If you'd like to, you can print this, and let's actually do so. I will say type of the age number, and let's say type of the age string. Let's clear the terminal, run this. Okay, so the type of the very first one is int, and the type of the other one is string. Then let's do maybe one more example. It's not really only strings and ints. You can take a float and convert it to an int as well. So I'll say price float, let's say 29.99, and we'll say price underscore int this time. So basically we'll do the same thing, price float, and convert it to an int. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this very basic section where we just go over the print statement, the basic data types, which are strings, integers, floats, and boolean, right? Then we just see this string concatenation with plus and comma. We see how to get different characters on a string one by one, right? We can start with the first index, which is 0, all the way up to very end. Then we learned it's a case-sensitive language, a couple of different methods, and if-else statements, but these are conditionals that we're gonna get in detail just in a couple of sections. And finally, some type conversions. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. So let's move on with the basic operations. I will create one more file, which is our second section, and let's say basic operations. Let's kill the left-hand side and get started with it. So I will have a variable called x. This will be equal to 10, and we'll have y that is equal to 5. So let's try to do some additions, subtractions, multiplications, so on and so forth. I'll say print. We can say x plus y. I'll just do minus. Let's duplicate this a couple of times. We can have, multiplication, division. We can have modulus, which will give us the remainder, and then we can do the exponentiation. Okay, let's try to run this file. I'll say Python 3, and let's say run this file. Okay, 10 plus 5 is 15. Here we can see. Then we got 5 if we do the subtraction, so on and so forth. And this modulus, maybe this is the only thing that you didn't really understand. Basically, 10. If you divide 10 with 5, what is the remainder? It is 0, right? This is what we just got. And then let's try to do some, we'll just take the x. Let's say x will be x plus 15, right? And let's see the naive value of x. So it is 25, but there is a different variation of doing this. Since we have x and x plus something, right? We have x twice. We can delete this part and add this plus right here. So this is the exact same thing as doing x is equal to x plus 15. So I'll comment this out, and I think I didn't really mention about the comments. It's my bad. Basically, you would put this hashtag, right? And then you can type anything. This will be the comment. There is one more variation of adding comments. If you would like to add multiple lines of comments, you would have this 3 quotes, and whatever you put here will be comment. So this will not break your code, and you can add some documentation to, between these lines, so on and so forth. Okay, let's try to run this once again. So it is working as exactly as it was before, without any problems or without any errors. And now let's do some string operations. I will say we'll have a variable called first underscore name. And one more thing, in Python, this is the convention for the variables. So if you have used JavaScript, you would say, this is the convention, right? But here we would put the underscore in between of every single word. Let's say first name will be John, and let's duplicate that. The last name will be Doe. And if you would like to have the full name, let's do so. I'll just say full underscore name. We can concatenate this. And basically that means we will put them as a one word. So I'll say first name plus last name, but this would make it look like this. So John Doe. I would like to put a space in between. So here I'll go ahead and say one more thing in between. This will be an empty space, just like that. And we can print the full name. Let's say full name. Then one more thing, let's say we'll have print, hey, my name is, and one space plus, we can say first name, and then one more plus, and we would like to give one more space. We'll say and my last name is, one space, then put the last name. Let's try to save and open up the terminal. We just got the full name and this is what we have. But typing this is really inconvenient, right? We put this in between. We need to remember these extra spaces, so on and so forth. Instead of this, we have something called f strings. And here is how that works. We'll say print, and we'll put this basic string, but just before to it, we'll put this f. And now we can say hello, or just the same thing that we have above. I'll say hey, my name is, and here we'll be using a variable, so we can open up this curly braces and then put the first name in between. So this is a lot more convenient. Hey, my name is first name and my last name is, and then we can put the last name right here. Now if you save, you're gonna get the exact same output, just like previous one, right? So this is something that you will be using a lot. Instead of this concatenation, f strings are a lot better, right? It is a lot more convenient. So this is something to keep in mind as well. And now let's do some integer division, but floor division. So what does that mean? Let's say int floor division. Let's say we have a that is equal to 17 and we have b that is equal to 5. So I'll go ahead and say print. If you say a divided by b, you would get something like, let me put it, so 3.4. But if you would like to get rid of this, so if let's say we would like to round this to be 3, we would just put one more this slashes. Okay, here I'll just say result will be equal to 3 because it rounds down. If I can type correctly, normally it is 3.4. Let's try to see it in action. I will put it both like this, and then the floor division. Let's run. Here we can see we got 3.4 and then 3. Then let's try to do multiple assignments. So how we just said, name is equal to Alex, but here we can add a couple of different variables and their values in one line. So here I'll say I, J, and K. You can call them anything, and then just give values. Then you can print them. You will see there will be no errors. It should work properly. Here we can see. And let's see some more operations. So here I'll go ahead and say, let's try to swap values. Here I'll just say m is equal to 10 and n is equal to 20. If I want to swap these values, I would say m and n is equal to n and m, right? Now if you print both of these values, you will see they are swapped. Okay, let's try to see. The m is 20 now and n is 10. They basically swap the values. Then we can see some comparison operators. And once again, I'll just say, this time let's go with C, and C will be 5, D will be 10. And whenever I say save, I should be able to get this formatting. And if it doesn't work in your case, that means probably you haven't done this part correctly. Okay, so we can go ahead and say something like print C is equal to D. This is how we can do it. Instead of putting only one equal sign, you would put 2, and this would check for it. And this should give us false. Then we can say, I'll try to actually duplicate this. We can say, is C not equal to D? This will be true. Then we can say C is greater than D, which is wrong. But C less than D, that would be true. Then if you would like to, greater or equal to, you can do it like this, and less than or equal to, this is how we would do it. Once again, this will give us true, and this will give us false. Then let's do some logical operators. Maybe I should put some comments. Just before this, I will say maybe comparison operators. Did I put the comments to previous ones? Let's say assign multiple values. Let's say string concatenation on this one as well. And let's say basic operations. Okay, so I'll go right here at the bottom. We would like to put some logical operators. I'll say A is equal to, true, and B is equal to false. Let's say B. Then we can say print. In other programming languages, you've probably seen this. That means and for or, you would see this. But in Python, it is literally just and, or, right? So let's say A and B, which will give us false because one of them is false, right? And for and to return true, both the left and right hand side should be equal to true. And we can say A or B, this would return us true because one of them is true. And for not operator, you might have seen something like this in other programming languages, but in Python it is basically just not. So you would say not B, and this will negate the value. It is false, this will return us true. Let's save this and try to run this file. I'll scroll to the very bottom. So A and B would return us false, and A or B will return us true, and negating B, which will make this to be true. This is what we got. Okay, then we can add some string slicings. I'll just say string slicing. Let's say we'll have a text that is equal to Python programming. Let's say print, we'll get the text. Let's say I would like to get it from the first character up until to the fifth one. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and not the 6 included. This is how we can do it. We'll say get it from the first one up until to the 6, but 6 exclusive. Then let's duplicate this. Here we can say let's this time go from 7 all the way up to the end, so you don't really need to put anything. This is how that works. Let's try to save and see this in action. So here we just got Python, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We didn't really got the 6, right? If you want to get that one, you would increment this, and it would give you an extra space. Then here in this case, we got from this part all the way up to, until the end. Then we can do actually a lot more, but I'll just keep it simple. Let's say if we want to reverse this string, there's a lot more different variations. Here I'll just say, double quotes or double colons -1. This should reverse the string, as you can see. Let's see a little bit more string formatting. This time we'll be using the format method. So here I will have name called Elise, and age will be, say, 25. Then we can say our message, I'll say MSG, will be equal to my name is something, whatever that is, and I am something years old. And we can fill up these values with this format method, and we will just put these, in order. So we'll just say put the name into the first one, and then the age to the second one. and you can print this out. You will see this exact message. So let's say MSG. You can just double check that. Then we can use with placeholders, and this has a different use case that I'll just show you right now. Let's say message 2. Here I'll say my name is something. This time I'll put 0 and you'll see why. And I'll say I am something years old, and then I will say this is a nice name. So we will just put the name here. Since this one and this one is the same, we can just say format. For the first one you should use the name, and then for the other one you would use the age. So whatever the zeros are will be name. So my name is Elise. Elise is a nice name. And then for the age, we will put the age itself. Let's say print message 2, save and run this file. Okay, here you can see it just works without any problems, and it is working as expected. One last thing that we would like to do is about math module operations. So in Python, we have this built-in module that we can import. Let's say import math. And let's see what we can do with it. I'll say print math.py, so we can get this value. Then I will duplicate this. We can use some methods. Let's say square root of 16, which will give us 4. Then we can say floor. So I will put 4.7, and this will floor down this to 4.0. Then we can use seal. And this time let's put 5.3. This will take it and make it to be 6. Then we can take the power of a value. Let's say POV, or with a W, we'll just say 2, 3, and this would give us 8. Let's see this in action. Okay, so it is working as exactly as we want it to have. Then we can actually round this value if we really wanted to. So what does that mean? Let's say I just only want to get 3.14. Here I will say print. Let's say I'll put it actually as a value. So I'll say pi will be 3.14, 15, 9, and you can put the rest of it. Let's do it. Here I'll say round, and you don't really need to import this. It's by default that is built into the language, just like the print statement. So we'll say round the variable pi to 2, so n digits. Let's save. Now we should be able to see only 2 digits. If you would like to increment it, you can do so, and it should work without any issues. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll see you in the next one. Now let's see how we can get input from the user and display them an output message. So I will create this file, and let's try to get the name from user. So I will assign this to be the variable. I'll just say name, but first let's try to say input. Call this method. I'll say what is your name, then add a question mark. Whatever they put in, we will assign this to be the variable, and then I will say print hello, and whatever the name is. Let's try to save this file and run this. So it says, what is your name? Let's say John, and it says hello John. If you want to add one more space here, you would basically add it at the end. Then let's try to build a really basic app that will do some math calculations. So we will say, how old are you? And let's say user will say 45. And we will say in 55 years, you will be 100 years old. So let's try to build this. I will say age, and we will say input. We can ask the question, how old are you? And add this extra space. Then let's say years to 100. And basically we'll say 100 minus age. Then we can say print. You will be 100 in years to 100, and this should be an F string, just like that, years. Okay, let's try to see this. This is going to throw an error. I'll run this file. What's your name? Let's say John. How old are you? Let's say 23. Okay, we just got an error in this line. Now, why this is the case? If you read the error, you'll able to understand it. Basically, it says you cannot subtract, like you cannot do math calculations between the type int and string. So when user puts you an input, when they give you an input, this will be type of string by default, and integer minus string doesn't really work. So we have to take this and convert this to be int. So here I'll say int. Now this is a number, then we can do 100 minus a number, right? Let's save this file and run this once again. So I'll just say 23 and it will be 177 years. So this is something to keep in mind. If you will be doing some calculations, depending on the input, you should convert this to be int, because by default, type of this will be string. And just to give you one more example, it doesn't have to be int only. You can use float as well. So enter the first number and then the second one. We will sum them and then just show a result. Okay, and if you would like to work with multiple inputs on one line, you can do this. So I'll just save first to get this formatting. Let's say X and Y. I will say input, and you're gonna see how this works. Let's say enter two values that are separated by space. Okay, and we're going to take this, use the split method. So you will see what this does. Let's say we would like to print an F string like this. I will say first value is this X, and then the second value is this Y variable. Okay, let's save, test this out. Maybe I will comment out all of these, run this file, enter two values. So I'll say 1 space and 2, and this is what we got. Okay, then maybe I can add a comment right here, working with multiple inputs on one line. Then we can use some default values. So let's say we will have a user choice. So it will just say choose a color or press enter for the default value. Let's say if user choice is equal to an empty string, that means they didn't put anything. We'll just say user underscore choice will be equal to blue. And out of this if check, and once again, just make sure that you have some indentations, because this is how it works in Python. We'll say print. Let's do some f strings. I'll say selected color is this user choice. I will first comment out this one and run the file. I'll not put anything, I'll just press enter. It says the selected color is blue by default. And if I put something like red, it should update it. Okay, so the possibilities are basically endless. You can do anything that you wish. Here I'll get the length and convert it to centimeters. So that's the basics of input method. I will leave it here, and in the incoming projects, we'll be using this a lot. With that, that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're gonna learn about the conditionals, which are these if and else statements. Now let's learn about conditionals. I will go ahead and create this file. Let's say conditionals.py, which are gonna be the if and else statements. Just before we get into this file, I'd like to give you one comment. So this is something that we have talked about it so far, but I'd like to emphasize it one more time. Python uses indentation to define blocks of code, no curly braces or any other symbols. Okay, so the indentations are really important. So let's say we're gonna have a temperature. Okay, I'll just say this is gonna be 28, and I'll say if it is, greater than 30, we can say print it's hot outside. And in the else case, we can say maybe just duplicate that, say it's cold outside. Okay, let's save and try to run this file. Since it is less than 30, we're gonna hit this. It says it's cold outside. if you want to make this a little bit robust, you can go right here and just add one more check. So here I'll say else if, which is, this is the syntax. You would say else if, and the temp, if it is greater than 20, we can say, you know, it's a nice day. Okay, now in this case, we're gonna hit this check because first this will be false, right? The 28 is not greater than 30. Then 28 is greater than 20, so we're gonna hit this one. Let's try to run this. Okay, now let's try to see how we can check multiple conditions with logical operators. So I will add a comment. Let's say age will be 25, and then I'll say has license, which is a pretty, you know, the cliche example, but let's try to say it. I will say this will be equal to true. And I will say if age is greater than or equal to 18 and has license. In this case, we can say print you can drive a car. Let's go right here and let's try to make this a little bit robust. I'll say else if age is greater than or equal to 18 and not has license, then in this case I will add this print. So probably I should just type this out, but let's say you need to get a driver's license first, right? The age is greater than 18, but they don't have a license, so this is what we're going to show them. And finally, the else case, which should be right here, and we'll say you are too young to drive. Let's run this. Okay, it says you can drive a car because age is greater than 18. So we're going to hit this very first check, and has license is equal to true. So I hope you're able to see this, how that works. Then let's try to see some nested conditionals. Let's see what that means. I'll say nested conditionals. So I will have a variable called score. Let's say it'll be 85. And I'll say if score is greater than or equal to 60, we would like to say print you passed. And then we can add more checks. So let's say we'll go right here and take a look at the indentation, right? It shouldn't be here. We are trying to make this indented. So first I'll just add the else statement actually. Let's say if score is less than 60, right? In this case, we would like to say you failed. Okay, now let's try to add some nested if checks. Here I will say if score is greater than 90, or it's greater than or equal to 90, we would like to say something like print you got an A. And this is not looking properly. Let's see why this is the case. I think because of the unindentation. Okay, so it should be here. My bad. Previously I said it would be here, but it should be here. Let's save. Now here we can see it is being formatted for us. Then we would like to add one more else if. Actually, I'll just grab all of them. Okay, so if score is greater than 60 and is greater than 90, we will show this print. And if it is greater than 80, we'll say you got a B, and so on and so forth up until D. Now let's see this in action. So we got 85. That means we passed, right? And then it is greater than not 90. So we're gonna skip this if check, but it's greater than 80 because score is 85. We'll say you got a B. Okay, so this is how that works when it comes to the nested conditionals. Then we can use the in operator. So let's say using the in operator with conditionals. Okay, let's see how that works. We'll just say fruit will be equal to apple, and then we can say if fruit is in, so we'll just say in, then we can put a list, which is something that we'll get a little bit later in the video. For now, just think of it as a collection of items. So we can say apple, banana, should be like this, then we'll say orange. Then I'd like to go here, just say print, let's say f string, we'll say fruit is in the list. So apple is in the list, and that's true because it is right here. If we delete that, it will not be in the list, and we shouldn't be able to see any kind of print statements. If you would like to, you can add else. Then we have something called a ternary operator, right? So I'll just say ternary conditional, or let's just say operator. And this is basically one line if else statement. Let's say one line if else. Let's see how we can use this. I will say, age will be equal to 20, and we already have the age above, but I think this shouldn't really crash. We will basically reassign it. So here I'll say status. I'll say it will be adult if the age is greater than or equal to 18, but else it will be minor. So this is how that works when it comes to the ternary operators. Then we can basically print the status. I'll say f string and just put the status. Since it is 20, it is greater than 18, it should be adult. Let's go ahead and run this file. Status is equal to adult. And then we can compare strings. Let's say comparing strings. Here I'll say password is equal to secret123. And I'll say if password, not pass, but if password is equal to secret123. In this case, we would like to do something. So let's say at the moment you don't really know what you're going to be doing. So you can just say pass for now, and this will not do anything, right? And then in the else case, once again, let's say you don't really know what to do, you can add pass. So this is something to keep in mind. Then in the if case, we can say print. It should be like this. Let's say access granted. But in the else case, we can say print no access. Let's run this. It's equal to, this if check runs and it says access granted. And then we can chain some comparisons. So here we have x is equal to 15, and we say if 10 is less than x and x is less than 20, we will see x is between 10 and 20, which should be true at the moment. Okay, this is what we can see from the terminal. And one more thing, we can check if a value is true or false. So what I mean, let's say user underscore input is equal to an empty string. We will say if user input is provided, we would like to return this print statement, which says input provided. But else, we will say print no input provided. So here, basically, we check if a value is truthy or falsy value, right? Let's say truthy or falsy value, just like that. And since this has no value, right, it's an empty string, that means input is not provided. So we're going to hit this else statement, as we can see. So these are the basics of conditionals, or maybe all about the conditionals. We even seen the nested conditionals, checking multiple conditionals with logical operators, which are and, not, and you can use also the or logical operator, so on and so forth. So that's gonna be it for the conditionals as well. Now we're gonna work with loops. So I will go ahead and create this file called loops.py, and let's start with a for loop. I'll put a print statement above. So let's say counting from 1 to 5. And here is the syntax. So we'll say for I in range, starting from 1 all the way up to 6, which means 6 is not included. So it'll go from 1 to 5. And let's try to print it. You don't have to call this I. You can put anything, any kind of variable, or I should say any kind of name. But the convention is mostly to use I. So this is what I'll be doing. Let's try to save and run this file. Here we go, counting from 1 to 5, and this is what we got. Now I'll be doing the exact same thing, but this time in the reverse order. So I'll just say reversed, counting from 5 to 1. And I'll put a new line by adding a backslash and n. We'll see what that does. Now we'll just say for I in range, starting from 5 all the way up to 0, which means 0 is not included. And as our step, we'll just go -1. Let's print I. Okay, we just got a new line first. This is thanks to this one, and then the output. Now let's do it with a while loop. Not file, it should be while loop. So first I'll create a variable called count that will be equal to 1. And we'll say while count is less than or equal to 5, we'd like to print the count and we'd like to increment it by 1. So let's say count plus 1. Okay, maybe we should put a print statement above. So here I'll go ahead, say print while loop. So this is what we got, the exact same output. We can do it in the reverse order. So I'll copy this entire thing. This time I'll say reversed while loop, and let's say reversed while loop, and I'll put a \n. This time we'll start from 5 and we'll go -1, but we'll say while count is greater than or equal to 1, right? Starting from 5 all the way up to 1. So this is what we have. So these are the basics of loops, but we can do a lot more than this. So let's try to see it with a list. So I'll say looping through a list. Even though we didn't really learn about the lists in detail, let's just put it as an example. Later in the video, we'll just see this in more detail. So here I'll have a list called fruits. And this is how we can create it with these square brackets. And we'll have a collection of data. So let's say apple, banana, and then let's say cherry. So I'll just say maybe first add a print so that we can see it clearly. I'll say my fruits, and we'll say for fruit, and you can call this anything, by the way. Let's say fruits, and we'll just say print the fruit, right? So you can call this anything like X, it should still work, but this is most of the time the convention. This part will be plural and then this singular. Let's save and run this. Okay, my fruits, it would go in this exact same order: apple, banana, and cherry. Now if we want to reverse this, here is how we can do it. I'll just put a comment first. Let's say reversed, maybe reversing a list. So I'll say for, first I'll put a print once again. Let's say my fruits in reverse. Okay, we'll say for fruit in fruits, but this time we will wrap this with the function called reversed. Now we can basically print this. Okay, so as you can tell, this is being reversed. There is one more function that is related to lists, and here is, let me just first put a comment. I'll say loop with enumerate. And what this does, it will give us the index as well as the item itself. So we're going to get the index, which is 0, and then 1, and then 2, so on and so forth. So I'll say maybe print fruits with indices. So I'll say for index and the fruit in enumerate, and we're going to put the fruits in it. Okay, now I'll just say print, and let's do an f string. So I'll first get the index and then the fruit itself. Let's run this. Fruit with indices, we got 0, 1, 2, and it is working as expected. So these are the most three common usages when it comes to the for loops and lists. And now let's see the usage with the dictionaries. Once again, we haven't learned about the dictionaries yet, but I'd like to give you a quick usage because we are in the loop section and it has some usages with the dictionaries. So I'll just say loop with dictionaries. So what is a dictionary? Let's create it and learn it while we build something. So you would create a dictionary by using these curly braces, and it is basically a key value pair. So we can just say name, this is the key, and the value, let's say, will be John. And we can add a bunch of different key value pairs, so there is no limit. I'll have age, let's say that'll be 30, then maybe add one more thing. I'll say city will be, let's say, New York City. Okay, now let's try to see this in action. I will put a print as always, so I'll just say person dictionary. Let's add this \n. So I'll say for, this time we'll like to, just get the key as well as the value. We'll say key and value. This time we'll say in person.items. So this is the method that we can call with the dictionaries. And I'll put a print with an f string. So I'll say f, let's say key, and then the value. Okay, so person dictionary, this is the name and value, and so on and so forth for these key value pairs. And also there is something called a list comprehension. So let's try to see it. I'll say list comprehension, and it is the compact loop for creating lists. So let's see how we can create a squares list by using a for loop. So I will just say for x in range from 1 to 6. So that means from 1 to 5, right? The 6 is not included. So what I'd like to do, just get every single item. So let's say x and get the exponential of 2, right? It'll be the square. So now this squares will be equal to 1, then 4, 9, 16, and 25, right? We just got the square of the values from 1 to 5. Let's try to print this. Let's say squares of, maybe let's say squares from 1 to 5, and then put the squares next to it. Okay, so this is what we got. It is working as expected. And there is a method called zip that is related to lists. So let's say list method zip, or maybe I should just say for loop with zip method. So this is not really commonly used, or you don't really have that much of use cases. That's why I just leave it up until here. So I could introduce it up here, but I think it is not really needed. But just to have it in the tutorial, I'll leave it here. So I'll have colors. Let's say it'll be red, yellow, and green. What I really want to do, just zip this with the other list that we had called fruits. So I'll copy this and just put it here as a comment. Now let's see how we can use it. First, I'll put a print statement. We'll say fruits and their colors. And we'll say for fruit and the color in zip. And we'll like to zip them. So I'll say fruits and the colors. So we'll just see how that works. First, I'll just say print, and let's put an f string. I'll say fruit is color. So how this will work? First, it'll get us a fruit and then a color, because this is the order that we put, right? So it'll get apple and red. So it'll just say apple is red, and then it will get banana is yellow. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's try to run this and double check. Here we go. This is the exact same thing that I have just mentioned. Okay, so now I can delete this and maybe just update my comment like this. Okay, so I'd like to show you the break and continue as well. So let's see how we can use it. First, I'll put a print so that we can just see it in the terminal. I'll say loop with a break. Here I'll say for I in range, we'll start from 1 all the way up to 10. And I'll say if I is greater than 5, you should just stop. Okay, just exit out of this loop. But else we can show the I. And notice how this print is in the same level as if. So it is not really inside the if, right? So let's try to run this. It'll go from 1 to 10, but once it is like once the I gets greater than 5, it'll just break out of this loop. So we cannot really see 6, 7, so on and so forth. Now let's try to use for loop with a continue. I will copy this. Here I'll just say for I in range, again from 1 to 10, and we'll normally print the I, but I'd like to do something else above. So say if I modulus 2 is equal to 0, that means we'd like to continue. And like this means you should skip the even numbers, only just print the odd numbers. So as we can tell, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 has been printed, and the other ones has been skipped. And just a very last thing before we end this section, which is gonna be, let's say, infinite loops with break condition. And when it comes to the infinite loops, we should be thinking about a while loop. So this is how it'll work. Let's create a variable called I. This will be equal to 1. And when we say while true, that means this code will be running infinitely. But if it runs infinitely, our application will crash at some point. So we'd like to break out of it, right? Once we reach to a certain condition. First, I'll just say print the I, and we'd like to increment the I by 1. And we'll say if I is greater than 5, we'd like to just break. Because otherwise, if you leave it like this, or maybe even like this application will crash after at some point, right? Because it would be keeping printing I's. But now that we have a break condition, it will put all of them, right? And then it'll stop at some point. And here I'll put a print so that you can see it clearly in the terminal. Just like this. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the loops. Let's move on with the functions. So I will create this file called functions.py, and if you don't already know, I'll just put a comment. Functions are blocks of code that can be reused, and they can take arguments and return values. If you have never used them, this might sound a little bit complicated, but in practice, they are actually pretty simple concept to understand. And in this section, I'll make sure that you understand everything about them. So functions are blocks of code that can be reused. First, let's try to see this part. So let's say we would like to create our very first function. We can do it in Python just by doing define, def, which stands for define. We'll say def, let's say greet everyone. And we would define it. Let's say this will just say hello everyone. Okay, now when we call this, let's say greet everyone. So we can call this as much as we want. Let's save and try to run this file. So as you can tell, it will just return the print whatever you put inside. And we can create just only one person at a time. So I'll copy this function, put it right here, and I'll just say greet, and this will take a name, let's say. So here I'll just say hello, and this time we'll just put the name. So whatever the name is, let's say greet, say John. I'll duplicate this and say Jane, and let's say Kyle. Okay, run this. Here we can see first we call this function and we see this print, and then whatever the name is, we'll get that. So still you might not be able to see like what is the usage of it. Can't we just say, like instead of doing this, can't we just say print hey John? Well, we can definitely do, but this is a really simple example that you might not be able to see the benefit of it. So first I'd like to maybe just comment all of this out and show you a practical example. So let's say we'll have a user 1 called Emma, then we'll just say print hello and put the name, let's say user 1, and then we'll just say welcome to our app. For every single user, we would like to put this, and we would like to put 2 more print statements. So we'll just say, we hope you enjoy using our services and let us know if you need any help. So we'll do the same thing for the other users as well. So I'll copy this. We'll just say this time it'll be John, and this will be user 2. Okay, let's do it one last time. I'll put it right here, user 3. Let's say this will be Bob. Let's try to run this file. So we can see, hello Emma, welcome to our app. And then these 2 print statements, and the same thing for John, same thing for Bob. Now this is fine, but imagine if we have 100 users. So we have to type this out 100 times, which is not really practical. So instead we can take this logic and put it into a function. So I will create this function called greet_user. This will take a name, and we will basically do the exact same thing, but instead of having this part, we'll say, hello name, whatever that is. And this should be, indented. Then below to it, we'll put this regular prints. Okay, just like this. Now we can go ahead, call this function, let's say greet user, and we will put Emma, John, and Bob. Let's say Emma, duplicate this twice. Now I will uncomment this, or maybe comment this out, save this file, and try to run this. So we're gonna get the exact same output. Okay, so can you see? It says, hello, Emma, welcome to our app. This regular 2 logs, and then the same thing for John, same thing for Bob. So I hope that makes sense at this point. Instead of doing this part again and again, we only do it once, right? And we call the function. Now this piece of code is reusable. It doesn't really matter if we have, 1,000 users. The only thing that we need to change, or the only thing that we need to type, is this line, right? We just change the name, whatever that is, and it'll give us the exact same output again and again. Okay, so I'll just leave it here in the code base if you'd like to have it. I'll say an example without functions, and here with a function, or with functions. And one more addition. So here we just said they can take arguments and return values. So far we have taken an argument, but we never return a value, right? So let's build an example that will return us a value. I'll just say this time dev, and let's say power. We will take a base as an argument, and let's say exponent. Then we'll just say return the base, and takes the return the exponential of it, just like this. I'll say power of, let's say 2, and we'll add, let's say 5, which will be equal to 32. Let's do the same thing. I'll duplicate that. Let's say this time it'll be 8, 2, let's say, and I don't know, 3, 2, 3, which will be 27, and this should be 64. Okay, now if we try to run it like this, we are not going to see anything in the terminal, because this returns, right? It doesn't really print anything. Now we can, assign this into a variable. Let's say, I don't know, let's just say x. We can call this anything. I'll just go with x. I'll just get y, and I'll get z. Then we can print those. Let's say x, and do the same thing for this one. Okay, so let's try to run this. And this is exactly what we got: 32, 64, and 27. But what you can do, instead of creating the variables, you can just wrap it just like here. So I will copy this, paste it, do the same thing and do the same thing right here. So instead of all this, we can just do it here, as you can see. So it is the exact same thing. So these are the basics of functions. I'll leave it here because we'll be using functions a lot later in the video once we get into the projects. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. Now let's move on with lists and dictionaries. So this is the file that I will create, and let's first start with the lists and then we'll get into the dictionaries. And what are lists in the first place? So here I'll just put a comment. They are a collection of items that can store different types of data. And we have seen this previously, but we didn't really get into the details. So let's try to create our very first list. I'll say numbers, you can call this anything, and then let's just put numbers from 1 to 5. And let me pretty quickly kill the AI completion, which is this codium. I'll just say disable and restart the extension so that it doesn't really get annoying. Okay, so as you can see, like this is a collection of items that can store different types of data. Here we have the exact same type, which is integer only, but if we really wanted to, we can put strings, let's say hello, we can put booleans, let's say true, so on and so forth. And let's try to print this. I'll say numbers. Let's save this file and try to run it. So I'll say Python 3, 7, this is the file. Here we can see we just got that list. So just to keep it, just to have numbers, I'll delete that string and boolean, and let's try to see a couple of different things. So if I really wanted to get the very first item, I would call it within index, which starts with 0, right? So this is the index of 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would go in this order. Let's try to run this. The index 0 would give us 1. And then we can try to maybe just update the first index, right? So I'll just say numbers, and this is, I think, the second index, right? This is the first one, this is the second, so we'll just call it with 1, and here we'll just say, I don't know, let's say 22. Then if we wanted to, we can say numbers.append, we can add a number at the end, so I'll just say 55. And then if we wanted to, we can remove a number. So here I'll just try to remove the 3. So once we have done all of them, we can just say print the numbers. Okay, maybe we can just delete this for now, or I'll just leave it here. Let's save, try to run this file. Okay, now we have done all of them and we print the very latest version. Here we can see the first one has been updated to be 22, right? It was previously 2. Then we try to append 55 at the end, and then we remove 3, right? It is not here. Okay, so that means all of them are working as expected. Then if we wanted to, we can get the length of the numbers. So here I'll just wrap it with the function called len, right? And let's try to run this. The length is 5, as you can tell. Then let's try to learn a little bit about slicing. Here I'll just say slicing lists. And I'll just redefine this. So I'll copy it and paste it. We just have this as a brand new list. Then let's say print numbers. I will go, from here up until here. And how can we make this work? So let me just put pretty quickly, the indices. So this is index 0, this is index 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we wanted to get all these 3 items, we will say start from the index 1, go all the way up to 4, but 4 is not included. So we're going to get these 3 values. Okay, then let's try to save and try to run this file. Here we can see we got 2, 3, and 4. Let's try to duplicate this. We can basically do lots of different things. Here, if we wanted to put 2 columns and 2, that means get every other element. So it'll get you this one, and then it'll skip that one and get this one. Let's try to see, am I wrong or is it correct? Here we can see we just got 1, skip that one, got the 3, skip this one, and got the 5. So we can be really creative and do a bunch of different things. And then we can just say -1. This is how you reverse the list. let's put a, not put anything, but just try to run this file. As we can tell, it has been reversed. Then we can concatenate lists. So what does that mean? Let's say we will have the numbers array, and we would like to add, 6, 7, and 8. Let's run this. Okay, so as you can tell, this array and this one has been merged into only one array. It goes from 1 all the way up to 8. Then we can also, repeat the list. So I'll just duplicate that. We can say numbers and, multiply that with 2. So we got from 1 to 5, and then once again, this is what we have just done. And I just put comments for your convenience. You can have them in the source code. Now these are going to be the basics of lists. Let's go ahead and try to work with the dictionaries. And once again, I'd like to give you a comment. Dictionaries are collections that store data as key value pairs. So we have seen an example previously. This is what I'll be doing. Previously, we had a person dictionary. This time I'll put a student dictionary. So as you might know, we are creating this with curly braces, and then we can put our key value pairs that are separated by comma. So here, first we have name that is equal to Emma, then we have age, and then the courses, which is a list of courses, and they are type of strings. Now let's try to get the name of this student. So I'll just say print the student. Let's type this out. And if we wanted to get the name, we should put the name as the key, and it'll give us the value. Let's try to save, run this file. We just got the Emma as the value of the name. Then if we wanted to, we can add more fields. So I will say, let's go ahead under the student object. I will add a grade field. And then let's say this will be equal to A. Then if we wanted to, we can update the age. So I'll duplicate that and I'll say age. Let's try to, put plus 10. This is what I'll be doing. And let's try to say print student once again. Run this file. Here we can see now Emma has, let's see, age has been updated and grade has been added, and it is equal to A. So there are a couple of different methods that we can use. So I'll just say, student dot keys. This is going to give us the keys, and then we can get the values. And if we want to get all key value pairs, we'll just say items. Let's try to see. Run this file and maybe. Okay, so we got the keys, right? It's a list of all the keys, which are name, age, courses, and grade. Then we got the values. Then we got the items. So we got the name that is equal to Emma, the age, so on and so forth. And in the loop section, we have used this, let's see, for key and value in student.items. So we have seen this previously, but just to have it, just a practice, let's add it once again. I'd like to have this as an F string so that it is formatted. I'll say key and then maybe a space, then we can put the value. Okay, so we got the name, age, courses, and the grade. So these are the basics of dictionaries as well. We'll be using a lot. Like we'll have a bunch of different examples when it comes to the dictionaries as well as the lists. So I think we can leave them here. And there are two different data types or data structures that I'd like to talk about, which are sets and tuples. So let's see, I'll put a comment so that you can have it in the source code. So sets are unordered collections of unique items. That means no duplicates allowed. So here's how we can do it. Let's create a unique colors set. And once again, you would create it with curly braces. Then you would put a bunch of different items. So if you added, green, once again, this is not allowed. If you try to print the unique colors, let's say unique colors, you're going to see that the green has been, it'll only be once in the console, right? We cannot see the green twice because no duplicates allowed. And this has a bunch of different use cases. Maybe we would see them in the incoming projects. Then there is also tuples. Once again, I'll just keep it simple and give you a comment as well as an example. Okay, so here we have a coordinates tuple that is having two different values, and we would wrap them with these regular brackets, and they are ordered collections that cannot be changed after creation. So you cannot say, coordinates and go ahead, select the first one and change it. This is not really the case. They cannot be changed after the creation. And they also have a couple of different methods that you can explore, but I think I'll just leave it here because this is not really that common. I just wanted to introduce you so that you can keep this in mind, and whenever you see this in different places, don't get confused. And with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll save this file and see you in the next section. Now let's continue with error handling. I will create this file and let's get into it. So first things first, we'll have this try and except block. And I know this might not make too much sense at the moment, but let's try to see, and I'll try to explain what is happening behind the scenes. But first, I'd like to mention, if anything goes wrong, it'll hit this except block that would like to handle the error. But if everything went successfully, then only the try block would work. So I know this doesn't really make sense, so let's try to see it with an example. So let's say I would like to get a number from the user. So we would call the input method, and I'll just say enter a number. And then I'll just give a space. Then I'll just say get the result. So basically we would like to take the number and divide it with 10, just like that. But since there is a calculation is going on here, as we have learned previously, we should wrap it with the int function, right? Now we can, because previously this would be a string, right? And integer cannot be divided with a string. So we have to take this and convert it to be type of integer. Then I'd like to put a print, and let me just pretty quickly put this right here. So we'll just say, 10 divided by this number is this result. But let's say user put not a number, right? Let's say they entered this kind of a value, or if they put 0, any number cannot be divided with 0, right? We're gonna get a bunch of different errors. So let's try to handle all of them. First, we'll have this value error. And what do we really want to do? We'll just say print that's not a valid number. Okay, let's try to run this file. I'll say Python 3, run this file, enter a number. If I put 1, 2, or let's just put 10, it'll give us like 10 divided by 10 is equal to 1. And let's try to run this once again. This time I'll put something random, a string. It says that's not a valid number. That makes sense because once we try to do the calculation, it is not going to work. Python will throw an error that will hit the except block with this error, which is a value error. And then we will handle this gracefully by showing this print statement. Then we can have a different type of error. So let's try to run this. I'll just say enter a number. I'll put 0. Here we can see it says, we have some kind of an error, and specifically 0 division error. I'll copy this name because it's really important. We'll add one more except block. This is the error name. If this is the case, we'll say print you cannot divide by 0. Okay, let's try to run this once again. I'll put 0 now. It says you cannot divide by 0, right? Our application didn't really crash, but instead we show a meaningful error to the user. And there is also a block or a keyword called finally. And whatever you put here under the finally, this will always work. So let's say this piece of code will always run. So either you succeeded or you failed, right? This will always run. Let's try to see. I'll do, let's say 10. 10 is divided by 10 is 1, and this piece of code will always run. Let's try to put an error. So we got the error message as well, but we also got the finally block, right? Okay, so this is the basics of error handling. Basically, we would be using this try and except block, and sometimes you would also be using a finally block. I think we'll be using all of them in the incoming projects, so I'll just leave it here and see you in the next section. Alright, so this is the very last section of this crash course where we will learn about the built-in modules in Python. So I will go ahead and create a file called builtinmodules.py, and let's try to see the most important modules in Python. And once we are done with it, we're gonna go ahead and in the next section we will start with our projects. Okay, so let's start with the very first module that I have in my list, which is the random module. So first things first, you need to import it at the start of your file, right at the beginning, and then we can, let's just we can do a bunch of different things. So let's go ahead and try to create a random number. And this is the variable name that I'll have, and then I will call my module with this function. And I'd like to get a random number between 1 and 10. And just keep in mind the 1 and 10 is included. Okay, so let's say print, we can do a formatted, f string. Let's say random number is, and then let's just put the random number variable. I'll go ahead and try to run this file. So we got 9, we got 2. Every single time we'll get something different. And as you can tell, 10 is included as well as 1. So let's say get a random number. Then we can do a bunch of different things. So let's say choose a random element from a list. So I will create a list called fruits, and I will have apple, let's say orange, let's say we'll have cherry, and finally let's add this dude. Okay, so what I'd like to do is get a random fruit. And there is a method for this. We can basically say random.choice, and we're gonna put the list that we'd like to choose from, which will be this fruits list. And then basically we can copy this as our print statement. I'll say random fruit is this random fruit variable. Let's try to run this file. We got orange, we got, we got all of them, right? In a random order. Okay, then what can we do is use a method called shuffle. So let's say shuffle the list. I can say random.shuffle and then shuffle this one, which is the fruits, and we can try to print that. So I'll just say f string shuffled list. We'll just put the fruits now. Let's try to run this. Now the original list was apple, orange, cherry, and banana. And here you can see the order has been shuffled completely. And every single time it'll be in a different format, but yeah, we got the point. It will be shuffled randomly. Then we can use another module called math. And we can do a bunch of different things related to math. So this is really simple. That's why instead of typing this out, I will copy and paste this 6 lines of code, and let's see what that does. So we can get a square root of a number. Here we got the square root of 16. Then we can get the pi number. We can do ceilings and floor. Like this will give us 5 and this will give us 4, right? We are just flooring down this number. Then the the exponential or the power of 5 of 3 will be 125. Let's double check. So this is exactly what we got. And then let's try to use another method or module, I should say, which will be date time. And I will go right here. Once again, instead of typing this out, it's really, really basic. And actually what we are doing here is easier, and it's easier than everything that we have done so far. We are just calling some methods, right? So this will give us a variable, or this will give us a value, which will be the current time. We can log this. We can say, we can get the today out of it. We can get the current year by doing these. We can do a bunch of different things, but let's keep it simple and try to see. So this is exactly what we got. Then I will get one more import, let's say import OS, and actually let's get, duplicate this twice. We'll get SYS as well as the time. Okay, now let's try to use the OS module. What we can do is get our current directory, which is this one, right? We are inside this folder, and we can list all these files. So this is exactly what we are doing. I will run this just to prove that. This is the current directory. We are under this 0 crash course, and then a list of files. This is what we got. Now, I'm going pretty fast at this point because these are the things that you don't really need to memorize. Whenever you need them, you can do a quick research, just like Googling it, or maybe asking to AI to help you out. But the point of this section is to, just let you know these are the things that are existed in Python. Then we can use the time module. And what this does, basically, it'll run this line, and here it'll wait for a second. So we can slip, and then once 1 second pass, it will go ahead and run this line. Just to make this obvious, I'll say waiting for 2 seconds. Let's run this. Waiting for 2 seconds. Once this is done, it'll go ahead and run the next line. And finally, we can use the system module. We can get the Python version by doing sys.version, and we can get our platform. If we are on Windows, we're going to get this output. If we are on Mac, we're going to get Darwin. And if we are on a Linux system, we're going to get something that is starting with Linux. It might be, Linux 2, or I don't know. I have never seen this, but it'll start with Linux. Here I am on macOS, so I should see Darwin. There we go. Okay, so believe it or not, that's gonna be it for this entire section, as well as the entire crash course. So I hope this gives you a quick introduction to Python and its syntax. We have learned a bunch of different concepts, and we'll be using all of them in the incoming projects. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next section, where we'll build our very first and basic project. Alright, so we are just getting started our very first project. And just before we get into coding, I'd like to give you a quick demo of the end result. So if you'd like to pause the video and try to solve it by yourself, this will be a really great opportunity and introduction. And you can find these diagrams, the link in the description, completely for free. Okay, so this is the first project where we will check for a website. So here, once we run our application, it will show the title. This is not really necessary, but here is the logic. It will ask for an input from the user. It'll say, please enter a website URL, and user will put something. And if it starts with HTTPS, here it'll say this website uses HTTPS, which means it is secure. But if it doesn't include HTTPS, if it is HTTP, then here I'll say it is not secure. Then, if it is not a website, if it is something random, it'll say this does not look like a complete URL. Okay, so how can we build this? I'll give you a quick hint. We'll first ask we'll ask for an input from the user, and then we'll have 3 different if checks, right? Okay, so once you are done with it, you can watch my solution. So what I have is just an empty folder, and I'd like to create a file called app.py. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. And then I will shrink the left-hand side. Let's first say print. I'd like to basically put this title that we have. And just to make this tutorial a little bit fun, I'll be using emojis a lot. Here you can see we have a bunch of different things. So if you'd like to use them, highly recommend it. Okay, I'll say print, and here I am on Mac. I'm using Raycast, so this is how you type it. I'm using this application, but if you're on Windows, you can grab the emojis. Let's say, I don't know, search emoji, and you can copy and paste it from here. And you can basically get all kinds of emojis, just to keep this in mind. And if you're on Mac, you can do it just like me, search for an emoji, and let's say, magnify, we can get this. I'll say website URL checker, and put this once again. Then we can get the URL from the user. Here I'll just say input. Let's say enter a website URL. And I'll give a space. And here I'd like to put a new line by adding this \n so that our terminal looks clean. Now we're going to build the actual logic, right? So I'll say if the URL starts with, so this is a method that we can use. If it starts with HTTPS, then we would like to have this print statement where I'll be getting this pretty quickly. We'll just say this website uses HTTPS and we'll add this secure at the end. And else if we will check URL starts with HTTP, then we'll like to basically do a similar thing. Let's say this website uses HTTP this time. Let's say not secure. And let's put an emoji just like this. In the else case, we'll say this does not look like a complete URL. So this is my solution. You might have something completely different. As long as it works, that's fine. So let's try to run this file. First, I will go cd up because I am in the, in this folder. I'd like to go up, and then from here, I'll go inside this folder. Okay, then I'll say Python 3 and run this file. Let's enter a website URL. If I put something random, this does not look like a complete URL. If I put HTTPS, google.com, okay, and let's say HTTP. Okay, so this is exactly the same output that we'd like to have. So that's gonna be it for the very first project. So this is the second project that we're gonna build, and this is what I called the step counter. So here, this is the basic logic. So we'll have two different cases. This is the first one and then the second one. So here it'll ask us like, what is your daily step goal? Here I said 1000 and it says, how many steps have you taken? I take, let's say 500 steps. Now that means you need 5 more steps to reach your goal. And if you exceeded that goal, right? Let's say our goal is 1000, but we take like 1200. That means congratulations, you have exceeded your goal by 200 steps. Okay, so as you can tell, once again, we have getting an input from the user, and depending on a simple calculation, we are getting two different results. Either you need to do more or congratulations. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. I just created an empty folder called step counter. This is the second project, and I have an empty file called app.py. So as always, I will have my title, the name of the project. Then let's say we're gonna get the daily goal as the input from the user. Here I'll be using an emoji. So let's say, not sure, I think it is this one. I'll say, what is your daily step goal? And then I'll duplicate that. Here we'll ask something else. And first let's update the variable name. This will be the current steps. Here we can use a different emoji. I think I'll go with this one, the sparkles, and I'll say, how many steps have you taken today? And then, since we would like to do some calculations, we need to wrap them with int. So this is something that we have seen in the input section, right, in the crash course. So here we'll just say remaining, and we'll say daily goal minus current steps. This is the basic math, and we'll say if remaining, and we can delete these brackets. We'll say if remaining is greater than 0, that means you need to walk more, right? I'll say print. Maybe I can just get this pretty quickly instead of wasting time. I'll say you need this amount of steps to reach your goal, but else, well, congratulations, you have just nailed it. So I'll just say print. Okay, I'll save. This is just getting formatted, but it is actually one line. So congratulations, you have exceeded your goal by minus remaining steps. And this is, like mid-school or primary school math. If you got minus 200 steps, and if you put minus before to it, that will be plus 200, right? So this is the gist of it. Let's try to run this file. I'll just say python 3 app.py. What is your daily step goal? Let's say 1000. And we have taken 1200. That means we have exceeded our goal by 200 steps. Now let's do it once again. And we have taken 500. And there are 5 more steps to reach our goal. So that's the solution of this project as well. So this is the third project, and I have called this text formatter. So basically, once we run our application, we will ask an input from the user. So here it says enter some text, and user put hey there. And there are 4 different options that user can choose from. They can either uppercase that, lowercase, title case, or sentence case. So here user select 1, which means uppercase it. This is the output that we display. Then here they go with lowercase. This is what they got. And then the third one, the title case. So basically it'll take every single initial and make it to be uppercased. This is what we call the title case. And there is a method in Python called .title. And finally, we have the fourth option that will sentence the case. Basically, they'll take the first one and uppercase it. And the method for this is called capitalize. Okay, so with this in mind, if you'd like to, solve it by yourself, you can do so, and then watch my solution. So I just created an empty folder called text formatter, and it has an empty file called app.py. So once again, I'll just put my title at the very top. Then we can ask for an input from the user. I will call this as text, and then let's say enter some text. And let's add an emoji just to make this a little bit fun. Just like that. Then I'll go ahead, put these 4 different print statements, the uppercase option, lowercase, title case, and then this one. Then finally, they choose a format input. So let's try to do it. I'll say, uppercase. Let me grab all of them. If you'd like to type them out, please feel free to do so. But just to speed the process a little bit, I'll be pasting them. Then we'd like to get the choice from the user. I'll say input, choose a format, and I'll just say from 1 to 4. Okay, now we can say if the choice is equal to 1, and this should be a string 1, so you can't really say 1 because this cannot be integer because this will be a string type, right? If you would like to check like this, you have to wrap this with the int function, but there is no need at all. So if this is the case, we'll say print the text by using the upper method. And then basically I will duplicate that. This will be elif choice is equal to 2. That means we would like to lowercase that. Then let's try to, duplicate this one twice. If it is equal to 3, we will use a different method called title. And then we'll say capitalize. This is the case. And here you can go with else as well, but I'll go with elif. Let's try to run this file. I am in this folder, and I'll say python 3 app.py. Enter some text. Let's say hey there, all lowercase. I'll go with 1. It'll uppercase that. Let's say, this time hey there. I'll put lowercase. Here we go. Let's clear this up. Now we don't really need to test all of them out, but basically it is working at this point. Let's say 3. This is what we got, the title case. And finally, let's say, let's just put something random. Go with the 4 option. Here we go. It is the sentence case. So that's kind of it for this project as well. So this is the 4th project that we have, and I have called this as check character type. Here is how that works. We have 3 different use cases or edge cases. We'll put the title of the project as always, and then we will ask for an input from the user. So here it says enter a single character. Here user put A, it says this is a letter. Then user put 2, it says this is a number. And if user put a special character like underscore or at symbol, any kind of character that is special, this is the output that they will get. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to code this. And if you don't know how to build it, I'll give you a hint. The method to check for a character if it is a letter or not, there is something called isAlpha. So you would call it like this. Let's say you have some text. You'll say text.isAlpha. And then this would give you either true or false depending on if this is a letter or not. Then you have isDigit. So here you would say isDigit to check if it is a digit or not. And then in the else case, you would say this is a special character. Okay, so let's try to build it. Once again, I created an empty folder called check character type that has an empty file in it called app.py. So as always, I'll put my title, the name of the project, character type checker. Then I'll create a, let's say, character variable so that we can get the input from the user. I'll say enter a single character. And then we'll say if, let me give a little bit space. You don't really need to put the brackets. We'll say if character is alpha, we'll like to go here and put a print statement. I'll say this is a letter. Then we can go here, we can say elif the character is a digit. We can basically say this is a digit. And in the else case, basically I'll say else, duplicate that one. I'll say this is a special character. Okay, let's save and try to run this file. Once again, I cd into this folder and I'll say run this file. Okay, I'll just put A, either uppercase or lowercase, doesn't really matter. This is a letter. Then we can put 2. This is a digit. Let's put something like @ This is a special character. And it doesn't have to be, English alphabetic character. You can put a letter from, Turkish alphabet or, German. It doesn't really matter. It'll say this is a letter. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this project as well. So this is the project 5 where we will build a grade calculator. And here is a quick demo. Once we run our application, we will see a title, then we will ask an input from the user. So enter a test score. User put 100. That means the average score so far is 100. That is equal to grade A. Then this will run in an infinite loop. So here we can see we ask the exact same question once again and again until user says done, right? So just keep that in mind. Then here user put 50. Now in total it is 150 divided by 2. The average will be 75. So this is exactly what we got, and the grade is C at this point. Then once again they put 80. Now average score is 76.7. Now grade still is C. Then here finally they said done. We just tell them goodbye and quit the application. And just a quick note to keep in mind, if the average score is greater than or equal to 90, this will be A. If it is greater than 80 and above, this will be B. For 70, it'll be C. And if it is less than 70, it'll be either D or F. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build this project. So once again, I have created an empty folder and then put an empty file in it. So let's try to build our very first print statement above. So here I'll just put the title of this project, grade calculator. And let's put some emojis just to make it fun. Now I'll go with, let's say, graph. And maybe get this one. Then copy it, go right here, paste this in. Okay, So we're gonna get this scores list. We would like to store all of them inside this list, and we're gonna get the average of it, right? As user puts something in, it'll be appended into this one. And since we want this to run in an infinite loop until user says done, we will say while true, go ahead and do something inside. And that something will be asking for an input from the user. Here I'll say enter a test score, and or we'll say just type done. So we'll say if score, and here I'll show you a quick and important trick that you keep in mind. So I'll say score is equal to done. Then we would like to say print, let's say goodbye, and I'll put an emoji. Let's say hint, just like that, and we are gonna break out of this loop. But now, what happens if user types something like done, all uppercase? This does not match with done, right? So if statement would not work, but I'd like to make that still work. So what I'll be doing is take the user input and convert this to lowercase. So I'll just make sure this is equal to done so that it is matching with this if statement. So here is the trick. We'll just get the user input and lowercase it, just like that. This is something really important to keep in mind. Then we'll say scores dot append. If user is not done, right, we'll like to go ahead and append something into this list, which will be the score itself. But since this is type of string, I would like to take it and convert it to be a float, just like this. And then we will get the average. So let's say average, it'll be sum. We're gonna call this method and add the scores in it. So this will take the, the sum of this list. Then we'll like to divide this with the length of this scores. So this is basic math. This is how we can get the average. Then I'll say print. Let's say this will be an f string. I'll say, average score. Then we can basically put the average in it. And there is one more thing that I'd like to mention. So here we'd like to only get one float at the end. Let me show you what I mean. So here we don't really want to get something like 0.7653, right? We'd like to just get one digit at the end. Okay, so how can we delete these if this is the case, right? Let's say we only want to get only one digit. So there is something that we can do. We'll just put colon dot 1f. If you'd like to get 2 digits, you can do so, 3, so on and so forth, but I'll go with 1. Okay, then I will do the math now. I'll say if average, or not math, but the basic check. So we'll say if average is greater than or equal to 90, we'll say the grade is equal to A. Then we can basically duplicate this a couple of times. Here I'll say if elif the average is greater than or equal to 80, grade will be B. If it is greater than or equal to 70, this will be C. And in the else case, also this should be elif. In the else case, I'll just say grade D or F. Okay, so this is the entire application. Let's try to run this, but I think I have an error. Do I have? Yep, so this should have a colon and this should be indented. So this is the entire application. Let's try to see this in action. I will open up my terminal, delete this, and try to run this file. Let's say python app.py. Okay, enter a test score. I'll put 100. This is what we got. Let's put 50. It should be 75. Grade is C. Let's put 100 once again. Now it's B. Let's put 0. It will take our grade and make it to be D or F. Once I say done, here it says goodbye. And let's do one more thing. If I put all uppercase the done, it still works. Even if we do something like done, it still works because we are taking the input, whatever that is, and we are lowercasing it. And if it is equal to done, we will break out of this loop. I will break out of this loop so that this does not run infinitely. So this is the solution of this project. So this is project 6, which I called as Word Scrambler. And here is how that works. Once we run our application, they will ask an input from our end. And once we put an input, like everyone, this is just a word, it'll be scrambled and it'll be shuffled, right? So this is just a quick hint that I gave you right now. Then I put unmatched, this is what we got, it has been scrambled. Until I say quit, this would be, keep asking. But once we say quit, it'll say goodbye and end the application. So with this in mind, let's try to build it. I have to say, if you are not able to solve it, that's completely fine, because there is one concept that we haven't learned yet. So with this in mind, I have created an empty folder once again called Word Scrambler, and it has an empty file called app.py. So I'd like to put my print statement above, and we'll be using the method or the module called random. So I'll just import that at the top of my file. Then since this will be running infinitely, I'll say while true, and I would like to get the word from the user. I'll say input, let's say enter a word to scrambler or to scramble, or just type quit to be able to quit this application. And here let's put the \n so that our terminal is looking clean. Once again, let's do that trick that we have done in the previous project. In the 5th project, we'll say word dot lower if this is equal to quit. We'd like to break out of this while loop, and maybe we can put a print that says goodbye. So I'll get my beautiful emoji. Okay, but this is if this is not the case, we would like to do something else. So let's say user put an input. Let me first display this. So let's say user put everyone. What do we really want to do? First, we can take this input and convert this to be a list. So we'll have, E, V, E, basically every single letter will be in a list. Let me pretty quickly type all of it. Okay, so we got the list version of it. And what can we do at this point? We can shuffle it, right? So let's say shuffle that. We'll say list dot shuffle, it'll be shuffled. So let's say we had this, and now it will be, I'll put randomly like this. Let's get the Y from here and put it. Okay, now it's been shuffled. This is a list. We would like to return a string. So we can take this and join this as a string. So we'll get Y, V, E, R, E, O, N, E, just like that. So this is the entire steps that we should take. So I'll just say letters, and we'll say list, call this method, and put the word in it. So we take the word and convert it to be a list at this point. This is what we got. This is that list. Then we'll say random dot shuffle these letters. Then we can, join them. And here is how we can do it. So you would say, open up an empty string, and you would say join these letters. And since we would like to have this in a print statement, I will cut this for a second. I'll say print. Let's put an F string. I'll say scrambled. And then, I'll just put the thing that we have just cut. So I can feel this might look a little bit complicated, but what this does basically, it takes a list and, convert it to be a string. And this is how we can do it. Basically, this is the syntax. We are using the join method on an empty string so that this list will be converted into this, into this string. I hope that makes sense. So here I am in this folder. I'd like to run this file. Okay, so I'll just say, let's put everyone. Here we can see it is being scrambled. Let's say subscribe. Once again, it's been scrambled, shuffled. Let's say quit. It says goodbye. So that's kind of it for this project as well. So in this section, we're gonna build a really basic application called Music Recommender. So here is how that works. Once we run our application, we need to provide an input. Here it says, what genre do you like? You have to put one of those. Here I went with rock, and then it suggested this band that I can take a look, right? Then if you put something that is not inside this list, so here I put something random, and it says, sorry, I don't know that. Okay, let's try to build this, and here we will practice the dictionaries. So first things first, I have created an empty folder called 7th project music recommender, and it has an empty file inside. Let's try to build the logic. Now I'll be using a method or a module called random. We have used this previously as well, but let's try to use it once again. Here I'll have a print statement that will be my, the title. Let's go with the music emoji, and I'll say, the name of this project. And let's try to get this. Okay, so I'll create a dictionary called genres, and we'd like to put a bunch of different options. Here we'll have rock, and you can put a single value like queen or anything, but I'll have a list so that this a little bit more, it's a little bit more interesting. Here I'd like to get a bunch of different values. I'll just say, AC, DC, we can get the queen, and we can get let, set, Helen, just like that. Then I'll put a comma and duplicate this twice. We will have the pop category as well as the hip hop. So instead of typing this out, I will copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time. Then I will get this. So if you wanted to, you can, duplicate these, add a bunch of different options and change the values, but these are the ones that I'll be going with. Then let's try to get the choice from the user. I'll say choice, call the input method, and let's say what genre do you like? And we can give the options. Just like that. And then we would like to have an if-else statement. So I'll say if choice, let me give a little bit of space. I'll say if choice not in genres, we can show the sorry message. So here I'll say print sorry, I don't know that. And then let's add an emoji. Okay, but in the else case, we would like to select one of them randomly. So here I'll say else, let's say print, and I will have an f string. I'll say check out, and then we would like to do something, right? So let's say they provide us an input called pop. We would like to select one of these values randomly. So I'll say random dot choice, and then we need to add a list. So how can we get this list if user put pop? And if they put rock, how can we get this list? So on and so forth. So let's see. We'll say genres, go inside, and whatever the choice is. So let's say user put pop. This will be equal to pop, genres.pop. This would give us this array, right? And from here, let me just put that. Okay, so from this list, from this array, we will select something randomly thanks to this module. Okay, so this is how that works. Let's try to save. I hope that makes sense. Now let's try to run this file. I am here right now in the root. We need to cd into this one and then run this file. Okay, so let's say we're gonna get rock. This is what we got. Let's do it once again. So every time we might get a different value. Then if I put something like pop, so once again it works, but if I went with a random string, it says, sorry, I don't know that. Okay, so this is the solution for this application. In this section, we will build a project that will generate names randomly. So here is how that works. We will run the application and it'll say, how many names do you want? I went with 3. And it will create 3 different random names. And here's how you can do it by yourself. You would create a list of first names and then a list of last names. You can put anything. So here I went with moon, and then like this is the first name, and then this is the last name. This is the first name, this is the last name. So it is like fantasy name generator. And then you would select something randomly from those lists and then put them as a one string. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to build it. I have created an empty folder. Once again, it has nothing inside. So let's try to have an array, let's say first parts, and we can basically put anything that we want. So here I'll put a bunch of different options like sky, we can say, you know, star, moon, sun, fire, so on and so forth. I'll just put once again or one more called ice. Then I'll duplicate that, and this will be the last parts. And instead of typing this out, I will provide this to you, or maybe just paste. Just like that, we have a list of a bunch of different names. Okay, then let's put a print statement with an emoji. Okay, now we'll like to get the count from the user. I'll say input, and we'll say how many names do you want, and add an empty space at the end. Then we'll say for I in range, because we'll be doing a for loop, and we'll say count, and this has to be an integer, I believe. So let's go ahead and wrap it with an int, just like that. Now we'll say, you know, get the first name. I'll say first, that will be random. We need to import that. Do we really need to import it? Yes, I believe so. So we'll say import random. Random.choice. We would like to choose something from the first parts, and then I'll duplicate that. This time we'd like to get it from the last parts, and I will call this as last. Then finally, let's concatenate it with a print statement. I'll say f string, we'll put the first, and without a space, we'll say last, just like that. And let's be a little bit more descriptive. I'll say first name, and let's say last name. Okay, so let's save and try to run this application. Once again, I will cd into that folder, which is this one that we have, and then try to run this file. Okay, so I'll say, you know, 3, this is what we got. Let's say 1, let's put 10. You can even like be crazy and go with 100, 1000, any number, it should work. And one more thing, we never use this I, right? You can call this anything, but if you are not using it, the convention is to use underscore, just like that. So this is something to keep in mind. And with that, that's gonna be it for this project as well. Now we're gonna build a program that will take a name and reverse it. So here is how that works. Once we run the application, it will say enter a name. Here I put John, and it says your reverse name is, you know, the reverse version of John. And in a parallel universe, they would call you, you know, this name. And here we can see we just, you know, reversed the capital one as well, right? Now N is capitalized, and this one is, you know, the smaller letter, right? And then this will be running in an infinite loop until you say no. Here it says try another one. I said yes. Here we go. And then once I say no, it'll just stop. So with this in mind, let's try to build it. I just created an empty folder that will have an empty file called app.py. Then let's shrink the left hand side and try to build it. Once again, I'll just put my print statement. Let's say my emoji as well as the reverse name generator, let's say, just like that. And since this will be running infinitely, we can say while true, then go inside, we'll get the name from the user. Oops, it should be lowercase. And I'll say input, let's say enter a name. Then I'd like to, you know, format this out bit. I'll put the new line just like this. And now we can say get the reversed underscore name, and here is how we can do it. We'll take the name and slice it, and we'll say -1. this would be reversed version of it. And I'll say print, let's put an if string, so your reversed name is, and then put the reversed name, just like that. Then I will duplicate this once again, and we'll put that second print statement. Here I'll say in a parallel universe, they call you, we'll take the reverse name, right? And we'll say just call the title method. And finally, we'll say answer. We'll like to ask them if they want to play once again or not. I'll put this \n, let's say try another name. And let's say yes or no. We'll say if answer is not equal to y, then we can break out of this application, right? Break out of this loop. So let's try to open up our terminal, cd into this folder, and try to run this file. Okay, I'll put John. This is what we got. Let's say yes. And here's the thing, if we don't really put anything, like it shouldn't really work, right? Let's try to add that case. Here I'll say if not name, right? If it is not being provided, we can break out of this loop. Let's try to kill this and run this once again. I'll not put anything, application stops. And then if we say, Jane, this is what we got, and let's say no, it stopped. So this is gonna be it for the solution, and I'll see you in the next project. Now we are gonna build an application that will count the vowels. If you don't know what a vowel is, basically A, E, I, O, U, these letters are called as vowels. So here in the hello text, we have two different vowels, right? One E and one O. And in every one, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. In total, this makes 6, and this is what we got. And this will be running in an infinite loop until we say quit. So here it says subscribe if you want, and this got 7 vowels. So with this in mind, let's try to build this application. I just have an empty folder, and I'll say app.py, and I'll actually give you two different solutions. One will be a little bit more simpler syntax, and the other one will be advanced Python syntax. So with that, let's say print and put the title of this project. And I'd like to add some emojis. I'll just go ahead and get, ABC. Let's copy it and put it at the end. Okay, so let's say while true, we would like to run this. We'll say get the text from the user. I'll say input. Let's put a \n and let's say enter some text, or just say quit. Just like this. Then what do we want to do? Let's first check if the text is equal to quit. So I'll say if text is equal to quit, then we would like to break out of this loop. Then we can maybe say, goodbye. I'll get an emoji, which will be this one. Okay, but now what happens if user put something like quit, all uppercase, or if they put something like this? We would like to, make that still work. So we'll say get the text and lowercase it so that we can make sure that it is exactly is equal to this quit. Then we can create a variable to keep track of how many vowels we find. So I'll say vowel count. By default, this will be 0, and we will count and increment that. So I'll say for letter in text, we'll say if letter is in this array. So if it is in A or E or I, we'll just put all of these. Then we'll like to say vowel count will be equal to, +1. But now what happens if user puts something like, hey everyone? These doesn't really count in this list, right? Because they are all uppercase. We have two different solutions. Either we would put the uppercase version of these, like uppercase A, uppercase E, so on and so forth, or we can take the text and lowercase it. This is a better option, I believe. Okay, and finally, we'll just put a print statement once we are done with our for loop. Once we increment that and the string is completed, we'll say, f string that text has vowel count vowels. Okay, let's try to run this application. First, we'll cd into this folder and then run this app. Okay, I'll just put hey, which has only one, and let's put hello. This has a 2. Let's say subscribe. This has, I believe, let's count 1, 2, and 3. And if I say quit, it'll just say goodbye. So this was the simpler syntax. Let me just say simple syntax. And let's do the exact same application with an advanced Python syntax. Here I'll go ahead and just say advanced syntax. Okay, first I will comment this out. And then let's say, we'll have a while loop. Once again, it'll say while true, we'll get the text. This is the exact same part. So I will copy it and paste it. Okay, just like this. Then here is the if statement. Once again, I will get that. Now you might be asking, this is the exact same thing. Well, that's true, but up until here. Now we'll say get the vowels. So this is the actual count. And here is what we'll be doing. We'll say sum plus for character and text dot lower. And then we'll say if the character is in one of these. We'll say A, and this should be character, not chat. A, E, I, O, U. So this definitely looks complicated, and if you ask me which solution would you come up with, I would definitely come up with this one. I would never be able to, remember this, but just to have it, I'd like to include it in the video. So here I'll say print. We'll basically get the exact same thing, but this will be called as vowels. Okay, let's try to run this application once again. Here I'll say, hey, we have 1, let's say hello, we have 2, and when we say quit, it'll quit. Okay, so this definitely looks complicated, but it works. Basically, we are looping through every single letter, and if it is in one of these, right, if it includes one of these, we will add 1, and at the end, we will sum all of these values. So this is how that works, and that's gonna be it for this application solution as well. Now let's build a coin flip game, and here is how that works. Once we run the application, it'll say guess heads or tails, and we need to put one of these, right? Here I just put heads, and it says the coin shows tails, sorry, wrong guess, and try again. Would you like to play again? I said yes. Then here is my, the input. Now I said tails, and it says the coin show tails. That means you guessed correctly. Then if you want to play again, I just said no. Here it says thanks for playing and goodbye. So it's relatively easier than you think. So you can pause the video, try to solve it. If you cannot, that's fine. We'll do it together. So I'll go here. I just created an empty folder with an empty file. Let's shrink the left hand side and try to build it. So first I'll get my module called random. If I can type correctly. Then we'll go inside. I'd like to put a print statement. And here I'll just say, coin flip. If I can type, I'll say coin flip game. And let's try to get an emoji just to make it a little bit more fun. And here is what I'll have. And then I'll just say one more print statement. Let's say guess heads or tails. If you'd like to, you can add more emojis, but this is what I'll be going with. Then let's say while true. We'd like to do a bunch of different things. So first things first, we'd like to get the guess. We'll say input. And let's say enter your guess. That's either heads or tails. Let's give a little bit of space, and also I'd like to add a \n so that it is looking clean in the terminal. And whatever they put, we'll like to take this and lowercase it, because if user put something like, tails in this unformatted way, still we'd like to count this as tails. So we're gonna get that value and lowercase it completely so that the application is working as expected. Then let's check if guess is valid or not. So I'll say if guess is not equal to heads, and if it is not equal to tails, we'll just say print an error. So here I'll say please enter heads or tails. And let's put some emojis just to make it fun. I'll go with this crow's mark. Okay, and since this has failed, right, we'll just say continue. And what this does, it goes back to the start of the loop. Okay, so whatever you have here, let's say we have a bunch of different code, it is not going to run this part. It'll say continue, just go back to the first line of this while loop, which is going to ask the input once again. So this is what continue does. I'd like to put a comment. Let's say what continue does. It goes back to the start of the loop. Okay, so if this is not the case, that means they put either heads or tails. We'd like to get a random choice. I'll say, either heads or tails, and I will say flip is equal to one of them. Then we'll say print. Let's say coin shows whatever the flip is, and this should be an F string, just like that. Say \n and maybe put in coin emoji. Okay, then we'll say if guess is equal to flip, that means player won, right? We'll say print you won. You guessed it correctly. And I'll just put in emoji just like this. Then in the else case, we'll just say sorry, and I'd like to get this else statement and put it just like that. And let's ask if they want to play again or not. We'll say again, and just get the entire line just like this, and let's unindent this so that it is working. So here we'll just say play again, either yes or no. We will take this, lowercase it, and we'll say if not again that starts with, if it doesn't start with y, then we'll just say goodbye. And then break out of this while loop. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. There isn't really anything complex in this code. Maybe you just learned about the continue, even though we have learned it in the loops section in the crash course, but this is just one more practice session. So let's open up the terminal, cd into this folder, and try to run this while. Okay, so I'll just say, something random. It says, please enter heads or tails. I'll say tails. It says coin shows heads, wrong guess. And why this is not formatted, maybe we can give a space like this and try to run this once again. I'll say tails. Okay, now once again we failed. Let's say yes. I'll say heads, and we just won. Everything works as expected. And with that, that's gonna be it for this application as well. Now we're gonna build a recipe generator app, and here is how that works. Once we run the application, we will get a random recipe. So here we have lemon baked tofu with spinach and quinoa. And if you would like to get one more, you would say yes, and this would go infinitely. Until you say no, the application will keep going, but once you say no, it'll just stop. And here is the structure that we're gonna have. First, we'll get the flavor, right? So here, lemon. then the method. It's either baked, roasted, grilled, so on and so forth. Then the protein, and we'll say with the veggie. And at the end, we'll put the carb, right? So this is the structure. And if you'd like to build it by yourself, you can pause the video, do it. And then I'd like to tell you one more thing. To be able to solve this, you need to create 5 different lists. One for proteins that you can put a bunch of different options as you wish. One for veggies, then carbs, methods, and flavors. Then you would select randomly from like in this order and put it in this kind of like a formatted syntax, right, in a print statement. And then with a while true loop, right, an infinite loop, this would be keep going until user says no. I hope that makes sense. Now let's try to build it. I have an empty folder and empty file as always. So I'll just say, let's put a print random recipe generator. And I'll be using the, let's say, I'll be using the module called random because we'll be doing some choices randomly. And here I will have a list called proteins. So instead of typing this out, like we can do so, but let's not waste any time. I'll go ahead and get this. We have proteins list, then we'll get a veggies list, then let's say carbs, methods, and finally the flavors. Okay, now that we have all of them, let's say while true, we would like to get a protein by using the random module, and let's say choice. So the list that we would like to choose from is the proteins. Then let's duplicate that. Now we'll have the veggie that will be chosen randomly. Okay, let's duplicate this a couple of times. 1, 2, and 3. This will be carb. Just like this, we will get it from the carbs list. Then let's say this will be from the method. And I think we just have flavor, right? And if you'd like to select both of them at the same time, like how did I make this work? Basically select this and press Ctrl D or Command D. Then it will select both, then you can type this out. And that was flavor. Okay, finally we'll just put a print statement. Let's say this will be an F string. Let's put a new line. I'll say your random recipe is this. We'll put the flavor first, then space, let's say method, then one more space, let's say protein with, we're gonna put the veggie and the carb. Okay, then what I'd like to do is check if user wants to play this forever, right? Or maybe one more time. So I'll just say if, let's first get the input from the user. I'll say new line, generate another one. And we'll say yes or no. And then I'd like to take this, convert it to be lowercase, and I'll say if it starts with y, and actually let's say if this does not starts with y, that means we would like to break out of this loop. And just before that, I'll say print goodbye. And let's put an emoji right here. Oops, what have I done? Okay, I'll just get an emoji. Let's say goodbye. Okay, now let's try to run this. I'll open up the terminal, cd into this folder, and run my application. So this is what we got. Let's try to say yes. So it just gives us a bunch of different options. And if I say no, it'll say goodbye, and that's going to be it for the entire application. So this is what I have as my solution. Let's build a color mixer application. Here is how that works. Once we run the application, we need to provide 2 different colors. So here I went with red and blue. Then here it says when you mix red and blue, you would get purple. I would like to play this once again. I just said yes. And if I go with white and red, when you mix those, you would get pink. and so on and so forth. This is what we'll be doing. Once we say no, the application will stop. Just to give you a hint, this is how you can solve this. If you'd like to try this, you need to create a dictionary. This is the name that I came up with, called color mixes. And for the keys, you would put the colors. So let's say we have red and blue. The value will be purple. So this is exactly what we'll have. Then a bunch of different key value pairs for the colors and the mix. Okay, so let's try to build it. As always, I have an empty folder with an empty file. Let's try to build it now. I'll put the print with an emoji, which will be our name of the application. Let's say color mixer. Then I'll go ahead, try to create this dictionary. I'll say color mixes. Then we'll put the key value pairs. So I'll have red and blue, which is equal to purple. And if you have realized, our key is a tuple, right? Because they have two different values, and this is a perfect use case to use tuples in our code. I will go ahead and duplicate this a couple of times. Let's say if we put red and yellow, we would get orange. And we would get green if we put yellow and blue. Let's do the same thing for this one. If we put blue and green, we would get teal. We would get pink if we take the red and white. We would get red and green to have an output of brown. So these are the mixes. Let's save to get this formatting. Now let's try to say while true and get the colors. So I'll say color 1, which will be an input from the user. Let's say add a new line and enter first color. I'd like to take this and lowercase it and duplicate this one. I'll say enter the second color. We don't really need to add a new line. Let's say color 2. Then we'll say mix. Initially it'll be none. And this is a value that we can use if you'd like to have something to have a none value. And we'll say if something is in the color mixes, and that something will be our colors, right? The key. We'll say color 1 and color 2. In this case, we would like to have the mix as the value. We'll say color mixes and put this key, which will be color 1 and color 2. Okay, now later in the video, just in a couple of minutes, we'll add one optimization here. But for now, let's just have it as a to-do. Okay, so here I'll say if mix existed. So if mix has a value, we can, print something. I'll say f when you mix color 1 and color 2, you get this mix. So whatever that is. Then in the else case, we'll say, dude, I don't know that. I don't know what those colors make when mixed. Okay, then finally, let's say, let's check if they want to play this again or not. I'll say input, add a new line, just like this, mix. Okay, if I can type correctly, let's say mix more colors, either yes or no. And I'll take this, lowercase it, and I'll say if this does not starts with y, that means we'll just say print of goodbye. And I don't know why this is having some lags, but that's fine. We'll say goodbye and break. Okay, let's save and try to run this file. Looks pretty simple, right? So I'll open up the terminal, cd into this folder called 13 color mixer, and say, run this file. Oops, I have a typo. Let's say app.py. So I'll put the red as my first color, and then I'll put blue, which should give me purple. So that's fine. Let's say yes. Once again, I'd like to play. But now if I put blue and red, it should give me purple, right? It's still the same thing. But no, it says I don't know what those colors make when mixed, which is not really something that we want. So instead, we would like to add this optimization. So I'll say else if or elif something is in color mixes. And in this case, this something will be color 1 and color 2, but in the reversed order. So color 2 and color 1. So we'll basically get the exact same thing as we have above, but we will change the order. I'll say color 2 and color 1. Now this should work. Let's save, run this app. Here, once again, I'll put the blue first, and at red, we got the purple. Now it doesn't really care if you put this one first or this one. Now let's do let's say yes, and this time go with blue and green. We should be able to get the teal. Here we can see. But now there is one more problem. I'll say let's play once again. Jeez, I cannot talk. I'll say blue, and if I add a space, this doesn't really care. It doesn't really understand if this is blue or not. So I will put blue and yellow. I'll say blue, and notice how this has an extra space. And I'll say yellow. It'll say I don't know, which is something that we don't really want. If user puts, let's say if user puts red and add a bunch of different spaces, we don't really want to care about those spaces, right? And the solution for this to use a method called strip. Let's do the same thing for this one. So just to let you know, if you put something like red, let me put it like this. If we have red with a bunch of different spaces, this will be converted to red. So these would be stripped out, right? Okay, let's save and try to run this once again. I'll say red, add a bunch of different spaces, and I'll add the green. It should give me a brown, right? This is what we got without any issues. So these are the two different optimizations that we have just added. The first one was this else check, and then the strip method. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, and this is the entire solution for this project. Now let's build a game where we have to guess the word, and here is how that works. Once we run the application, they will give us a letter, or they would give us a word that has been shuffled, that has been scrambled, and they say, can you guess it? Here I just said, I think it is learn, and seems like it is correct. Then I want to play this once again, and here is the scrambled word. I said this would be Python, looks like it is correct. And then I put something wrong for the learn. I just said for real. They said no, sorry, the word was learn. And once you say no, I don't want to play again, they'll just say thanks for playing and goodbye. Okay, so this is the application. If you want to pause the video and build it by yourself, then watch my solution. And just to let you know, for the last 30 minutes, I have been recording 3 different projects. Then I just realized my microphone was turned off. So it's kind of annoying, but I think we have to record it all over again. So here we go. This is the folder that I have with an empty file. Let's try to build it. I'll say maybe just have my print statements above, and I'll get my import. Let's say import the random module, we'll be using it. Then I'll say guess the word, unscramble the letters to find the word. I'll create a list of words. You can put a bunch of different ones, but I'll go with, I think, 5 or 6. Let's say Python, we'll have coding, we'll have game, let's say computer, we'll have fun, and finally, let's say we'll have learn. And I'll say while true, I'd like to run this again and again. Let's try to get a word randomly. I'll say original word, and we'll be using the random module with the choice method. We'll choose something from the words randomly. Now, how can we make this work? Now, let's imagine the original word is this game string. We would like to take this, convert this to be a list. So I'll just say G, A, M, and E. Then we'll like to take this and shuffle it, right? So let's say it would be, I'll copy it first. Let's say A would be here and G would be here. Now this has been shuffled. And now that this has been shuffled, we are going to take this, finally convert it to be a string like AGEM, or maybe AGME, right? So we take this list and convert it to be a string. Here we go. So we have 3 different steps. Take the word, take the string, convert it to be a list. That was the first step. Then shuffle it. That was the second step. Then converted this to be a string, which was the very last step. So let's try to do it. I'll say letters, and we'll say list, take the original word and make it to be a list. And then we'll say random dot shuffle this letters. Finally, we'll like to join this into a string called scrambled. And we can use the join method with an empty string. We'll say join the letters. This will basically take the list and convert it to be the string version of it. And we'll say print an f string with a new line. I'll say scrambled word is whatever this scrambled is above. Then let's get the player's guess. Say guess input what's the word. I'll take this and lowercase it. Let's put an emoji just to make it fun. I'll say thinking. We'll say if guess is equal to the scrambled, or sorry, if it is equal to the original word, we'll say print congrats, you win. Let's put an emoji just to make it fun. Okay, in the else case, we'll say sorry, the word was, whatever the original word is, just like that. Then finally, I'll just ask if they want to play again or not. So here I'll say again. And this should be indented, just like that. Play again. Let's say yes or no. Take the value, lowercase it, and say if not again starts with y. So if again does not start with y, that means we can just break and say goodbye. Here we go. Let's save and try to test this out. I'll cd into the 14th folder, Python 3 app.py. Okay, so we got the game. I'll say game. Congrats, we won. Let's say yes. It's fun, but I'll put the wrong version. Let's say, something random. Sorry, the word was fun. Let's play once again. Let's just say Python. It works. I'll say no. And they say goodbye. So this is the entire application. I think it's pretty fun. It was pretty fun, and I'll see you in the next one. So let's build a game where we have to guess a number between 1 and 100, and we only have 10 attempts. So attempt 1 starts where we have to enter our guess. So I just said, is it 50? They say, no, it is too high, try a lower number. Then I said, okay, let's go with 25. They say, no, this is still too high, put a lower number. Might put 12, it's too low, just put a higher number, so on and so forth until we find the number. So it is 18. They say congrats, you guessed the number, it was 18, and you did it in 7 attempts. So this is the entire logic, and if you are not able to find it, they'll say sorry, the number was 18, try again. And I'd like to give you a quick introduction. So how can you do this in the most optimal way? So here we have a spectrum between 1 and 100. Let's say the computer guessed 18 and we'd like to find it. So what is the best way to find it in the shortest way possible? So we need to always go with the middle value. So I'll just say, is it 50? They say, no, this is too high. Okay, that means the value is on the left hand side. So we're going to go with the middle value again, which is 25. And they'll say, no, this is too high. That means, okay, it is in this range, right? And I'll say, get the middle value, which is, I believe, 12. then they say, no, this is too low. Our number is between like here. We'll get, okay, maybe is it 18? And they'll say, yes, congrats. So this is the logic if you would like to go in the most optimal way. So, okay, with this in mind, let's go visit VS Code. I have an empty folder and file. This is where we will put our solution, the app.py file. So to get started, I will get my import, which will be the random module, and I'll put a welcome message to the user. You can change these values, but I'd say just follow along with me so that we can have the exact same code base. Okay, so let's say while true, we would like to do something. And instead of doing this while true, we can have a variable as well. So I'll do it in this way. I'll say playing will be equal to true, and it will say while playing. Okay, not while, it'll be while playing. We would like to do something. So this is a different variation that I wanted to show you in this tutorial so that when you see something like this in a different code base, you don't really get confused. Okay, let's try to get a secret number randomly. We can use random.randint between 1 and 100, and they are included. I'll say attempts. This is the number of attempts that user has. Let's say attempts is going to be equal to 0 initially, and the maximum attempts will be equal to, let's say, 10. Then we'll just check if game is over or not. I'll say game over. Initially it'll be false because we are just getting started. We'll say while attempts is less than maximum attempts, and if game is not over, that means we would like to get inputs from the user. And I'll be using try and except block. I just realized we haven't been using it so far. We'll learn about it, but we never used it. So here in the try, I'll say guess, which is going to be the input that we're going to take from the user. And since it'll be a number, I'd like to wrap it with an int, because by default input would return you a string. And I'll put an f string. Let's get an emoji just to make it fun. I'll say bullseye. Let's say attempt, whatever the attempt is, plus 1, because we are starting with 0 every time. Like we need to add plus 1, right? Then here we'll say divided. So what are we trying to do? Let me show you. So this is the part that we are trying to add. So you have 10 attempts, and this is the current that you have. It'll always be incremented. Since we are starting with 0, we have to add plus 1 right here. So let's say maximum attempts, enter your guess, and extra space. So let's say they put they didn't put a number, right? Let's say they put something like this. Then it'll hit the exact block with a value error. Then we'll take that, we'll say print, please, maybe just add an emoji just to make it fun. I'll put this cross, I'll say please enter a valid number. And then we'd like to say continue, because we would like to go into this try block once again and ask for an input. Okay, then outside of this try and except block, we would like to increment the number of attempts by plus 1. Then we'll say if guess is less than the secret number, we'll say too low. And I'd like to put an emoji. Let's say chart down, decreasing. So I'll say too low, please try a higher number. And let's put one more emoji just to make it fun. Let's say up, just like that. And I'll say if the guess is greater than the secret number, we'll basically do something similar. Let's duplicate that. Let's say too high. Update the emoji. Try a lower number. And update the emoji as well. Okay, and finally, in the else case, if it is not greater, if it is not less, then that means they found the number. I'll put a print statement that will be formatted with an f string. Let's put the congratulations emoji. You guessed the number which was the secret number, in this amount of attempts. And then since they found the solution, they found the number, we'll say game over now is equal to true. Game has just ended. Then we'll go below this else. We'll just tell the player how many attempts are left. We'll say if attempts are less than the maximum attempts and game is still not over, we would like to say print an F string. I'll say you have maximum attempts minus your current attempts left. And let's put an emoji. I'll say send, just like that. Okay, so now that's gonna be it for this while loop. The application has not been completed yet. So what happens if they exceed the number of attempts and they couldn't find it? They will go outside of this while loop, because now attempts, let's say it is 11, which is not less than maximum attempts, which is 10, right? So what I'm trying to say, if user tried to find the number in 11 attempts, this is not equal to true, and we are going to go outside of the while loop, which is going to be here, right, in this exact same level. We'll say if I'll say if not game over yet, we'll say but print this game over, right? So if game is not over yet, and if we are not in the while loop, that means the game has just like game over. The number was secret number. And let's put a crying emoji. Let's say get this one. And then we'll go below to the if check and we'll just ask if they want to play again or not. I'll say play again, get the input from the user, but I'm just super lazy to type this out. I'll say play again. Would you like to play again? Which is yes or no. Take it, lowercase it. I'll say if play again starts with, oops, if I can type, let's say if it starts with Y, what do we want to do? We'll say new game starting. Say print new game starting and put 3 dots. Let's go into the new line, capitalize this one, and in the else case we can say, you know, goodbye or thanks for playing, whatever. Put an emoji and we'll say the playing will be equal to false, which was the variable that we have created at the very beginning of this project, right? So if it is equal to false, application will stop working. So this is the entire code, right? This is what we have done. Let's try to run this just to check if it is working or not. Okay, so we have 10 different attempts. I'll go with 50. It's too low, let's say 75. Still too low, let's say maybe 85. It's still too low, let's say maybe 94. It's too high, so that means it is between 85 and 94. Let's go with maybe 90. It's still too low, that means it's between 91 and 93, I believe, right? Let's say 92. It's still too low, okay, then it's 93. There we go. So it is exactly how we expect it to be. If we say yes, this should be working once again. New game started. Now I'll go with, I'll try to lose the game. I'll put from 1 to 10. I'll say 8, 9, 10. Game over. The number was 96. And we don't want to play this again. I'll say no, goodbye. And goodbye to you as well. I'll see you in the next project. Well, just before I say goodbye, I'd like to walk you through this code once again. I'll zoom out once so that we can see it clearly. Okay, so while playing is equal to true, we would like to have a secret number that is generated randomly. Then we will have our attempts. Currently it is 0 because we are just getting started, and our maximum attempts is equal to 10. Game is not over, we are just getting started. And while this is true, we would like to ask an input from the user. So what is this case? While attempts is less than the maximum attempts and game is not over, we would like to get a guess from the user. And every single time we will increment it by 1, and we will say either it is too low or too high. Or we'll say, congrats, you guessed the number and the game is over now. And we'll also say how many numbers or how many attempts you left. So if this while is not true and if game is still not over, we just need to end the game. We'll say game over because you couldn't find the solution. And then we'll ask if they want to play again or not. Depending on this, we will update the variable. So this is the entire logic. I hope it is clean to understand. Let's build a timer application. Once we start the application, we need to enter seconds to count down from. Here I went with 5, and they say starting countdown from 5 seconds. And here is how that works. First, they'll say 5 seconds remaining, and this will wait for a second. Then we will see this line. Then we'll wait for a second. Then we'll see this one, so on and so forth until it ended. Then I'll say countdown completed. Would you like to do it again? If I say no, I'll say thanks for using the countdown timer. Okay, so this is the entire logic. There's just one thing that I'd like to mention. If you'd like to build this, you might want to use the time module with the sleep method. If you put 1, it'll wait for a second before it run the next line. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind. So let's go ahead and try to build it. As always, I just have an empty folder with an empty file called app.py. So I'll get my import, my module called time. Then I'd like to put a welcome message by putting the application name, and I'll say countdown from your chosen seconds. I'd like this to be a while true loop, basically an infinite loop. And then I'll get the seconds to count down from. I'll say seconds, which will be the input. And since this will be a number, I'll wrap this with the int because we'll do some checks. I'll say new line, and let's put a thinking emoji. I'll say enter seconds to count down from. Then we'll go below. I'll just say print, an f string. I'll say starting countdown from this seconds. This is the value, and I'll put a string of seconds. Then let's put an emoji just to make it a little bit more fun. Let's go with the sand, just like that. And then I'll just try to, create a countdown loop. And we'll be using for loop. I'll say for I in range. We would like to start with the seconds. Let's say it is 5. We'll go all the way up to 0, but 0 is not included. And we'll go, the decrementer will be -1. This step is -1. And we'll say print an f string like this. We'll say, I seconds remaining. ... Okay, so they'll start with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Just before we run the next iteration, I'll say time.sleep. We'd like to sleep for a second. And you'll see this just in a second. Once the countdown is completed, we can add this print statement. Just like that, make sure it is outside of the for loop. And then we can ask if they want to play it again or not. Here, I'll go ahead, add this check, say, again, do you want to, play again? Take the lowercase, and I'll say if not, again, starts with Y, then we'll say, goodbye. Okay, just like that. Then we'd like to break out of this loop. Now let's save. There are a couple of different optimizations that we'll be doing, but for now, this should be working. cd into here and try to run this app. Let's put 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. 0 is not included, just notice that. I'll say yes. We can go with 10. It'll just be working. Okay, I'll kill this. Now there is one optimization that we can add. What happens if I put something like -5? It already says, it's completed, but I'd like to just throw some errors. So here I'd like to first validate my input. So let's say validate input. So these are the things that you would like to check when you're building application. And by default, you might not be able to think about this, but as you build more and more, or as you test the application, you'll encounter this kind of issues where you'd like to say, okay, I need an if statement, so let me just add that. So I'll say print. I'll add an emoji just to make it fun. Let's go with this one. Let's say, please enter a positive number. And we'll say continue, so that it doesn't really go into the next line. Instead, this continue will take us to here where we need to put a positive value. And what happens if user puts a string? We are going to get a value error. Let's try to handle that case as well. If everything went successfully, we would like to run it under the try. But if we got any errors, it's going to hit this except block with the value error. In this case, I'll say print. Maybe I'll just get this entire thing. I'll say, please enter a number. Let me just zoom out so that we can see it in one entire picture. Here we go. We have the try and except blocks. Everything has been indented here. Let's try this once again. I'll say, ASD, please enter a number, and application didn't really crash. It asks us once again. I'll say -5. Please enter a positive number. I'll put 5. Everything is working as expected. Okay, so just to make it a little bit more fun, I will add this emoji. Let's say clock and a space. Okay. And we need to kill the application to be able to see the output, but you get the point. Here we go. This is the entire application. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Let's build a simple calculator that has 4 different operations, which are addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So here's how that works. Once we run the application, we can enter a choice between 1 to 4. And here I went with the addition. We'll just put 2 different numbers. I went with 10 and 15. This is the result. Do I want to do more? Yes. So let's go ahead and do it. Until we say no, the application will keep working. So this is the general idea. If you would like to pause the video, you can do so and build it. If you can't, then you can watch my solution. Alright, so I'd like to create a couple of different functions that will be really helpful. So the first one will be, let's say, define the add function, where we will take 2 different values. So I'll just say x and y. You can call them anything like a and b, number 1 and number 2, but just to keep it simple, I'll say x and y. All we have to do is just return x plus y from this function. And I'll create one more function called called subtract. Let's define this with x and y. Return x minus y. I'd like to duplicate this twice. Let's say this will be multiply, where we'll get the x multiplied by y. And then let's say we're gonna have divide. We'll get x and y, we'll divide x by y and return the result. Now there's one thing that we should keep in mind. In math, you cannot really divide a number with a 0. So this would give you a division error. And let's try to check for it. This is an edge case. I'll say if y is equal to 0, then we'll say return an error where we'll say division by 0 is not allowed, dummy. Okay, okay, let's just be a little bit kind. I'll say it's not allowed. Then, like, these are all the functions that we would need for our simple calculator. If you'd like to, you can create a bunch of different functions, but I'll just keep it simple, just like that. Then we'll have a main function where we'll be doing the actual, the actual logic, where we'll get the input and call these functions. So for now, I'll say pass, so don't do anything. And when we start this application, all we want to do, just run the main function. So this is what we are doing. We are defining the function and we are running it. Okay, now let's build the actual logic. So first, I'd like to put these print statements, right? So I'll just put those. And instead of typing this out, I think I can copy and paste, provide this to you. So there is no need to waste time. So we got the print statement for all of these. Then I'll just try to get an input from the user. Let's save to get this formatting. Then I'll say while true, we'll say get the choice from the user. I'll say input. Let's add a new line. Enter choice, either 1, 2, 3, or 4, between one of these. Then we'll go below and we'll just check if the input is valid. So if they put something like 5, we'll say this is not valid. I'll say if choice is in, or let's actually say if it is not in these values. So if it is not 1, if it is not 2, if it is not 3, or if it is not 4, then we'll like to say print invalid input. Please enter a number between 1 and 4. Okay. But in the else case, that means it is a valid input. We can just break out of this while loop. Then we'll go below. We'll like to get user input for the two numbers. So I'll say number 1. We'll say, get the input. And this could be a, let's say, a value with an extra digit, a floated number, right? So we'll say wrap this with the float. Convert this to be a float. By default, it is type of string. And I'll say enter first number. Let's duplicate that. Let's say enter, let's say second number. And I'll say number 2. Now what happens if user put a string for these? So let's handle that. I'll have a try and except block. We're going to wrap it. Let's say except. We got a value error. We'll say print error and put an emoji maybe. Please enter a valid number, or let's say please enter valid numbers. Then we'd like to return out of this function. Next, we would like to perform the selected operation. So I'll say if choice is equal to 1, we would like to call our add function. So I'll say print, put an add string. We'll say add a new line just to have a better output. We'll say number 1 plus, all right, actually like this. We'll say number 1 plus number 2 is equal to, we're going to call the method called add, and we'll add our values, which are number 1 and number 2. This will give us the actual, the actual output. Then we can duplicate this. This is what I'll be doing. Just duplicate this 2 times or maybe 4. We'll just check for the other options. If choice is 2, 3, or 4. If it is 2, we'll like to do the subtractions. We'll say number 1 minus number 2 is equal to whatever the value is. Then let's say division, or maybe I'll go with the multiply, right? The multiplication. I'll say call this method, then divide. Just like that. And instead of calling them if, we can say else if. Okay, then As always, we can ask if user wants to play again or not. I'll say again, put an input. Since we have done this multiple times, I'll just go ahead, copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time. So I have an input. Do you want to perform another calculation? Yes or no? We'll say if again starts with y, and actually let's say if it is not starting with y, we'll say break, and maybe we can just say, I don't know, let's say print goodbye. And we don't need to say break because we are not in a while loop, right? This is a while loop, but we are not in it. So we are in the function. So we don't really need to put break, but we'll go into the else. We'll say, so here I think I'll just say return. In the else case, we'll just say call the main function once again because they want to play it, right? So I think that's gonna be it for the entire function. Let's try to open up the terminal, cd into this folder, and run that. Let's say addition. I'll go with 10 and 15. We got 25. Let's say yes. I'd like to go with subtraction. I'll say 25 minus 10. We got 15. Now I'll just say yes once again, and I'll try to put not a valid number. I put a string, it says invalid input. So as you can tell, it would work in this option as well. It says error, please enter valid numbers. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for the entire application. It works without any issues, and this is the entire code that we have written. Okay, so I'll see you in the next project. Now we are going to build an application where we need to find a related word. So here is how this application will work. Once we run the app, they will say respond with a related word as quickly as possible. And here is the word, which is a tree. Be quick, type a word related to this prompt. And my answer was leaf. And I responded this in 1.4 seconds, which will be roughly 1, okay? So whatever we see here, we will take the first part, okay? So that's gonna be like 1 second. Then we got 4 points. And here is the math. We'll always say 5 minus the response time, okay? So let's say response time. 5 minus 1 is equal to 4, so I got 4 points. But what happens if I answered this in 6 seconds or 8 seconds? So I'll just say, 5 minus 6, let's type this out, we would get -1. But we don't really want to add a -1 point. So at minimum, I'll take 1. So if we got something like this, we'll say, no, we don't really want to get this. At minimum, we'll like to add +1 point. So there's an example for that. Here I answered it in 8 seconds and still I got 1 point. Okay, so this is another example, as you can tell, and this is always running in a for loop, right? I mean in an infinite loop. So you can pause the video, take a look at the entire example. It's the exact same thing basically, a couple of times until you say no. The application would be keep going. Okay, so this is the project that we're gonna build, and if you'd like to get a hint, this is the hint that I'll give you. We are going to create a dictionary called word pairs, and these are the prompts that we'll have. So from sky to water all the way up to dog, and then they all have some related words under a list. So if user put something like, if they got sky, they need to put one of these words. And if they don't, we'll throw some errors. We'll say this is not really the case. So keep this in mind and let's get into it. So I am in VS Code. I have created an empty folder as well as an empty file called app.py. Now let's go ahead and try to build it. So first I'll get my modules, which will be the random as well as the time. Then we would like to create that word pairs dictionary. So the key will be the prompt and the value will be the related words list. So here is what I'll have, sky, and these are the related words. Then we'll have water and a couple of different ones that I have. If you'd like to expand this, you can definitely do it, but I'll leave it here. Then we would like to put a print statement just to introduce our application. Then I'll have two different variables. One called the score, right? This will be the current score that user will have at the end of this game. Then the number of rounds, because we would like to display it. Then I'll say while true, we would like to run the application until user says stop. And here in this section, I am going with the Control-Z format. I think this is how we can go faster instead of me typing everything, letter by letter. Okay, so the first thing we would like to do, just select a random word, get a prompt randomly. So maybe we would get the music, book, tree, sky, whatever that is. So we'll be using the random method. We'll say prompt is equal to random.choice, and we would like to get the keys. Okay, so this will give us a list with the keys, right? It'll include all of them, and we would like to choose something randomly. Then we would like to get the related words depending on the prompt. So now we got the list, let's say this will be that list. Then we'll put two different print statements. We will say here is the prompt, and just come up with a related word. Then let's try to calculate the response time, and here is how we can do it. We will first get the current time by using the time module, and then we'll be using a method with a strip. So basically we are trying to get the user input, lowercase it, and strip out the empty spaces. If user types hello, it'll be converted to just hello. Here we have spaces, but you get the point. This will get rid of those spaces. Then we would like to calculate the response time, which will be now minus start time. This will give us the entire response time. Then we would like to display it. This is an example output. I just wanted to add it for you to see. Then we would like to check if the response is a related word. I'll say if response is in this list, we would like to calculate the points. So we'll say either 1 or 5 minus the response time. So if this is equal to 0, we would like to at least give 1 point, right? So this is how it'll work. Let's say 5 minus 5, this will be 0, 1 or 0. Which one is maximum? 1. So the point will be 1. I hope that makes sense. Then we'll increment the score with the point. Okay, then what do we want to do? Just print something to the terminal. Then we'll say else, not a common association. And we would like to display all the related words. So we will take this as a list and we will convert it to be a string. Then finally, we would like to ask, or maybe just increment the number of rounds. Then we'll say, do you want to play again or no? If it starts with N, that means they don't want to play, and we'll just say goodbye and break out of this application. So this is around 50 lines of code. I think there is nothing complicated. We are just going, step by step, and everything should be working as expected. I'll open up the terminal. Let's cd into this folder and run the application. Okay, so it says book. Let's find a related word that we have in the list. I'll say read. It took us about 6 seconds, so we just got only 1 point. Now I'll try to just be a little bit faster. I'll say, let's play it. I'll say yes, music, let's say song. There we go. I answered in 2 seconds and we got 3 points. Let's play it once again. I'll say yes, it is music. I'll just say song. Okay, so everything is working as expected. Now I'll try to come up with a wrong answer. I'll say yes, and I'll just put something random, not a common association, and here's your current score. And I'll just say, no, I don't want to play this again. This is the final score, which is 8. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this entire application. And here is the entire code that we have written. So in this section, we're gonna build a game called Memory Sequence, and let me pretty quickly give you a demo. It's really hard for me to display it on an image, so I will grab my second terminal and we would like to run the app live. I'll say app.py, run this application, and here is how that works. First, we're gonna get a number and we need to type it back. And every single round, the amount of those numbers will increment. So it'll be a sequence. Let's try to press enter and get app going. So we just got 6 and let's put the answer. So this is our very first round. Now we'll get two numbers, which are 6 and 8. So I'll put 6 and 8. Correct. Now the round 3 started. 6, 8, and then one more thing, which is 6. So this is the general idea. Every single time this application will get harder and harder because we will have a lot of different numbers as the rounds increased, right? And I want you to notice something. Whenever we give an answer, the screen will be cleared and we have some delays, right? We got 6, we got 8, some delay, something else, some delay, something else. So these are the things that you would like to keep in mind. Now I'll put a wrong answer. Do we want to play again? Let's say no. Thanks for playing. Okay, so let's keep everything in mind about this application and try to build it here on this folder and in this file. So this is what I have. Let's shrink the left hand side and get started with our app. So first I'd like to get my modules, which are going to be random, time, and OS. So I will have a function first, which is going to be called as clear screen. And what this does, basically, it is going to clear the terminal. So if you're on Mac, you can say clear and the screen will be cleared. But if you're on Windows, let's say you have something in the terminal, you can say CLS and it will clear the screen. But once again, I am on Mac, so I'll be using clear. But how can we make this to be dynamic depending on the operating system? So we can say os.system, go ahead and run CLS if OS name is equal to NT. So this will be in the Windows case. But else, if it is on Mac or Linux, we would like to run the clear command in the terminal. So this is the function, and if you would like to add a description, you can put 3 quotes, open and close, then add your description, your comment. Clear the terminal screen. So this is what this function does. Then I'll put a couple of different print statements that we have right here. So I'll just put the name of the game, some rules, and then we will say press enter to get started. For this, we'll be using the input function. So let's go one by one. We will have this print as well as one more that says remember the sequence and type it back. Then we got some rules. So instead of typing this out, I will paste it because it is just basic string. Then we would like to get an input from the user. I'll say input, press enter to start. And we don't really need to store this in a variable because we will never be using it. This is just to get the application going. Then I will have a couple of different variables. The first one will be, let's say, sequence. And this will start it as an empty list. And every single next round, we'll like to push something into this, right? So let's say in the first round, we'll get a digit. In the next round, we'll get something else, so on and so forth. But at the beginning, it'll be empty. Then we'll keep track of the current round. We are just getting started. It'll be 1 and the game over will be equal to false. Once the game is ended, this will be true. And while, let's say, game is not over, we would like to run the application again and again because they might want to play it by saying yes. So I'll get a random number and append it to the list. I'll say random, not raise. Let's say random.randint between 1 and 9 included, right? Then we would like to display the current round. First, I will clear my screen. Let's give a little bit spaces. And then I will say print. Let's call the method, put an f string. I'll give a new line. and just add some equal signs to make it fun. I'll say round, whatever the current round is. Okay, then I will say one more print. Remember this sequence of whatever the length is. So I'll say length, sequence, numbers. So this is exactly what we'll have in the terminal. Then we would like to show the sequence one by one. For this, we can use a for loop. So I'll say for num in sequence, and let's actually just say number like this, sequence. Okay, just before we say print the number, I would like to give a little bit of delay. I'll say time.sleep. You can go with 1 or 0.5 or 0. Anything. I'll go with 7. Then I'll put an f string. I will get the number and display it. And let's add a new line so that it looks a little bit better. Then I'll just call this method once again, and then we would like to clear the screen. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the for loop. Then we would like to ask player to repeat the sequence, right? So outside of this for loop, I'll say print, let's say new line, now repeat the sequence by typing each number that are separated by spaces. Okay, after this we'll say player answer, which will be equal to the input method. Okay, so we're gonna get the player answer. Now there is something to keep in mind when user gives an answer. So I'll just put a comment. Let's say they put 3, 6, and 1. Let's say this is the sequence. Since they put it as a separated spaces, right? So let me give you a example. So this is what they give, right? And we would like to take this and convert it to be a list. So this is what we have as a string, right? I'd like to take this and put it as like this. So I'll say 3, 6, and 1. And how can we get a string and convert it to be an array like this? We can use the split method. So I'll say first have a try and except block. Here I'll say if the value error, we'll like to handle this. Let's say print, please enter numbers only. And I'll add an emoji. So we'll just get there in a second. First, let's handle the try. I'll say player sequence, which will be a list. And we would like to convert each of these values to be an integer. So I'll say int, put the number in it. But what is this number? It is not defined. So let's say for num in player answer dot split. So this is the method that we have talked about it in the crash course, and now I think this is a great time to practice it, right? And I think that's what I said. I said we'll be talking about this method later in the video, and this is exact point. Okay, so once again, we got an input that is separated by spaces, and it is a type of string. So we'll be using the split method to convert it to be a list. But now they are strings, so we just take them and convert it to be int, right? So this is what we had. We take that and convert it to something like this. So basically the integer version of it. I just saved to get this formatting, and then in the except block, if they put a wrong value, we'll say game over will be equal to true, and we'll say continue, which will take us to the beginning of the while loop, and here we'll determine game is over, so it's not going to run this again. Okay, after the try and except block, we would like to do something else, which is going to be to check if user put the correct answer or not. So I'll say if player sequence is equal to the sequence that we had. In this case, we can put a congrats message. I'll get an emoji, right here. say congrats, you remembered all these numbers. Let's say length of the sequence numbers. And then we can increment the current round by 1. And we can add some delay, like a 2 seconds, right? Then I'll say else. We'll say game is over. I'll say print f. And let's add an emoji just to make it fun. You remembered. I will basically copy all this, but there is one thing to keep in mind. We'll basically say current round minus 1 because they just failed the current round, right? So we will just decrement it by 1. Then I'll put one more print statement to display the actual sequence. So I'll say printf, the correct sequence was, and here it comes. We'll say open up an empty string because we'll be joining this with the number that is coming from the sequence list. And this is type of int. I'll just say wrap it with a string. Let's save. We're gonna get this formatting, and at the end we'd like to ask if they want to play this game again or not. I will go outside of this if check, right? So we're in the exact same order. I'll say if game is over, we'll say play again. Ask for an input. I'll say play again, yes or no. We're gonna get the answer, and let's lowercase that. And I will add a new line just like this. I'll say if play again starts with y, which means they want to play again. But in the else case, for now let's say pass. But in the else case, that means they don't really want to play again. So I'll say print, thanks for playing. Okay, but here, what do we want to do? Since game will start from scratch, we'll say sequence will be an empty list. Then we'll say current round will be 1. And then we'll say game over is equal to false. Okay, let's save and get started with it. I will cd into this folder and run the application. Let's start. We got 9. Let's put it. There are some delays. We got 9 and 7. Okay, so it looks like everything is working correctly. Now I'll try to fail. Okay, so for some reason it did not fail. Let's see why this is the case. There must be something wrong in our code. So after debugging a bit, I have realized in this else statement, we are forgetting this line, which is game over is equal to true. So this is something that we need to add, because if user could not hit this if check, that means they failed, and we would like to say game is over. Okay, that was something that I forgot. Now let's try to run this app and try to fail. We got 6, I'll put 5, game is over. But let's try to play once again. Let's put the correct one, and let's even do the second round just to make sure that everything is working as expected. So I put 5 and 6, congrats, and now I'll try to fail on purpose. Okay, game is over, we don't really want to play again. I'll say no, and it'll say goodbye. Okay, so this is the entire code that we have written for this project. Now let's build one of the most popular games out there, which is called Rock, Paper, Scissors. I know that 99% of you guys already know this, but just in case if there is someone that doesn't really know, let's try to explain it pretty quickly. So we have 3 different cases. Rock versus, let's get started. Paper versus rock. In this case, paper wins. And then rock versus scissors, rock wins. And same for this case, as you can tell, the scissors will win. And in our application, whoever gets the third rounds first will be the champion. So here is how this will work. Once we run the application, this is going to be the welcoming message that we'll have with the rules. So rock crushes scissors, scissors cuts paper, and paper covers rock. And first to win 3 rounds is the champion. So first, the round 1 will start. And here is the score, you and computer. So this will be selected randomly, but you will do your own choice. So here is my choice. I went with 1, which is rock, and then computer choose paper. And this is what we got. Now computer wins. Round 2 will get started. So you'll do the same thing again and again until anyone hit 3. Okay, and if you hit 3, you can say, like, you can show something in the terminal that says congratulations, you won. But if computer gets 3, you would say maybe, next time, so on and so forth. If you'd like to pause the video, you can do so, but this will be a little bit hard. As you can see, there is a lot of different things that we need to do. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead, visit VS Code. I have an empty folder as always. Let's create a file called app.py. Then we would like to get started with it. So first, I'd like to mention that this project will be completely based off of functions. So what does that mean? Like, we're gonna have a function called play the game. Then we would like to create one that says get user choice and then get computer choice, so on and so forth. So this will be really fun, and let's try to see how we can build it. So I'll say play game. This is the main function that will start the game. For now, let's say we don't really want to do anything. Let's just say pass. And once this file run, we'll just call our function, which is called play game. Then I will have some imports, will be the random, and I believe will be the time module. We'll be using them. So here, let's add a comment. I'll just say, main game function. Okay, then I'll go inside. I'd like to first show a welcome message. So I'll say display welcome. So we're gonna call this as soon as game starts. And then let's try to create that function. I'll say define display welcome. And for now, let's just say pass, don't do anything. Then what do we really want to do after we display a welcome message? I'll create a couple of different variables, like user score will be equal to 0. Let's duplicate this 3 times. Then we'll have the computer score. Once again, it'll be equal to 0. And then let's say target score. Oops, did I type it correctly? No, it should be score like this. And as I said, we'll be going with 3. So whoever gets 3 will win. But if you'd like to increment it, decrement it, you can definitely do so, right? But I'll be going with 3. And the first round will start, let's say round number will be 1. As we play more and more, we will increment this by 1. Okay, now let's try to maybe create this function pretty quickly, where we'd like to put a couple of different print statements. So I'll go ahead, delete this, and let's say print. And you know what, actually, instead of typing this out, I will just paste line by line. Let's save to get this formatting. Then we will put rock, paper, scissors, the emojis, then let's put the rules. So once again, rock crushes scissors, scissors cuts paper, same for the paper and rock, and our very last rule. Okay, so this is the entire thing for the display welcome function. We will never be using this, so let's just try to shrink it. Then we would like to check, we'll have a while loop where we'll just check if game should continue or not. Let's try to do it. I'll say while user score is less than the target score and computer score is less than the target score. Now, what does that mean? This basically says if there is no winners. And let's try to make our code a little bit more clean. I'll say no winners. This is our condition. Paste it. And now we'll just say while no winners, go ahead and run the app. Now, can you see how clean it is? This feels like an actual English sentence at this point. So just a quick pause. After completing this project, I have realized that this is actually buggy, okay? So this does not work as expected. Instead of creating this variable, you should copy this part and put it right here. So we don't really want to create this variable, just like what we had a couple of seconds ago. And the reason is, here I'll just put a comment, the noWinners variable is only set once before entering the loop, but it's never updated inside the loop, which will make this to be an infinite loop, right? So even if a player win, when they reach to the target score, the condition won't change because it is, it has been defined above, which will not really change. So this is something that you'd like to keep in mind. And in a couple of minutes in the video, we are going to update it because this is buggy, okay? This will cause an infinite loop. This is something that I wanted to mention. And with this, now we can move on with the tutorial. So let's give a little bit space and continue. I'd like to zoom in once again. Okay, so I'll just say print. Let's give a formatted string with a new line. I'll say round and maybe add a couple of different equal signs just to make it fun. Then I'll put the actual round number. Okay, so this is what we'll have. Then let's say print. Once again, we'll put a f string. So I'll say the score, u, as well as the computer. So I'll say u is the user score and computer, let's say, just like this. Then we would like to get the user choice. I'll say user underscore choice. Let's say get user choice. So we are going to be creating this function just in a second. Then we'll say get computer choice. And let's say this will be the computer choice. Now let's go ahead and try to create these functions. I'll go above. I'll say define. Let's copy and paste to be a little bit fast. For now, let's say pass, and let's try to duplicate this, give a little bit of space, and get the name, paste this. Now the computer choice function will be really basic because this will be selected randomly. All we want to do, just get a random number between 1 and 3, right? Because if you take a look at the demo application, 1 will be rock, 2 will be paper, and 3 will be scissors. So computer will just get one of them randomly. So let's say return random.randint between 1 and 3 included. Then we would like to get the user choice. This will be a little bit more involved. Let's try to build it. So I will say while true. It's because maybe user will put not a valid number, right? If they put 4, we'll say, no, this is not correct. Please go ahead, select something between 1 and 3. So I'll say print. Let's give a little bit, let's give one new line space, right? And then I'll say make your choice. Then I would like to duplicate this. Here we will say, 1 is equal to rock. Then we'll have paper as well as the scissors. And let's put some emojis just to make it fun. This will be paper as well as 2. And finally, we'll get the rock emoji. Okay, so this is what we have, a description, and then let's have a try and accept blocks. So we'll have try, let's say pass, and then we will have, let's go inside, we'll have the accept, the value error, and in this case, we'll say print, please enter a valid number. Okay, then in the try, we'll like to get the choice. Say choice, and we'll be using the input method. We will say, enter your choice between 1 and 3. Let's give a little bit space and a colon, one more space. Then now we'll like to validate this input. So I will say if the choice is less than or equal to 1, and if it is less than or equal to 3. So if it is between this spectrum, we'll say return the choice. But to be able to make this work, we need to wrap this with an int function. It's because the input will give you string by default, as we know already. Then if in the else case, we'll basically say print please enter a number between 1 and 3. So believe it or not, this is the entire function that we have for the get user choice and get computer choice. Now I will save to get this formatting, and I would like to create one more function that will be really helpful just in a second. So I will say define convert choice to text. Because as you know, choice will be either 1, 2, or 3, right? So we would like to get that and find the equivalent of it. So 1 will be rock, 2 will be paper, 3 will be scissors, right? So I'll just say get the choice, and we would like to convert it. And to be able to make that work, I will create a dictionary called options. 1 will be equal to, let's say string rock, and I'll just add an emoji. Then we'll say 2, this will be equal to paper. Let's add our emoji once again. Then finally 3 will be equal to string scissors. Okay, then what are we going to be doing? Just say return, go into the options and find the choice. So this will be either 1, 2, or 3, and it'll give you the value, right? So I will save to get this formatting. Then let's move on with our actual function. So we got the user choice as well as the computer choice. Now we need to get the result, right? So I will say determine winner. And to be able to determine that, we should pass the user choice as well as the computer choice into this function. Okay, so we will create this function. Let's go above, maybe below to this one. I'll say define this and get these arguments. I will copy them in order and paste this in. Now you can call them anything like A and B, but it should be something that is making sense, right? So that's why I'll just get the exact same name, and for now let's say pass. So this is like kind of should be making sense, right? We are starting the game, displaying a welcome message, getting our variables, and having this check. While there is no winners, we would like to run the application. We would like to get the user choice, get the computer choice, and then determine the winner. So let's go into this function, which will be around 50 lines of code. So first we will have a case, which is going to be tie, right? So if I select paper and if computer selects paper, that means this is a tie, right? Let's say if user choice is equal to computer choice, that means we got tie. Let's say return tie, just like that. But then we have a bunch of different options, which are gonna be, let me show this. Okay, so which are gonna be these cases. But we have 3 here, right? But in our code we'll have 6, and you'll see why. So it's the exact same thing, but let's try to type this out, and I think we'll just see this in action. And here I'll say elif, and I will open up brackets because we will have a bunch of different cases. So first, let's say if user choice is equal to 1, and if computer choice is equal to 3. So what does that mean? If user selects rock and computer selects scissors, that means user won, right? So here we will have all the cases for user. I'll say user wins cases. They are below. So I would like to wrap this once again with the brackets because we will say or, and let's go below. I would like to copy this, duplicate it. we will say or if user choice is equal to 3, which is scissors, and computer choice is equal to 2, which is paper. That means user will win once again. Let's say or, and to duplicate this, if user choice is equal to 2, which is paper, and computer choice is equal to 1. Okay, so that's the entire thing. In this case, we would like to basically just return user. This is the winner. And I think we have some syntax highlighting. Let's save. Maybe I should... Wait, why this does not work? Do I have any typos? Okay, so we shouldn't really have this or at the end. That's the case. Okay, so this is basically the user wins cases. And I just said we're gonna have 6, but not really. We have 3 different cases. I thought it would be 6, but no, because we're only checking for the cases where the user will be winner. So I hope that makes sense. This is the exact same thing that we have just coded, right? In this case, user will win, and in any other cases, otherwise, the computer will win. So we'll say return the computer. So that's going to be it for this function where we have just determined the winner, right? And I will go below. After this line, I will say display, not welcome, but display round result. Then we will put the user choice, computer choice, as well as the result that will be displayed. Okay, now let's try to create this function, and maybe just before that, let's add one more if check. So here I'll say if result is equal to user. In this case, we would like to increment the user score by 1, just like this. Then let's say elif the result is equal to computer. And here you can see our code is type safe, right? We can get these because Python understands that. I think this is thanks to our extensions that we have. In this case, we'll say computer score plus 1. And once we increment one of these numbers, we would like to increment the round number, right? Now let's go ahead and build this function called display round result. So I'll copy the name. Let's shrink maybe all of these. I'll go here, let's say define this function. And this was taking 3 different arguments. Let's copy them in this order and build the function logic. So we'll say user text, and once again, I'll have a function that will be really helpful. Convert choice to text. So this is something that we already built. We'll say user choice, and let's duplicate that. In this case, this will be, so this will be the computer choice. Let's go ahead and say computer text. Say computer, just like that. Okay, now we will just put a print statement. I will have an f string with a new line, and I'll say you choose and the user text. And then I'd like to put some delay, right? So first I'll say print computer is choosing. Then we'll go ahead say for, you can say for I in range, but we'll never be using this I, so I'll put underscore. And then I'll say in range of 3. We would like to run this loop 3 times because I'll say print like dot dot dot. Let me show you pretty quickly. So where is this? Okay, so here it says computer is choosing, and then it'll add these 3 dots with some delays. That's why we are running this loop 3 times. Okay, and here we would like to just say time.sleep. Instead of waiting for 1 second, I'll go with 0.5 so that it's not really too much slow. And then we'll say print. Once the loop is done, we'll say computer choose and the computer text. And then say if result is equal to tie, we will say this is a tie. It's a tie. And let's put an emoji called handshake, just like that. Then in the elif case, result of user, we'll say you won. I'll duplicate this. You win this round. And maybe let's put an emoji of congrats. And in the else case, that means computer won. So we'll say, print and let's put an emoji of a computer. Okay, so I believe this is the entire function for the display round result. Now let's save. And do we have anything else to do? Let's go below. After this round number increment, maybe we can put the final result. So here I'll say go outside of the while loop, right? Once the application completed, once we have a winner, we will go outside of this while loop. So just make sure you are in this indentation level, and we'll say game is over. So this is what I'll put, just like this. Then I will say final score. Final score, this is your score, and this is the computer score. And we will just put either a congratulations message or not. So let's say if user score is greater than the computer score, let's say print. And notice how this is the ultimate result, right? Once the application ended. Congratulations, or let's say congrats. You are the champion. But in the else case, that means you just lost. I'll say print, better luck next time. Okay, so this is what we have. Then finally, we'll just say if you want to play again or not. Let's say play again. Let's get the input from the user. Do you want to play again? Yes or no? Let's take the value, lowercase it, and then we'll say if play again starts with y, then we'll call the play game function that will start the game from scratch. But in the else case, we can just say print of goodbye. Okay, so this is the entire application. This is the entire solution. Let's try to zoom out and see the entire code. Then we will run this just to see the output. Okay, so we have the display welcome function, super basic, nothing to explain. Then we have a function that will get the user choice. So we have a while loop until user puts a correct input. We will run this try block. We will get the choice and validate it, right? Then throw some errors if we have any. We will get the computer choice, which will be random between 1 and 3. Then we will convert the choice to text to display something meaningful in the terminal. Then we will have the determine winner function. As the name suggests, this will say either tie, user, or computer wins. Then finally, or not finally, but we have one more function that will display the round result. Super descriptive, nothing to explain. We just have some delays just to make this a little bit more exciting and fun. Then in the actual function, we are having a couple of different function calls while there is no winners. So we'll get the user choice, computer choice, get the result, display the round result, and increment the related variables and just call it a day. So let's zoom in and try to run this file. So this is something that I have in the previous project. Let's try to cd into this folder and run the application. Okay, so these are the rules, and let's try to choose something. I'll go with paper. Computer is choosing. So here we can see we got 3 different dots, but this is not really how we expected. We will fix it in a second. Here it says computer choose scissors, computer wins. So let's go with paper once again. Okay, it wins again. Let's go once again with the scissors. Now we won. Let's try to go with 1, which is rock. Okay, now computer wins again. This should be ended. For some reason it didn't. So I believe it is because of this check that we have. Let's try to put it inside. Is this going to work? I'll try to run the app from scratch. So I'll say 1. Let's pretty quickly make this work. I'll go with 1 once again. Okay, it's tie. Okay, so here we can see the game is over now, and it was because of this while loop that we have, we were getting that unexpected behavior. So I believe, like I said, this should be working, but looks like it isn't, because this is how it works in Python. This variable will not be re-evaluated again if you put it above, right? If you put it outside. So this is something that we have learned in the hard way. Next time you should put your condition right here instead of defining it above. Okay, so other than this, I think everything should work as expected. If I say yes, game will start again. No, it didn't. It's because we didn't really call this function. Okay, Jesus, there are a lot of different errors, but this is how real-world programming works, right? You run the application thinking everything will work as expected, but then everything crashes, so you have to go back and make it work. So let's run this once again. This is basically we are testing, and we will fix this issue as well. Okay, so we're getting a lot of ties, but this should be completed now. Okay, better luck next time. Let's play this once again. It'll start from scratch and we can kill the application. Now, what's up with this error that we are having when it comes to this 3 dots? Okay, so how can we fix this and make it work? Now, when you put the dot, next time it'll put it at the, in the next line. So there is an option that we can add. I'll say end this with an empty string. So don't really go into the next line. And I'll be doing the exact same thing for this one. I'll say end with an empty string. Now let's save and try to run this. I believe this should be working. I'll say 1, you choose rock. Okay, this didn't even work. So I think we can add one more option. I will say flush of equal to true. So what this does, it'll print the values to a stream. Okay, this is not really descriptive, but basically this will make it work in, as fast as possible. So we don't really need to wait anything. Let's kill the application and run it. I'll say 1, computer is choosing. Okay, so this is exactly what we'd like to get. Computer is choosing, then we have some delays, then we get the output. And with that, I think that's going to be it for this entire application with the solution. We have written about 120 lines of code, and we got some errors that we learned along the way. This is something that I should keep in mind as well. If you have a condition, just go ahead, put it into the while loop. Because if you put outside, I believe it is not getting re-evaluated. And overall, I hope you enjoyed this project. I'll see you in the next one. Now let's build a task manager application. I'll give you a quick demo and then we'll jump into the coding. So here is how this works. Once we run the application, we're gonna see available options where we can add a task, view our tasks, complete one, delete, and exit. And here is my very first choice. So I just said 1, which means I'd like to add a task. And they say enter your title. And I said I want to learn Python. Now this task has been added successfully. And then here we can see we are able to get the exact same output again, right? So that means we have some kind of while loop in our application. So this is some hint that I just gave you, right? Then now I'd like to view my tasks. So I just said 2, and here we go. This learn Python has been added to the list. Now let's try to mark this as completed. So I said my choice is 3. and they say you need to enter the task number to mark as completed. I put 1, and now it has been completed. I can view my tasks. Here we go, right? So you get the point. You can add the delete task and exit functionality as well. And until you say exit, this application would be working. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and create an empty folder with an empty file as always, and shrink the left hand side, zoom in, and try to make this work. So we are going to store all of our tasks under a list, and I would like to call this as tasks, right? Then I will create a function called main. This will contain the main logic of our application. For now, let's say pass, don't do anything. And once we run this file, we would like to call our main function. And as I have just said, we are going to have an infinite loop until user says stop. So we'll have a while true loop. And first things first, I'd like to display my menu. So I will call this function and define it above. Let's give a little bit space. I'll say display menu and define it. So here I'll put a print statement. Let's add a new line and a couple of different equal signs. Then I'll say task manager, just like this. Then I'll add a print. Again, I'll say 1 is to add a task, right? And let's make this to be like capitalized. And I'll duplicate this. The second option will be to see our tasks. So I'll say view tasks. Second one will be, or the third one will be complete a task. Let's say this will be 3, 4th, and 0. So 0 will be exit, and 4th will be delete task. And at the very end, I'd like to put a couple of different equal signs just to make this look a little bit clean. Okay. So this is the display menu function, super simple, nothing to think about. Then we would like to get the choice from the user. As you might imagine, we'll be using the input method. So I'll say enter your choice, which is going to be between 0 and 4. Okay, then we'll have a couple of different checks. So I'll say if choice is equal to 1, and make sure this is a string 1, because input comes with the string type that I have mentioned almost 1000 times at this point. If choice is equal to 1, we would like to add a task. So I will create a function and call it. For now, let's call it like this, and we'll create it just in a second. Let's say else if the choice is equal to 2, that means they would like to view the tasks. So I'll say view tasks. And let's add all of our cases. I'll say else if, and you know what? Let's copy this so that we can save our time a little bit, right? If choice is equal to 3, we would like to complete task. And once again, if choice is equal to 4, we would like to delete task, holy method, and finally in the, let's say elif, not else. If it is equal to 0, we'll just say print, maybe goodbye, and break out of this loop so that it doesn't really run again. But in the else case, that means they put something incorrect, right? So here I'll just say print invalid choice. If I can type correctly, let's say invalid choice. Please, let's say try again, or I was thinking that we should say please go with something 0 and 4. Okay, I'll add an emoji just to make this a little bit more fun. Just like this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to create all these functions one by one. The add task function will be really simple. So I'll say define this add task function where it's not going to take any arguments. We would like to get the title from the user. So I'll say input, enter task title. then what do we want to do? Get the title and store it under this list. So I will say tasks.append, which is going to add it like at the end, right? Then we'll say this should be a dictionary. Now, why this is the case? Basically, this will be an object so that we can store a couple of different values in a really convenient way. So we will say it'll have a title as well as a field called completed. And this will actually check to, let me display it. Thanks to this field, we will be able to put this check mark or leave it empty. Hope that makes sense. Let's say completed. Initially, it'll be false because we have just added to the list, and our key will be title and the value will also be title. Let's make them to be string like this. Now, in theory, you can call this anything, right? But let's make it something that makes sense. So we will store this as key value pairs of title and the value of the title and complete it, and it'll be Boolean, right? Then finally, we'll say print f task added successfully. And I'd like to show the title of this task. I'll just say title. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the add task function. Let's save to get this formatting. Then we will have one more function below called view tasks. Okay, so here first I'll just say if there is not any tasks, we'll say print no tasks found, and we'll like to return out of this function. But in the else case, we can just print them one by one. I'll say print, let's add this new line and a couple of different equal signs, my tasks. Then we'll go below, I'll be using the enumerate function. So we'll say for index as well as the task in enumerate tasks. Okay, so this will basically go through every single task and get the index as well as the task value itself, which is going to have a title as well as a completed field. So here I will check for the status. I will say, it is completed, and to be able to use this completed, I'll be using a special character. So let's say check mark character. So you can copy this. This is what I'll be doing. So I will say status will be checked if task completed is equal to true, right? We can leave it like this, but else just leave it as an empty string. Then we'll say print f string. We'll like to put the index, and since it'll start with 0, I'll like to add +1 so that we can see it as 1, 2, 3. And here we would like to put this square, right? So I'll say get the status, then go outside of this square and put the title. Say task title. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the print statement. At the very end, just to format this, I will put a couple of different equal signs and just say go into the new line. So this might look a little bit complicated, but it's really, really simple. All we have done is to display the task. So when I said, when I said display it, we are returning here, right? We got the index that is starting with 1. Normally it would start with a 0, but just to get rid of that, we add +1. Then we add the status inside this square brackets. If it is false, it'll be empty string, but else it would be a check mark. Then we put the title. I hope that makes sense. That's gonna be it for the view tasks function. Then we would like to have the complete task function, right? Let's say complete task, define it. Okay, so first things first, before we do anything, if they want to complete a task, we would like to first view the tasks so that they can know which one to delete. Here I'll say if there is not any tasks, go ahead and return, don't do anything. But else we can get the task number. And I'll be using try and except blocks. let's say try, for now pass, and accept. Let's check for the value error, and I'll put a print statement called please enter a valid number. Okay, now we'll go into the try. We'll like to get the task number from the user. I'll be using the input function, and I will wrap this with int because we will need it. Then I'll say enter task number to mark as completed. And let's give a bit space at the end. Then I'll say if task number is less than 1 or task number is greater than, if it is greater than the length of our tasks, that means they put something incorrect, something invalid. Let's say invalid task number. Then we'll just return out of this function. We don't really want to do anything else. And we'll handle the except case, but here we are still in the try block. So we'll just try to get the task to be completed. Let's say go under the tasks list and find this task number -1. So why are we adding this -1 at the end? It's because indexes are starting from 0, right? And if they put something like 1, we should do 1 minus 1, that will be equal to 0, and we're gonna get the very first one. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is something that you should keep in mind while working with lists. Then we'll say task to complete, or task to completed. We will update the completed field. And initially it was false, now it'll be true. Then finally we will put a print statement. I'll say task, and let's put the actual task. So I will open up these, let me put it. Okay, so I'll just put these single quotes, and I'll use this variable. Let's say task to complete, or task to completed. We will get the title of it. And we'll say this has been marked as completed. Okay, so with this, that's gonna be it for this function as well. Let's save to get this formatting. Then we will build the next function, which is to delete a task. And I believe this is our very last function. Let's say delete task. So once again, first we will view the tasks so that user know which one to delete. And I'll say if not any tasks, return don't do anything. But else I will have my try and accept blocks. And here I'll say value error. So instead of a number, if they put a string like hello, in this case we'll say please enter a valid number. And let's go into the try. Once again, we would like to get the task number. And I'll say int, call the input, enter, let's say, task number to delete. We will validate it. So instead of typing this out, I believe I will copy and paste. And let me try to format this by doing this. Okay, if task number is less than 1, or if it is greater than the very last one, we will say invalid task number and return out of this. But else we will say, just delete that. And I will assign this to a variable. Let's say deleted task. And how can we delete something from a list? Well, we can say tasks.pop. So this is a method that you can use that will remove and return the item at that index. So we are going to say task number -1, and once again we will add this -1 because we are working with lists. And I'll say print. Let's put an f string, task deleted successfully. And if you'd like to add the actual task, if you'd like to display it, this is what we'll be doing. Let's say deleted task, and we're gonna get the title of it, right? And this should be as a string like this. And let's even wrap this with single quote just to emphasize this in the print statement. Okay, so I believe this is gonna bid for the entire function. Wait, we didn't really use this. Do we need? Yes, this should be deleted task, right? Otherwise, we are calling the function, which is not really correct. So this is the entire code. Let's try to run this and maybe we can go over it again. I will cd into this folder and try to run the app. Okay, so let's say I'd like to add something. My title is Learn Python. Let's add something else. I'll say Learn JavaScript. And let's try to see them. I put 2. We're able to see both of them. Let's try to complete a task. So I'll say 3. And let's complete the Learn JavaScript. I'll put the number. It says this has been marked as completed. I will say, let's try to see them. Here we go, we got the check mark. Now let's try to delete this. I will say 4, and the one that I'd like to delete has the number 2. It's been deleted. Let's say view tasks. Here we go. So this is working as exactly as we want it to work. I'll put 0. That will say goodbye. Alright, so this is the entire application that we have just built. I just zoomed out so that you can see everything that we have. Like we have this function, add task, view tasks, complete, as well as delete one. And finally, our main function, which is the one that is actually being called once we run the application. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Now let's build a chatbot. This is gonna be half stupid and half smart. The stupid part is that it cannot talk about everything. The smart part is that it can talk about a couple of different things. So let me give you a quick demo that I have in front of me. So once we run the application, chat will say, hey, I can chat about joke, fact, color, and I can say bye to you. So the first question is, it says, what's your name? I said, John. Then it says, nice to meet you, John. How can I help you today? And I said, tell me a joke. Then here's a stupid joke that we got. Then a fact, right? So this is what we got. I said, what's your favorite color? It's blue. Then I said, mine is red. And, you know, red is a great color, so on and so forth. And then I said, bye. And it immediately understands that application should be exited. It says goodbye. It was fun chatting with you. See you later. So this is the general idea of the application. Let's try to build it. I'll go ahead, open up VS Code. I already have an empty folder. Let's create a file called app.py. Okay, so I'll shrink the left-hand side and I'll get my modules first, which is gonna be the random and time. So we're gonna add some delays just to make this look a little bit more fun, and we'll be using the random method, the random module to do some random stuff. But first, I think I just need to kill my AI extension. Let's say disable. Okay, so it doesn't really get any annoying in the tutorial. So I will create a function, let's say chatbot. You can also call this as main. I'll just go with the name chatbot. Let's define it. I'll say pass for now. And once we run the application, we would like to call this, which will contain the main logic. So first, we would like to create a couple of different responses in different categories. So the first one, let's say, will be greetings, which will be a list. Let's say we will have hello there. This is the responses that AI will give us. And let's put some emojis just to make it fun. The second one, let's say hi friend. Let's say happy. Then I'll say, you know, hey, nice to meet you. And maybe just one more time, or one more thing. Let's say, how do you do? Okay, let's go with this one. Then we would like to create an array or a list for the variables, which are going to be things like goodbye, see you later, so on and so forth. And instead of typing this out, let me pretty quickly copy and paste those. Okay, this is just a list that we can see. I saved I save this file to get the formatting. Then I'll get some stupid jokes that are generated by AI. Let's correctly indent this. Okay, feel free to change these, but these are the ones that I'll be going with. And finally, I'll have some facts. Okay, so these are the lists that we'll be using to let the AI talk about these different topics. So I'll save to get this formatting, and let's go below, still inside the chatbot function. First, I'd like to give a name for this chatbot. So if you see in the demo, here it says, welcome to chatbot. This is the name that I gave to this bot. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll have. So let's say bot name, and I'll say chatbot. Then I'll say print an f string. We'll say get this bot emoji, and I'll put the bot name, which is our variable. Let's say is starting up, and 3 dots. Now I'd like to put some delays to simulate that it is starting up, and I'll just sleep for a second. Then I'll put this huge print that you can see, which is going to be this part, or maybe, yeah, I think it's gonna be this part, right? We just built this part now. We said starting up. After 1 second, we'll see the rest. Now, since this is gonna be multi-line string, I will just create 3 opening quotes, 3 closing quotes, and we can go below, make this work. So here I'll say, let's get the emoji. Let's say welcome to, and whatever the bot name is. And let's put the emoji once again. Then I'll say I can chat about, and let's try to put everything one by one. So let's say I can talk about joke. So I just paused the video, type everything out, and then now let's move on. So this is the print that we'll have in the terminal, and let's save maybe to get this formatting, but I'll give this space right here. Okay, then I'll have a variable called chatting will be equal to true, and while this is true, we will let the application keep going. Then we would like to ask for the name from the user. I'll say username. Let's have this as an input. Let's say what's your name. Then I'd like to take this, lowercase it, and strip any empty spaces. So I'll call my method. Then I'll say print once again an f string, and let's say the bot, which is going to be our variable, the bot name, and here as if it says nice to meet you, and we're going to put the username. Then let's say how can I help you today? And then I'll just get the emoji, put it right here. Okay, now I'll go below and create my while loop. So I'll say while we are chatting, while this is true, we would like to get the user input. So these are going to be the things that user says, I'd like to hear a joke from you, or can you tell me a fact, so on and so forth. Let's say we'll say input, and we will simulate this part. Okay, this part, and then this part will be the input. So let's say get this fun emoji. Let's say you, and then we're gonna take the input and strip the empty spaces. Okay, then we would like to check for the user input, and because it'll have a bunch of different types, right? So let's say if user input is in one of these. So if it is equal to hi, or if it is in hello, hey, or maybe something like how do you do, right? In this case, we would like to get something random from the greetings, right? So I will go ahead and just say print something to the terminal, which will be an f string, and let's say first put the bot emoji, then we'll say bot name, and then we would like to use the random module choice from the greetings list. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this simple if check, but we can have a bunch of different options, right? Or conditions. So I'll say if it is in, if joke is in the user input, right? Maybe they say, tell me a joke. In that case, joke is in the input. So we'll say, if this is the case, go ahead and get the exact same thing, but this time from the, I think it's from the jokes array, right? Okay. Then we'll have two or maybe a couple of different more checks. I'll say if the fact is in the user input. I'll do the exact same thing. This time we'll go ahead and grab it from the facts. Then we have one more check. Let's say if color is in the user input. Then this time we don't really want to just get this line immediately, because we're gonna check, we're gonna ask for the user input. And let me just double check this. So when we say what is your favorite color to the bot will say this is my favorite color and what is yours. So we're gonna ask for the input, and this is that part of the code that we need to write. So I'll get this print statement where we say, hey, my favorite color is blue and what is yours. Then we'll say color. We're gonna call the input method. Let's put this emoji once again. Then I'll say you grab the value and just strip this. Okay, then once we get the value, we'll just say print. Let's say this color is a great color. Let's put an emoji just like this, and I'll grab this robot emoji at the beginning. Okay, then if the user says something like bye, goodbye, exit, quit, so on and so forth, in that case we would like to have this else if. We'll say if user input is in this list, so we'll say bye, goodbye, or maybe something like exit, quit. You can expand this list, but this is what I'll have. Let's say print. In that case, we would like to say, once again, this exact part. And we would like to get something randomly. Let's say random.choice from the farewells list. And then I'd like to say, hey John, it was nice to chatting with you. So I'll say print. Let's grab this part once again. Let's say it was fun chatting with you, if I can type correctly. And then we'll just put the username. Now, since the application has just ended, we'll say chatting will be equal to false, so that in the next loop, application would stop. And then we can go right here. This is gonna be the very last condition where we'll just say else. Now you can obviously make this a lot more longer, right? You can add a bunch of different else if checks, but I'll go with else at this point. And this is gonna be part where if robot doesn't really understand what they say. So here I'll have a responses list that is gonna have a couple of different value. Let me actually, instead of typing this out, grab this entire thing, paste it. Okay, so we have things like, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Let's talk about something else, so on and so forth. You can expand this list, but I think that's fine because we'll grab one of them randomly every single time. I'll say print, and once again this part, which is kind of annoying, but here we go. I'll say go ahead, random.choice, not choices, choice from the responses list. And then at the very end, after this while loop, which means the application has been completed, right? I'll go right here. We are outside of the while loop. I'll just say, thanks for talking with us. Let's say, thanks for chatting. Run the program again to talk to me later. Okay, so that's the entire code. Let me just zoom out and show you everything, what we have done. So we have a function that we are running to start the application. We have a list of different things, different categories that bot can talk about. Then we just put a name for the bot. We have some print statements right here, and we are basically starting the application. Just before that, we are asking for the username. Then we have a couple of different else if conditions, and depending on that, our bot will, act differently. So I will open up the terminal and test this out. I will cd into this folder, right? And let me zoom in actually. So I accidentally paused the video, but I promise I didn't change the code. So you can take a look at it, double check. Like I didn't change anything. It is the exact same thing what we have. I accidentally just paused the video. Now let's go ahead and run this file. Let's say python3 app.py. It is starting up. What's your name? Let's say it is John. Nice to meet you. How can I help you today? Let's say tell me a joke. So this is what we got. Let's say now a fact. This is what we got from that list. Let's say what's your favorite color? Now, even though we have a typo, it still understands the question because it can see there is this word color in our list or in our string, right? And what is yours? Let's say it's black. Okay, now I can just say bye or goodbye, exit or quit. It'll say goodbye, thanks for chatting. Okay, now you can make this a lot more advanced. You can add a bunch of different else if checks. You can extend these lists. You can add more items, so on and so forth. But this should give you a general idea of how to create a simple chatbot. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this project. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now let's build an application that does text analysis, and I've called this application as word counter. Now let's see how that works. So as always, once we run the application, first we're gonna get a title that says, count words, characters, and sentences in your text. And we have two different options. We can either exit or we can enter a text to analyze. So here's my choice. I'll go with a text. So I said, hey there, how's it going? Tell me more about yourself. So this is my sentence, and here is the analysis that application gives us. So there are 10 different words, or it could be the same, but in total we have 10 words. Here are the characters, that includes the spaces. Here is the number of characters without spaces. Then sentences, right? So this is the very first sentence. After the question mark, we have one more sentence, right? So he got it right. Then the average words per sentence, characters per word, and estimated reading time, which is about 3 seconds at most. So this is the basic gist of it, right? Then, this will be running in an infinite loop. So here it asks me the same question again. So until I say exit, this application would be keep going. But here I just said exit and they say goodbye. Alright, so this is the application that we're gonna build. Now let's go ahead and try to build it. I will open up the VS Code. As always, I have an empty folder and it has an empty file in it. Let me zoom in. Alright, now we're gonna have a bunch of different functions. As you can imagine, the very first one will be the main. So we're gonna create this and we are gonna call this when we run this file, right? This will start the application. And I'd like to have a couple of different functions that will be really helpful. So let's say define our very first, or not the first, the very second function. We'll say count words. So basically this will be a function that we're gonna pass a text in it as an argument, and it'll do something in it, right? So for now, let's just say pass and define every single function that we're gonna have. So I'll say the other one will be count characters. I hope I don't really have a typo. Let's check. Characters, I think that should be correct. Then we'll have the text as the argument, and then I will have an option, which will be a Boolean value. I'll say include spaces. Now, this thing that you see here is basically what we have seen right here, right? So we're gonna call the exact same function twice, but one with the spaces, one without the spaces. I hope that makes sense. Then we'll have one more function. Let's say def analyze text, and we'll just pass the text in it. For now, let's say pass. Alright, so these are the functions that we're gonna build just in a second. Let's go ahead and get started with the main function. So first things first, I'd like to have the title of this project. So I'll just put in like new line, right? Backspace n, and let's put a couple of different equal signs, and I'll say word counter. Then once again, I'd like to put some emojis. Alright, so I'll be putting these emojis. If you'd like to, you can, but else ignore that. Then I'll have one more print statement that will say count words, characters, and sentences in your text. And let's put one more emoji. That will be the sparkles. Alright, then we're gonna have a while loop. Let's say while this is true, we would like to basically run this application again and again until user says exit. So here I'll say choose an option. And let's go ahead, duplicate this twice. I'll delete this part. Let's say the first one will be enter text to analyze. And the second one will be exit. So let's put some emojis. Maybe we can add this file. Alright, then we would like to get the choice from the user. So I'll say choice, it'll be calling the input method. Let's say your choice. That could be either 1 or 2. So we're gonna get the choice, and we'll say if choice is equal to 1 and string 1 specifically, because it is coming from an input, we'll do something, but else we'll do something else, right? Let's say in the else case, probably we'll just say break, so that it's not going to be running this while loop. And I'll put a text that says goodbye. Alright, now the if statement is more important for us, right? This is the actual application logic. So first we'd like to get the text from the user input, right? So I'll put a print statement that is going to be this part. We'll say enter or paste your text below, press enter twice to finish. Okay, so we're gonna put our sentence, and once we are done with it, we will press enter twice so that they can understand we are actually done with the string and we want this to be analyzed. So here I'll go ahead and I'll say enter or paste your text below, press enter twice to finish. Alright, so I'll have a list that is called lines. So you're gonna see what this does. Here I'll have while true once again. Let's go ahead and just get a line from the user. So I'll basically call the input method, and we don't really need to put any description inside, right? So first we would like to check when should we stop. And as I said, once they press enter twice, we would like to finish. So how can we make this work? I'll say if not line, that basically means if line has no values, right? If input has no values. And I'll say the lines minus 1, which means the very last line is also undefined. So this is how we can make this happen. We'll say if there is not current line, and if the previous one also was nothing, right? If it was also empty, then that means they would like to have this text to be analyzed. They would like to finish. So here I'll say in this case, we would like to break out of this. But in the else case, we would like to just say lines dot append the current line that they put. So I can absolutely feel this might look kind of complicated, but if you pause the video and try to think about it, I think that should make sense. Or we can continue watching, we'll just see the demo and I can explain once again. Alright, so I'll go outside of the while loop, okay? Then I'll say text. Here I'll just say we're gonna get the text of the input, the text from the user, and we would like to join this with lines. So here I'll say an empty string with a new line, and I'll say join these lines. Because this is a list, right? We would like to take the list and convert it to be a string, a text. And here I'll say, just in case, let's add an if check. I'll say if not text.strip. That basically means if it is an empty string. In this case, we can say something like no text provided. Please try again. And we'll just call the continue so that it would start the while loop all over again. And let's put an emoji, just like this one. Okay, outside of this if, we will call our function that will analyze the text, right? So here I'll say analyze text, and we're gonna put the text in it that will do the magic. And just before we build this function, we can make this if else statements a little bit more optimized, right? So if choice is equal to 1, we would like to run the application logic. Instead of just saying else immediately, I'll say elif the choice is equal to 2. In this case, we'll say goodbye, but in the else case, right? Here I'll say else, that means they put something other than 1 or 2. And in this case, we can say invalid choice. So let's get this emoji, and I'll say invalid choice. Please enter 1 or 2. So this is a small optimization that we have just made. Let's save and go into this function and build the logic. Now this function that we're gonna build will need these two functions. So before we build this, let's start with this one. And let's see how we can make this work. I'll give you an example just before we get started. Let's say the text that the user put will be something like, hey there, how is it going? So if you want to count the words, what do we want to do? Just get this text, convert this to be a list. So we'll have the hey there, how, you get the point, right? We'll have all these words, and then we can count this. So we can just say length and get the length of the words. So let's try to make this work, because we are trying to count the words. You might think, okay, why don't we just say len text, right? Why don't we get the text of it? But in this case, that would be counting the letters, right? It would count 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So I hope that makes sense. I'll go ahead and just say words, take this and convert this to be a list. I'll say text.split, call the method, and then just return the length of the words. If you wanted to, you can skip this step and just have it like this, so you don't really need that variable. But just to make my code a little bit more better or basic, I'll put this extra line. Alright, so this is the function that we have. The other one is to count the characters. Now, we would like to have this function to be kind of dynamic, right? We will, because like we are going to call this as, let's say, count characters. We're going to put some text, like maybe let's say, hey, how is it going? And we'll just say, please include these spaces. So we'll say this is equal to true. And then we will call the same thing, but this time by saying false, do not include these spaces as the count, as the number of characters. So I hope that makes sense. And to be able to make this work, we're just gonna need one if-else statement. So I'll just say if include spaces. If this is equal to true, we'll just say return the length of the entire text. But in the else case, let's see how we can make that work. We'll just say return the length of the text, but we'll like to replace all the spaces with an empty string. So that basically says get rid of the empty spaces, but still get the count of characters. So I hope that makes sense. And we're gonna need one more function that is similar to one of these. I'll just say go outside, define a function that will count the number of sentences. So say sentences. I'll put the text that should be counted. And now let's try to implement this function. So to be able to count a sentence, we need to first determine what is a sentence, what is not, right? So I'll just say sentence endings. You'll see why. I'll have a list with a dot, let's say exclamation point and question mark. I'll just put a comment, basically. Let's say basic sentence counting this is by periods. So by periods, exclamation marks, and question marks. I'll just have it in the source code, just in case if you're not watching the video but reading the code, you can see what we are doing here. Then I'll have a variable called count that will start with 0, and we're gonna try to increment that, right? So I'll say for character in a text. So basically, we're gonna get every single character and check for it. So I'll say if character in one of these endings, we will say count will be incremented by 1. So just like that. That means we just found a sentence. Once we are done with it, we'll say return the count. But now there is an edge case that we should think about it. Alright, so what is that one? Let's say user puts something like a text that says, hey, alright, just hey, right? This is still a sentence. We would like to count this, even though it doesn't really have an ending, right? It doesn't have a period, an exclamation point, so on and so forth, but I still want to count this as a one sentence. So for this, I'll say if count is equal to 0, but we'll just say and text.strip has some values. So that means even if it is looking like this, this will be true, right? And we'll like to say count will be equal to 1, and then we'll just return that. So I hope this edge case makes sense. Let's say handling the edge case. Alright, so this is the very last function we need just before we build the analyze text function. Alright, so let's go ahead and try to build it. Let's shrink these. I'll say first we would like to get the word count, and I'll just call my method called count words. We're gonna call it with the text. Then I will basically duplicate this, and I'll say count characters now, and we're gonna put the text, and first we would like to count it with spaces. So I'll just say true. Then the variable for this could be character count, let's say character count with spaces. And let's duplicate that, spaces, without spaces this time. And to be able to make this work, we'll just keep everything same, but update the boolean to be false. And the very last one is to, let's say, sentence count. Call the method with the text. So we got a bunch of different values. Now let's try to just do some operations and then print it to the terminal. So I'll go below, and I'd like to have an if. I'll say if sentence count is greater than 0, we'll just say words per sentence will be equal to word count divided by sentence count. So this is the basic math that we need. But in the else case, we'll just say the words per count, or words per sentence, I should say, will be equal to 0. Then we'll do a similar thing right here. I'll say if word count is greater than 0, we'll say characters per word. And I'll say character count. Okay, looks like I have typos. Let's try to fix them. I'll say character count, or character count with spaces divided by word count. But in the else case, it'll be equal to 0, right? I'll say else character per word will be equal to 0. Then we can display the results. So I'll have a print statement, and instead of typing this out, let me go ahead and grab this. We'll just say text analysis results, and I'll say print. Let's make an f string, and I'd like to get this bullet character. And to get this, you can open up a new tab. Let's say bullet character, and you can grab this right here. So let me copy it. And by the way, if you have realized, I just opened up an incognito window with my keyboard, which is with Control-Shift-N or Command-Shift-N. So it's really fun to use the browser with your keyboard. Alright, so I'll go ahead, paste this, and I will say words, and let's put the word count. Now, instead of me typing everything from scratch, I just went ahead to the source code, copied everything and pasted. What we are doing just displaying these variables that we have above. So let's just save ourselves a little bit of time. And here we can see there is nothing complex, maybe other than this one, if you don't really know what this does. Basically, we would like to have only one digit in the floating numbers, right? We don't really want to have a bunch of different digits after the dot. And this is how we are making this work with the f string, like doing digit and f, right? Okay, we got all the print statements, and we would like to add one more if check that is going to be related to reading time. And here is the math that I found to make this work. I'll say reading time minutes, and I'll say word count divided by 225. And this is what I found online. The average reading speed is 200 and 250 words per minute. So if you'd like to update it, change it, that's definitely possible. I'll say reading time in minutes. If it is less than 1, that means we would like to put something in seconds. And instead of typing this out, let me please go ahead and grab the print statement. Here I just have reading time seconds. This is something that we're going to calculate right now. Let's say, actually copy this thing. Oops. Okay, this will be reading time minutes times second. I mean, I have 60, right? So we just got that, and let's grab the else statement. This will be the exact same thing, but with minutes. Okay. So this is looking absolutely easy, nothing complex, right? We are just displaying our variable in a print statement. And believe it or not, this is the entire function, the entire application that we have built. Let's try to run this, and then we can talk about the code once again. I will cd into the 23rd folder, and let's say python 3 app.py. Okay, so I'll just put a first let's get our choice. I'll just say 1, and let's enter a sentence. So I'll just say, hey there, how is it going? And I'll add more. I am fine, thanks. One more sentence. How about you? Alright, let's run this. Now this doesn't work. It's because we need to press enter twice. So 1 and 2. Here we go, we got the analysis. So we have 12 words. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that's true, and you can take a look at the rest. It should be correct. We have 3 different sentences, 1, 2, and 3. And everything is working correctly. These are the things that I already checked, so I'm not going to take a look at them, but it's absolutely working. So we can press 1, it'll just work. Now I'll just say hey, and let's press enter twice. Now here, even though we didn't put a period, exclamation point, or any question mark, it still says you have a word, you have still a sentence. So these are the things that we wanted to have. And if you want to, you can change the code. But these are the things that I'll have. Let's say exit with 2, and it'll just say goodbye. Alright, so this is the entire application that we have built. We have a couple of different functions that is going to be really helpful, which are to count the number of words, characters, sentences, and then we have one function that will analyze the text. So this is exactly what we have done, and we have our main function that adds a little bit of extra logic to make this application work in an infinite loop and handle the errors, so on and so forth. Alright, so this is the entire application. Let's save, and hopefully I'll see you in the very next one. Now let's build a currency converter application. This is not one of those stupid games, but this is an application that we can use daily, right? This is an actual application that is useful. So let's see how this will work, then we'll just jump into the code. So as always, once we run the code, we're going to get some text just to introduce the application, and then we need to enter some details. So I want to convert from USD to euros, right? So I'll just say the amount is 50, and here's the result in real time. So 50 USD is equal to 46.23 euros, right? And here's the rate at the time that I am recording this video. We can keep going, but I just said no, and they'll say thanks for using the converter. So this is basically the application, but how can we make this work? Like, how can we get the actual rate in every single second correctly? Because as you already know, the rates are changing every single second as we speak. So for this, we are going to be using an API. If you don't know what that is, I'll try to explain, but basically you can think of it like a service that will give us the real-time data whenever we want to call this, right? So here I have some description or explanation, however you'd like to call it. So what is an API? It stands for Application Programming Interface, which sounds complicated, but to put it simply, basically, it allows two different applications to talk with each other, right? We're going to have two different applications that will talk with each other thanks to an API. I'll get to that just in a second, but I have a real-world analogy that we can take a look. So let's say this is you went to a restaurant and you would like to get some food. Let's say specifically you want to get some chicken. So you would call the waitress, which will be the API, right? So you'll say, hey, could you please get me some chicken? And they will need to first go into the kitchen and tell to the chef, hey, could you please give us some chicken? I have a customer that wants to get a chicken. So chef will make the chicken ready and give this to the waiter, and waiter will give you this as a response, right? So this is the middleman that allowed you to talk with the chef, talk to the kitchen. So this is the entire thing that we need to understand. We're gonna have a request, and in return we're gonna get some response, either success or false, either success or fail, but mostly it'll be something successful, right? So there could be a fail case as well. Maybe chef will say, hey, you know what, we are just closing, or we just don't have the kitchen. Go ahead and say if they want to get something else. In that case, that would be a fail case, but 90% of the time we will be able to get the response successfully. All right, and in this case, in our application, like as I said, we're gonna have two different apps to talk with each other. The user here, the first application will be our Python application that we're gonna build, right? And the other application that we're gonna talk with is the API, or not API really, it is the, let's say there is a company that is selling exchange rates in real time, okay? But this is free. They are not selling this, it's not paid. I hope that makes sense. Now let's try to make this work in our code. And the API that we're gonna have, I can show you the URL right here. This is a little bit larger if you cannot see this from the URL. So go ahead and visit this. And this is gonna give us all the rates in USD, right? So 1 USD is equal to 1 USD, but it also equals to this amount of AED, and basically we have every single currency, as you can see. And when we sent a request to here, we got a success result, right? Sometimes this could be, error, but 99% of the time it'll be success. And we're gonna be calling this from our code. And if you're not able to see this in that formatted way, it's because you don't really have this extension. Go ahead and grab this from the Chrome Web Store. I have installed it just now. And if you don't want to install it, you can use a website like this. You can copy whatever you see here, do Control-C, go ahead, paste it, and say format or beautify. It'll give you this kind of a result. All right, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's try to just jump into the code, make this work, and see the output. So as always, I have an empty folder and empty file. I would like to create a function called main that will basically have the entire logic. For now, let's say pass and call this main function as we run the application. Now, to make this work, we are going to need to send some requests, and that request will be to this endpoint, right? To this API. And to be able to send a request from our code, we need to install a package. So I'll just say pip3, and if you're on Windows, that would be pip, but if you're on Mac or Linux, it would be pip3. And pip stands for the Python package manager, okay? So we'll say pip3 install requests. So go ahead and run this. Now I already have this installed, but if you don't have it, you should install it too. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to build the application, and we'll be using that module. First, I'd like to import the requests that we have just installed. And I'll put a print, as always, just before we start the application. And instead of wasting any time, I will paste this and let me zoom in. Okay, simple currency converter. And I'll just say one more print. Once again, I'll copy and paste. And then we would like to call our API. Now it can give us a success result or it can fail. So I'll just have a try and accept block. Let's say accept. And here in this case, if we fail, we'll just say error. And let's put an emoji just to make this fun and better. Okay, I'll say error. They could not. Let's say couldn't connect to exchange rate API. And then I'll just return out of this function. But in the try, what do we want to do? So we'd like to get a response by sending a request. And this is going to be a get method because we'd like to fetch some data. And here is our endpoint. Let's say https open.er-api.com, and our, the rest of it, let's say v6 latest, and our base our base currency will be USD, but we can always change it. So here I'll get a rates list or object, let's say response.json, and we'll just go ahead, grab the rates. Now, if you don't really understand this part, let me pretty quickly explain. So when we send a request to this endpoint, what do we get? So we have an entire object, right? A huge object that has a field called rates. And this is the actual object that contains every single value that we need. So this is exactly what we are doing. We are trying to get this 163 items in this object and assign it to this variable. So we'll be using this. And here I'll put a print statement. Let's say first a success, like a check mark, and I'll say got rates successfully. Okay, then what do we want to do? We got the rates. We would like to ask some questions to the user. Now what I'll do, okay, so what I'd like to do first, just go ahead, paste this part. I'll give some hints to the user. So I'll say these are the popular currencies. Instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead and paste it, and just make sure that you're outside of the try and accept block. Then I'll have a while true loop, because we want this to run infinitely until user says stop. Let's say print, I'll say enter details. And I'll just put some dollar emojis. Okay, then I'll say from the currency, which will be an input. Let's say from currency code, and I'll give some hints. Like example, let's say USD. And then I would like to grab this and uppercase it, because these are the things that we have in the response. Everything has been uppercased, which is the correct thing that we have in currencies. So I'll just say first, if from currency is not in the rates, that means user, take a look at this something that does not exist. I'll say print, let's put an F string, I'll put this emoji, and I'll say invalid code. So that means user is looking for something invalid, and this is what we would like to display them. So I'll say invalid code and from currency. And since it is invalid, we would like to continue to the while loop, so it'll just start asking from scratch. But then we would like to get the to currency. What I would like to do, just copy this, paste it, and I'll say to currency. Let's do the same thing right here. And to give an example, this time let's use euros. Then once again, I'll say if to currency is not in rates, we'll just say invalid code and continue. Just like this. I'll save to get this formatting. Then if this is done successfully, we would like to have a try and accept block. So I will say try. Let's pass for now in the accept. We would like to say print, please enter a valid number. So this is the accept block that we would like to have. And then I'll just say continue to the loop, right? And let's put an emoji just to make this look a little bit more clean in the terminal. In the try, we would like to have this amount, and I'll say input, but since this is a string, I would like to convert this to a number using float. And I'll say f string amount in from currency. And let's put it, we're gonna ask this from the user, then we'll just say finally convert it, right? Let's do some math, and here is how that works. We'll just say amount in USD. We're gonna get the amount and basically divide it with the from currency. Let's say from currency, whatever that is, coming from the rates. And then we'd like to have the result. So amount in USD, that will be multiplied by rates to currency. So this is the basic math we need to make this work. Then finally, what do we want to display to the user in the terminal? We'll just say result, from currency to currency, right? So we'll just display that and we'll say this is the rate that is coming currently from the API. Okay, so instead of typing this out, I think I am lazy enough to copy and paste. Okay, so we just have a fprint. This is what we got, exactly the same thing in the demo. This part might look a little bit complicated, but we are just basically extracting the data and doing some math calculations if I can talk correctly, Jesus. So finally, I'll just say if you would like to continue or not. I'll just say if, let's ask the input in line right here. I'll say convert again, y or no, and we're gonna get the value. Let's convert this to lowercase, and I'll say if it is not equal to y, or the better option would be if it does not start with y, and we can put not. So if it not starts with y, that means they would like to say goodbye, right? I'll just say break, and just before we break, I'll say print thanks for playing. And just a fun emoji. Alright, so I hope that makes sense. It's around 50 lines of code, nothing complicated at all, right? We just learned what is an API, or at least in this case, what that does. Now, don't get me wrong, but we can talk about the APIs for an hour, right? There are a lot of different things that we can talk about the APIs. There are different types like REST API, GraphQL API, so on and so forth. But in this project, this is all we need to do. At the end of the day, what it does, just to make two different applications to communicate with each other, right? This is exactly what we are doing in this tutorial. So I'll open up my terminal, cd into the 24th folder, and run the application. Okay. So from currency, let's say we'll go with USD, and the currency to convert will be euro. I'll go with 50 USD dollars or US dollars, and this is what we got. Now here's the current rate. Let's actually try to double check this. I'll say 50 USD to euros. So this is exactly what we got. Is it the same? Let's double check. So it's almost the same, right? The currencies could change, the rates could change, depends on where you're checking it, but it is roughly the same thing. That means it is actually working correctly. So we can work with this more and more, but I think I'll leave it here and let you enjoy the tutorial, or enjoy the application, I should say. Okay, I'll go ahead, kill this, show you the entire code once again, and then we'll call this a day. Alright, so I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now let's build an application that will generate passwords randomly. So here is how that works. Once we run the application, we're gonna see a title that says, let's create super strong and secure passwords with ease. And then we need to put a length. So this is an input that we need to put. Here I went with 10, and we can go between 8 up until 230. Then I wanted to include the lowercase letters, so I just said yes to every single one of these options, which are uppercase, numbers, and special characters. Then here is the password that I just got. It includes special characters, uppercase letters, lowercase letters, and digits, right? And this is the length of 10, as you can tell. Then it says this has this strength of strong, and we have some password tips just to make this application a little bit more fun. So we'll say things like never use the same password for multiple accounts, consider using a password manager, so on and so forth. And until we say no, this application keep working, right? So that means we're gonna have some kind of a loop, which is gonna be a while loop that will be running infinitely. Okay, so this is the general idea of the application. If you'd like to build it, you can pause the video and try to do so. But if you'd like to watch my solution, you can definitely do it as well. There is one concept that we haven't really learned yet that we're gonna learn in this video, in this tutorial, which is like, how do we get the lowercase letters, uppercase, numbers, special characters using Python. You can create a list or a string and try to select randomly from them, but there is a better way of doing it. And we're gonna see this in this video. Okay, so I just visit VS Code. Let me try to zoom in. I have an empty folder, and let's create a file in it. I'll say app.py, shrink the left hand side. Then we're gonna need to import random and one more module that we haven't really used yet, which is string. And you'll see what this does. Now I'd like to create a couple of different functions. The very first one will be the main function that will be the main function of this application, right? And then we'd like to just call this whenever we start our application. But on top of this, I'd like to have a couple of different functions that will be really helpful. So let's say one will be the generate password, and this will get a couple of different options. So let's say the length that user wants to have. If user wants to include the lowercase, so let's say use lowercase, this will be a boolean, right? Either true or false. Then let's say use uppercase. Let's say use numbers. These are all the options that we're going to get from the user as an input. And then finally use special, just like that. So for now, I'll just say pass. We don't really want to build it at the moment. Let's first define all of our functions. Then I'll say check password strength. So it'll be either, strong, weak, moderate, things like that. We're gonna get the password as the argument, and we'll return something later in the video. Then we can have a function, let's say get yes or no input. So we're going to have the question as an argument. Then we'll just do something a little bit later in the video. So these are all the functions that we need. Let's start with the main. So first I'll put a print statement that will be the title of this application, right? So let's just add new line. Let's put a couple of different equal signs, and I'll say password generator. Let's add a couple of different emojis just to make it a little bit more fun. Okay, I'll take this and put it right here as well. Then we'd like to put another print statement, which is going to be this one. Okay, now we're going to have the very first step, which is going to be to ask for password length, right? So I'll say while true, we'll just say try and accept block. So first I'll say pass for the try, and then I'll say accept block. I'd like to have this value error check. So if user puts a string instead of a digit, I'll say print. Let's put an emoji, which is gonna be this one. I'll say oops, the classic message. Please enter a number like 12 or 16 or anything like that. Then I'll go into the try. I'll say get the length, which will be an input, and we would like to convert this to be an int. Then let's put our description. So I'll say enter password length between 8 and 30, like this. Then I'd like to just add a new line right here. Oops, what have I done? Okay. So we're gonna get the length, and we would like to check if it is between 8 and 30. So I'll say if it is, let's say length is less than or equal to 30, and if it is, greater or equal to 80, right? So this is how we can make that work. If this is not the case, or actually, sorry, if this is the case, we'll just break out of this while loop. But in the else case, that means we need to ask this again. So I'll say print, please and I'll just add an emoji. Let's say warning. Okay, so once we got the length, we would like to ask for a couple of different things. Let's see, we're gonna get the length and then our 4 different questions. So let's go here outside of the while loop. Okay, just make sure you're outside of the while. I'll say this is the step 2. Let's put a print statement. New line, I'll say let's customize your password. So first I'll just say use lowercase. You can call this anything, right? But I'll go with the same because it makes sense. We'll say get yes, no input, and our input will be this at first. Let's say include lowercase letters. That is between A to Z. Then let's give a space at the very end. Now I'd like to duplicate this a couple of times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or maybe just 3. So let's say use uppercase. And I'm pressing Ctrl D to select this one as well as this part. Let's say numbers. And then let's say special. Here I'll say special characters. And we can put some of them here, like exclamation point, @ symbol, hash, dollar, question mark, or maybe just one of those, right? And maybe let's say %. Okay, then for the numbers, we'll just say from 0 to 9. And for the uppercase letters, I'll say between A to Z uppercase. Alright, but now we don't really have this function implemented yet. So we can pause here, right? We can save this file and go above, try to create this function, which will basically return either true or false, right? It'll return true for yes, and it'll return true for yes and false for the no. Here I'll say while true, you'll get a response. So I'll say input, which will be the question, and we can concatenate this. I'll say, plus, let's say yes or no, just like this, and give a space. Then I'll take this and lowercase it. So here I'll say if response is in yes or y. In this case, we'll say return true. But we'll say elif response is in no or n, will return false. And if user puts anything other than these, we'll say please just go with y or n. Let's say print. I'll say I didn't get that. Please enter y or n. Okay, so we can leave it like this. This is the entire function we need for this one. And we are calling this function for every single one of these options, right? So let's say this will be true, this will be false, this will be true, this will be false, or whatever user selects, right? They'll just be either true or false. And then we are gonna go into the third step, which is to generate the password. So I'll put a print statement. Let's say new line, generating your magical password. And I'll put an emoji for magic. Okay, then we'll go here. Let's say we're gonna get a password once we call the generate password function. And we would like to put all of our options. The very first one is the length. Then we would like to put the use lowercase boolean. Let's put all of them one by one. Let's say use uppercase. Then we would like to put use numbers, and finally use special. And once again, let's pause here, save this file to get the formatting, and scroll to the very top and try to create this function. And this will be around 20 lines of code, and let's see how we can make this work. So first, we are going to create this characters string, and we're going to start with an empty pool of characters. So you'll see what we'll be doing just now. So I'll say if use lowercase is equal to true. So you can either say if it is equal to true, or you can just leave it like this. This is exact the same thing, right? I'll say in this case, we would like to, expand our character pool. So I promise at first it might not make any sense, but just in a couple of minutes, this will be completely understandable. So I'll be using my string module, and I'll say ASCII, let's say lowercase. Okay, so I would like to go below, and I'll say if use uppercase is also true, we would like to do the exact same thing, but this time by using the string dot ASCII uppercase. Then we'll do the same thing for the digits and for the special characters. So I'll say if use numbers is equal to true, we'll like to basically duplicate this, but this time we'll say digits. Then we'll say if use special is equal to true, we can put string dot punctuations or punctuation. Okay, now what this will do, let's say every single one of these are equal to true. Our character first start with an empty string, then after this it'll be looking like this. Let me put a comment. Now the characters will be equal to all the lowercase characters. Let's say A, B, C, D, E, F, and let me grab every single one of them. So this is how the characters would look like. And if this is equal to true, once again, we're gonna hit this if check. Then now characters will be expanded. So let's say characters, it was initially like this, right? On top of this, we're gonna add all the uppercase characters. So this is now what we got. And you get the point. We'll do the exact same thing here if it hits this if check. So it'll be going from 0 all the way up to 9. And same for the punctuation. Okay, then we are gonna try to use these letters. We'd like to select stuff randomly. Alright, so I'll go below and I'll say password will be equal to an empty string, and we'll say for, oops, what am I doing? So we're gonna have the password as an empty string, and I'll say for, underscore in range of this length, whatever user wants to have. Now I just called this as underscore. I didn't call it something like I because we'll never be using it. Just as this is just for the, make it to be a loop. So here I'll say password. Every single time will be concatenated with random dot choice from one of these characters. Okay, let's say user put the length as 10. So 10 times we are gonna select something randomly from this entire string. I hope that makes sense. And at the end of the day, we're gonna have a password, like a string, let's say one lowercase, one uppercase, one more lowercase, maybe one more uppercase, digit, special character, so on and so forth. So we would like to return this password at the end of the day from this function. So I'll just say return the password. And if you think this is the entire function that we have, well, you're correct, but you're just missing one edge case. So what happens if user says no to every single one of these options, right? So user just said no, 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 and no. What are we going to do? Do we want to exit the application or do we want to do something else? Well, this is completely up to you. In my case, so for me personally, I'll just go with the lowercase characters by default. So here I'll just say if not characters, so that basically means we didn't hit any of these if checks and this character is still an empty string. In this case, we'll say print. First, I'll just put an alert and I'll say, oops, no character types selected using lowercase letters by default. Okay, then what we're going to be doing, we'll just say this characters will be equal to string dot ASCII lowercase. Okay, and then we'll just select only lowercase letters if this is the case. So that's the entire function that we need to generate a password. So let's save this file and scroll to the bottom. After this step, now once we got the password, we can just display it to the user, right? I'll say print. Once again, a new line. I'll say a couple of different equal signs, and I'll say your new password. Let's just add an emoji as always. Then I'll say print an f string. And we'll basically put this password variable. It should be password. Okay, now let's actually save this file and try to run this. I will cd into the 25th folder and we'll run this app. Even though it hasn't completed yet, we would like to just check if it is currently working as expected. Alright, so for the length, let's say I would like to get 12. And here I'll just say yes to every single option. So we just got a password that includes, let's see, we have a special character, we have uppercase and lowercase characters, but seems like we didn't really hit a digit. Why this is the case? So it's because whenever we run this choice, right, seems like it didn't really hit any of these digits, right? So it hit lowercase, uppercase, and maybe some special characters that is at the very end, but it didn't hit one of these digits. For me personally, this is completely fine. If you'd like to make this work in a better way, so if you'd like to always include the digits, if this is equal to yes, you can take this as a challenge and do it, but I'll just not do it. I'll leave it here so that this is looking a little bit more, beginner friendly. Now let's try to run this once again. I'll go with 20 this time. Once again, I'll just say yes to every single one of them. Now we got every single option, right? We got digits, special characters, lowercase and uppercase splitters. I'll just try to run this once again. Let's say this time, let's go with 15, and I'll just say no to every single one of those. But looks like something has just failed. And I have a typo. So this should have a space. And looks like I forgot to add this in check. Now let's try to run this. I'll say 15. And I'll say no to everything, but maybe just yes at the very end. So this is what we got. We only have special characters. And just a very, very last time, I'll just say no to every single one of these options, just to prove you that everything will be in lowercase format, right? Because by default, this is what we'll be using. This is how we coded our application. All right, so up until here, everything is fine. The only thing that we are missing is to display display to the user the strength of the password, right? Then we'll just display these print statements. So let's go visit VS Code. After this one, I'll just say strength. And we're going to call our function called check password strength. Let's add the password as the argument. And let's scroll to the top and try to implement this function. I think this will be around maybe 20 lines of code, but it's really basic. So all we want to do, just get a score first. I'll say score, I'll say length of the password. And we'd like to divide this by 16. So this is just a value that I came up with. And here I'll go ahead, wrap this with minimum. So we'll say either get this or 1.0. So it'll at least be 1. No, sorry, let me just correct myself. It'll be at maximum 1. So let's say this is equal to, I don't know, let's say 30. And this will be almost equal to 2, right? Let's say it'll be 1.8. But we would like to get the minimum, which will be 1. And why this is the case? Because we'll be doing something like this. Let me put a comment. I'll say if score is greater than 0.8, we'll say ultra strong. If it is greater than 0.6, we'll say strong. And if it is greater than 0.4, we'll say decent, but else we'll say needs improvement. So I hope that makes sense. Our scale, the maximum scale will be 1. This is what we are trying to do. Let me just do Control Z. Length of the password divided by 16, or we'll just get 1. Then we'll go below. We'll like to check for different character types. So we'll say if this password has lowercase characters. In this case, how can we make this work? We'll be using the any method. So I'll say for C in password. And C stands for character, by the way. You can call this anything, but I'll go with C. Then I'll say if C is lower, just like this. If it includes at least one lowercase character, this will be equal to true. And let's do the same thing. I'll say has upper. I'll say any C dot is upper. This is a method. Once again, we'll say for C in password. Now we can duplicate this once again. We'll say is digit. And I'll say has digit. One more time, has special. This will be a little bit different, like almost the same, but just a little bit of difference. So we'll say for C in password, we'll say C is in string dot punctuation. So these are going to give us either true or false, right? And we'll like to have a variety variable, and this is the calculation that it'll have. So we'll say has lower plus has uppercase plus has digit plus has special. That will be divided by 4.0. So this will check how many character types are used. So let's say this is equal to true, 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 and true. That means we have 4 truths. And true is equal to 1. So we're going to have 4 that is divided by 4. So this could be at maximum 1. And then finally, we'll just say final score. And I can get it, like this might look a little bit complicated, but this is the math that we are having. You can definitely change this logic, but this will work really nice. So I'll just say score that is multiplied by 0.6 plus variety, let's say, that is multiplied by 0.4. So if this is equal to 1, if this is equal to 1, here you can see the final score at maximum can be 1, right? So 0.6 plus 0.4, it'll be equal to 1. So I hope that makes sense. And finally, we'll just return a string. I'll say if final score is greater than or equal to 0.8, we'll just return ultra strong as the text, right? And I'd like to put some emojis. Let's say fire. And edit at the very end as well. So now you can like do your own logic. I'll just have elif final score will be, if it is greater than or equal to 0.6, I'll have a similar string that will just say strong. Then let me copy the rest. Here I'll say if it is greater than or equal to 0.4, we'll say decent, but else it needs improvements. And then I just saved this file. We're gonna go at the very end. So I would like to display the strength by having this print statement. So I'll say print f string. So I'll say strength, and here is what you got. Then finally we can show some password tips, just like what we had in the demo. So instead of typing this out, it's not really necessary, but I'll copy and paste. We have a couple of different strings as our tips, just to make it fun. And at the very end, I'll say if you want to play this again or not. So let's delete this comment, we don't really need it. I'll say if get yes no input, and we're gonna say here is the question, would you like to play again? Or let's say create another awesome password. If this is the case, like if it is equal to true, we're gonna hit this if check, and we're gonna call the main function once again. But else we'll say, goodbye. And let me actually copy this, paste it right here. Okay, so let's save. This is the entire code. I'll zoom out and try to show you everything that we have done. So this is the generate password function. We have check password strength, get yes no input, and finally the main function. Let's try to run this. I'll try to clear up the terminal and run. So I'll say 15. Let's say yes. Now even though we can put uppercase characters, it'll take that and lowercase it, so it'll be still working, right? I can put uppercase y, lowercase n, it doesn't really matter. This is what we got. The strength is equal to strong. This is what our application says, and here are some password tips. We can play it again, or I'll just say no, the application has just completed. Alright, so this is the entire application and my solution. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the very next one. Now let's create a personal finance tracker, and let me give you a quick demo as always. So once we run our application, we're gonna have 4 different options. So we can either add a transaction, we can view our transactions, we can get the summary of our balance, and we can exit. So here I just went with the very first option, which is to add a transaction. So the application will ask, do you want to add an income or expense? I said it'll be an expense. Here is the amount, and it's my rent. So this is the description that I wanted to add. Then it says it has been added successfully. Then this would be running in an infinite loop. So we're going to see the exact same options once again, which makes sense, right? So at one time we can add all of our incomes and expenses, right? So we don't really need to run this application again and again. So here, once again, I wanted to add a transaction. This time it'll be income. So I just said this will be $2,000. Category will be salary. And this is my, let's say, my salary as a programmer, right? This has been added successfully. Finally, I wanted to get the summary. So here it says your total income is 2,000 and expense is 1,000. So in total, you have $1,000 in your balance. And finally, I just said, okay, now let's exit, and they will say goodbye. So this application is already pretty fun, but what is even better is that we can save all these transactions into a local file. So this is an example screenshot that I took. We're going to save everything that you see here, right? Everything that we have added into a file called myfinances.txt. And then when we run the application again, we should be able to fetch everything that we have in this file. So with the help of this section, with the help of this project, you are going to learn how to work with local files. So let's try to build this. As always, I have an empty folder with an empty file, and I will get my modules. So I'll get OS to be able to interact with a local file, and we're going to get datetime to put the time correctly. So I'll import the datetime module. And then we're gonna need a couple of different functions. The very first one, as always, will be the main function. For now, let's say pass, and call this method when we run this application. We're gonna get into the implementation details just in a second. But first, let's create the other functions that we are gonna need. So the first one will be add transaction. And let's say pass for now. And I'd like to basically duplicate this twice, 1 and 2. Let's say this one will be view transactions. And the very last one will be, let's say, summary. Or let's actually say get summary. Alright, so let's first start with the main function. Now we want this to run in an infinite loop. That's why I'll say while true. Until user breaks out of this while loop, this would be keep going, right? And I'd like to have this print statement with a new line, and then we'll like to put 30 different equal signs. So let me give you a quick demo. This is exactly what we have. Now, if you think you should be doing, count from 1 to 30, like 3, 4, 5, 6, up until 30. That's not a really good option because there is even a better one. So you can just say multiply this with 30, and that would be the output that you'll get. Then I'll put one more print, which will be the title. So I'll say finance tracker. And just to make this fun, as always, I'll add some emojis. So I'll say dollars, copy this dude, and paste it at the very end. Okay, now once again, I'd like to put 30 equal signs. So I'll say multiply this by 30. Then I'd like to add all of my options, right? So we're gonna add from 1 to 4. Instead of typing this out, I'd like to copy and paste. We don't really need to waste any time. And I'll select every single one of these lines and unindent. Okay, then we would like to get the choice from the user. I'll say choice input, let's say choice from 1 to 4. I'll wrap this with brackets. We're gonna get this value, and let's add a new line, maybe with an emoji. So I'll say ABC, here we go, this is what we have. Now, choice could be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Let's exactly add those if checks. I'll say if choice is equal to 1, we would like to call our function called add transaction. Else if this is equal to 2, we would like to call view transactions. Else if this is equal to 3, we'll say get summary. And if this is equal to 4, let's say, I'll just say goodbye first. And we're going to break out of this loop. But now, what if choice is equal to something like 0 or 5 or anything that is not one of these options? In that case, we can say something like invalid choice. So I'll say print. I'll get this beautiful emoji first. Invalid choice, please go with 1 or 4, right? Between one of these values. So that's gonna be it for the main loop. As you can tell, all we have to do is just implement these 3 functions. So let's go ahead, zoom in, and try to get started with the add transaction method. Now I'll have a variable first. You can call this anything. I'll just say data underscore file. And I'll put this all uppercase because this is a constant that we're gonna have in our code. So this will be equal to my finances.txt. You can call this anything once again, but this is the name that I'll be going with. And you can make this all to be lowercase, but this is a better practice that we should have, one of the best practices. If you're going to have a constant in your code, such as this one, we don't really want this value to change ever, right? We would like to set this once and use this forever. So that's why we'll make this all uppercase. So let's say this file is about 500 lines of code, and at some point you see something like data file dot, let's say anything like capitalized, you immediately understand, okay, this is a constant that we have in our code. So I hope that makes sense. This is why we are making this all uppercase. Okay, so this is the file name that we're going to create. This will be created automatically whenever we add a transaction. Currently, we don't really have that file, right? So we're going to see just in a couple of minutes. So first, I'll add a print statement, as always, just to make this look a little bit clean in the terminal. And the very first thing we would like to do, get the transaction type, either income or expense. And we want this to run in an infinite loop until user puts the correct option. So I'll say while true, and let's say transaction type, which is going to be an input that we're going to get from the user. So I'll say income or expense, and we'll just say I or E. We would like to get the value and lowercase it. And I have just added these emojis, which is for income and expense. Then I'll say if transaction type is in one of these, I or E. In this case, we would like to break out of this loop. But in the else case, we'll just say print, please enter I or E. Okay, and I'll put an emoji once again, just like that. And I hope adding all these emojis doesn't really make you pissed off, but this looks really, really clean in the terminal when we run the application. Alright, so we're gonna get out of the while loop once we got the transaction type, and we'd like to get the amount. So I'll say amount will be equal to input. Let's say enter amount, and let's put dollar. If you'd like to, you can put different currencies, but this is the one that I'll have. Then let's get the category. And you know what, I'll actually copy and paste just to make this a little bit more faster. And let's say amount, I'll put the emoji at the very beginning. Then we can add a description as well. Really, really simple. And finally, we'll like to format the transaction. Now I'll say, let's grab the today's date. I'll say today, datetime dot datetime. Once again, we'll say now. So the exact moment that we are trying to add this transaction, and we can use a method to format it, which is called strftime. Let's call this method. This will be taking a string, which is going to be our format using one of these. Like this is an example. And the one that we'll be using will be this module y minus modulus month and modulus d. So we basically got the year, month, and day. I believe this is the case. Let's take a look at it. So we got the year. Wait, okay, so we got the year, month, and the day, right? Okay, so this is the kind of format that we have. So what I'll be doing is to get the symbol as well. I'll say symbol. That will be either plus or minus. So we'll say plus if transaction type is equal to I, which is income, else it will be minus. And here it comes the most exciting part. We would like to save to a file, right? We're gonna take a transaction and save it. So first, let's write the code. It's not going to make sense at all, but then I'll try to explain with some comments. So we'll be using this keyword called with. We'll say open this file, which is this variable. So I'll say data file, and we would like to open this in an append mode. So I'll put A as our mode, which means we would like to add something into this file, right? I'll say as file. You can call this anything, right? So as hello, but this is a variable that we are creating called file. I'll say file dot write, and let's write this file in this format. I'll have an f string, we'll say today, and go outside of this, we'll put this pipe character. So if you're wondering what we are doing, it's basically this part. We're gonna put the today and the symbol, either minus or plus, then amount, category, as well as the description. And once we put the description, we'd like to add a new line. So we'll just use \n so that the next time this would be added to here, right? I hope that makes sense. Let's try to build it. I'll say today, add the symbol, and just next to it, without any spaces, we'll put the amount. And pipe character, I'll put my category. Then one more pipe character, this time it'll be equal to description. And at the very end, as I said, we'll put a new line character. So what this does basically, this will save the transaction to the file, which is this one, right? You can call this anything once again, but this is the name that we are having. So I'd like to put some comments just in case for the people that are not watching the tutorial, but just taking a look to the source code. All right, so I'll just say this opens the file in append mode, right? As I said, this is A, stands for append mode. The append mode means new data will be added to the end of the file without deleting the existing content, right? We don't really want to delete the previous transactions. We would like to keep them and add the very latest one to the end. Then this with statement, what this does, once again, I'll add a comment. So the with statement is a clean way to handle files that automatically closes them when you are done. So this will open up the file, write the content in it, and automatically it is going to close that. So you don't really need to do any more, like anything by yourself, right? This is an optimized statement that will just do it. And as I said, this as file creates a variable named file. You can call this anything, but this is, I think, the convention that we are using, because this is just a file that we are trying to have. And by using this variable, we are able to interact with that file, right? So finally, I'll just say print. You don't really have to add this, but it's nice to give a feedback to the user. I'll say transaction added successfully. Okay, so just before we build the rest of this application, I would like to open up my terminal, cd into this one, and test this out immediately. First, I'll zoom out and show you this part in real time. Let's say run this file. I would like to add a transaction. It'll be in, let's say, expense. Let's say 200. All right, let's say category. I'll just say salary, or it should be rent because it is an expense. And then let's just add some description. Now here we can see just after a second or so, we got this file. And this is the exact thing that we would like to have. We got the today's date, which is April 3rd, the amount, which is an expense of 200, the category, as well as the description. So this is working, right? We just make sure that. Let's pause the application, shrink the terminal, and let's move on with the next function, which is going to be about 20 lines of code. And we would like to view our transactions with the help of this one. Now, the first thing we would like to do in this function to handle an edge case. So let's say we don't really have any transactions, and if user wants to view their transactions, we'll just say no transactions found, right? So how can we check this? I'll say if not os.path.exists this file, right? If this does not exist, we'll say print no transactions found. And then we can just return out of this function, because like, think about it. At the beginning, we didn't really had this file because we didn't really had any transactions. So that means if we don't have this file, it means we don't really have any transactions. I hope that makes sense. Then after this if check, we can put these print statements. Let's put a couple of different minus symbols, and then I'll just add a header, right? So let me pretty quickly display this. So if we want to view our transactions, so we don't have it in this demo, but let's try to build it and we're going to see that. So I'll say have this print statement. We have date and a couple of different empty spaces, then amount, some spaces, category, some spaces. After this, I will once again get this line just to make our terminal a little bit more formatted. Then we'll like to open this file and read its content. So we can just once again say with open this data file, but this time we'll like to open it in the read mode. So I'll put R at the end and I'll say call this as file. Now we can say for line in file, we will basically display every single line. So first I'd like to get the parts. So I'll say line dot strip. Let's call this method to strip strip out every single empty spaces. And I'll say split this with the pipe character. Okay, then we'd like to get the date from the parts, which is going to be the very first part. So I'll put 0. Then we're going to get the amount by incrementing the index. Let's say amount. Then we'd like to get the category, which will be at this index. And finally, we'd like to get the description. Okay, then we'd like to put an emoji. If amount starts with plus, we're gonna go with this emoji. But in the else case, like this is what I'd like to put, but you can change it obviously. Then at the very end, we'd like to have a print with a simple spacing, right? We have this part, this, and this. Let's save and try to view our transactions. I'll go ahead, run this app. I'll say 2. This is what we have exactly, right? So it looks like a table format. And if we say 4, this should exit. The only thing that we are missing is the get summary method. So let's go ahead and try to build it. This will be about 25 lines of code. Like once again, I'll do the exact same thing that we have done above. We'll say if this file doesn't exist, we'll say no transaction found, right? But then we'd like to calculate the total income and the total expense. We'll start with 0. Then we'd like to open up this file in the read mode because we would like to read the data, and let's say set this as the file variable. Once again, I'll say for line in file, we're going to get the parts. Let's say split this with the pipe characters. Then we would like to get the amount. And as you remember, we'll say parts at this index. This is going to give us the amount. Then we would like to remove the plus or minus sign, and we would like to convert this to be a float. So I'll say if amount starts with plus, we would like to run this part. I'll say total income will be incremented by this amount. So let's say float. We're going to get from the first character, so we are basically skipping the symbol all the way up to end. Then in the else case, let's go ahead. We'll basically do the exact same thing, but this time for total expense. So we just read the file content. We'll go outside of this with statement. We'll say we're going to have a balance, which is equal to total income minus total expense. And we'll put a print statement. Instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead, grab this. Here is what we go, right? This is what we have, just exactly in the demo. So I think that's the entire function. Let's try to zoom out and see everything that we had in this file. So we have add transaction method, we have view transactions, get summary, and the main function. Let's try to run this app from scratch. Let's try to add a transaction. We already have one, but I'd like to add an income. Let's say this will be salary of 5,000. Let's say my salary as a programmer. Let's try to view our transactions. This is what we have. Let's say get the summary. In total, this is our balance, right? And we can exit out of this application. So this is the entire application, the entire solution. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the very next one. Now let's build a quiz game. First, I'll give you a quick demo and then we'll just jump into the coding. So we have some instructions once we run the application. We need to choose a category to get started with. and we will answer multiple choice questions. Every quiz will have 5 questions. Each correct answer is worth 10 points, and we are going to see our final score at the end. Let's have fun and learn something new. So here are the categories. We have general knowledge, movies, science, video games, or we can select something randomly, right? Questions from all categories. So here in this example, I went with the first option, which is the general knowledge. So here it says how many sides does a hexagon have, and our answers should be one of these options, A, B, C, or D. I just said B, looks like this is correct, I got 10 points. So this is what I've done for the next 5 questions. All of them was correct, only this one is wrong. So that means I got 4 out of 5 and 40 points. So we can get a note at the end, like this is our grade. I think we can say things like excellent, good, bad, so on and so forth. And at the end, they'll just ask if we want to play this again or not. So this is the entire application. Like if you want to, you can pause and build something similar, or if you don't really want to, you can watch the video, because it might be a little bit hard for you to build this just by taking a look at this example. Yeah, so let's go ahead and try to build it. I have created, as always, an empty folder with an empty file. I'll try to shrink the left-hand side, zoom in, and get my imports. So we're going to be using the random module as well as the time. So we're going to use time to have some delays. And why is that? So when we answer a question, once we see the feedback, we're going to see something like next question coming up. And here we can have a delay of, let's say, 1.5 seconds, and then the next question will show up, right? So that's why we're going to use the time module. And then we'd like to select these questions randomly. So that's why we're going to be using the random module. Alright, so I'll create my main function. For now, let's say pass. Once we run this file, we're going to call this method. But we're going to need a couple of different methods other than this. Maybe we can just zoom in once again. I'll say def. We'll say display welcome. So we just define this function. For now, let's not do anything. Let's define display categories. And I'll say pass. Let's go below. I'll say define, maybe get user choice. Let's pass for this one as well. And let's say define load questions. And finally, I'll say define run quiz. Now, here I'll say pass, and this will be taking an argument that will be the category data. And you're going to see why in a couple of minutes. So let's save this file and go into the main function and just first try to call our display welcome method, which is going to show this kind of a welcome message at the beginning, right? So this is what we're going to have. Let's try to build it. I will go at the very top into this function, and instead of typing this out, what I'd like to do, just copy and paste from the source code, because I don't really want to waste 5 minutes by writing these, and I am a pretty slow typer when it comes to these tutorials. Okay, so here are my instructions that I just have. Let's scroll to the bottom. I will create some variables. So I will say total score. We're going to start with 0, then play again. Initially we'll say true, and we will update this later in the video, right? We'll say while playing again is equal to true. We'll say display the categories. Again, this is a function that we would like to just copy and paste because it's only some print statements. This is what I'll be doing. Just grab this from the source code and paste this in. And then I will save this file. Let's scroll to the bottom. Once we display the categories, we would like to get the category choice. So I'll say category choice. Let's say get user choice. So we're going to scroll to the top into this function and try to build it. So here I'll delete the pass at first, and I'll say while true. And we'll say first, let's try to do something. Let's say pass and then accept. Now we can handle this except case where we got a value error. So in this case, we can say print please enter a valid number. And why this is the case, let me pretty quickly explain. When we want to get a category from the user, we want this to be between 1 and 5 included. But if they put something like 0 or 6, we would like to basically display this message. And I'd like to put an emoji just to make it a little bit more fun, or let's say explicit. Here I'd like to get the choice by using the input method. I'll say maybe add a new line initially. I'll say select a category. Okay, let's say it's gonna be between 1 and 5, just like this. Then we can say if choice is equal to, or let's say 1 less than or equal to choice. And now this is a string, so let's go ahead and convert this to be int. We'll basically try to validate it. So we'll say if it is between 1 and 5 included, we'll just return the choice. But in the else case, here we can say else print. Now I think I just explained something wrong to you when I said value error. So this is when user put a string. So we want to get from 1 to 5, right? But user put something like, say hello. If let's say they just put a string like this into the input, so we're gonna hit this except block. But if they put something, let's say 6 or 0, anything other than these values, we are gonna hit this else case. So that's just a quick correction that I wanted to make. I'll copy this part, paste it, and let's say please enter a number between 1 and 5. Okay, so this is the entire function that we need to get the user choice. I will shrink this. We're never going to take a look at it again. We'll just scroll to the bottom when we got the category choice. After this, we're going to try to load the questions and run the quiz. We'll say all categories. Let's say load questions. So this is a method that we need to build. Let's go ahead, find this and try to build it. Here, this will be about like maybe 100 lines of code, but it's not that complicated. All we have to do is just create a couple of different lists. So instead of typing this out, I'll copy and paste, but let's just try to build at least the very first one. I'll say general knowledge. So we're gonna have basically our categories with the questions. Let's say general knowledge. This will be a list with some objects. So each object will have a question. So we're gonna have key value pairs, and let's say what is the capital of France? And then we are gonna have options. I'll duplicate that. Let's say each question will have an option list. So we can get all these answers or these options. And then finally, each question will have an answer we would like to store. Let's say answer, this is the correct one. Let's say it's C. Okay, then you can put your own questions. I have prepared already a couple of different questions. So I'll just put a comma and paste them in. So let me save to get this formatting. We have added this one, that one, this one, and that one. All right, so that's gonna be it for the general knowledge case. Okay, so I'll go at the very bottom, and I'd like to add another one, which is gonna be for the movies and TV shows. So let me copy and paste. You can grab this from the source code, by the way. Let's try to unindent this, put them into the same level, just like this one. Let me zoom out so that it's a little bit more clean. Okay, so it's the exact same format. We have a question, options, and an answer, right? You can change these if you really wanted to. Then after movies and TVs, we're gonna put the science and nature category with the questions and answers. So I'll go at the very bottom, try to paste this in. Let's try to indent this correctly. Again, the exact same structure. And finally, I'll have the video games. So I'll go here, paste this in. Here we go. Okay, Now, what do we want to do? We would like to return an object. So I'll say return this part. If the option is 1, we would like to return the general knowledge category. So if option is 1, we're going to return an object where the name is equal to, let's say, general knowledge. Okay, then the questions, we would like to return the general knowledge questions list that we have above. Then we're going to have a couple of different options like this. So the second option is going to be movies and TV shows. Then questions will be movie and TV. Let's duplicate that one. We're going to have the third, which is going to be science and nature. For the questions, we're going to return the related list, which is this one. And let's duplicate this twice. I'll try to pretty quickly put them. So video games. And the very last one, as you can imagine, will be the mix, right? We'd like to have a random mix. Now for the questions, we are going to basically concatenate every single one of them. We'll say general knowledge plus movies and TV plus science, nature, and finally the video games. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this function where we are trying to load the questions. So all we have done, create a couple of different lists that has this structure of objects, a question, an options list, as well as an answer. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 different lists. Then an object that returns the related data. So let's save. That's gonna be it for the load questions. Let's scroll to the bottom. Now we would like to run the quiz with the selected category, right? So here I'll just say we're gonna run our quiz, which is gonna give us a score, but this will need a couple of different, or just a single argument, which is gonna be the category data, right? So here I'll say all categories. We would like to select the category choice that user selected, right? So let's say category choice, this is coming from the user, it's equal to 1, let's say. So this part will be 1. From the all categories, we're gonna get the general knowledge. So let's go into this function. So as if we are putting this key, right, 1, and we're gonna get this object. This is exactly what we have passed into this function. So just the object. And then we're going to go into this function, run quiz. We are getting the category data. So as if we have this as the argument, right? Okay, now we would like to grab the category name. So I'll say category name. That is going to be coming from category data. We're going to go into the name. So this is exactly what we just went, right? And this will be the value that we grab. Now in the same way, we're going to get the questions. So say questions, go into the category data and give me the questions. So just pass the key, it's going to give me the value. Now let's try to shuffle the questions to make each game different. So I'll say random.shuffle and our list, which is the questions list. Then let's put a print. So I'll say f string, maybe I can add a new line as well as a bullseye emoji. I'll just say starting the category name, whatever that is, quiz. Okay, then I'll go ahead, maybe add the exact same emoji just to make it a little bit more visually appealing. Then I'll say, let's have one more print. This is going to be answer each question by typing the letter of your choice. And let's give the options A, B, C, or D. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and try to have a score that's gonna be equal to 0 at the beginning. Then we'll say, let's say the correct answers. If I can type correctly, answers, I believe. Alright, and that's gonna be equal to 0 initially as well. Now we would like to say for I, which stands for index, and the question, in enumerate questions. Now, why are we getting the index? Why do we need it? Well, let me pretty quickly display this. Okay, so basically we want to put the current question and how many do we have. So index will be used right here. Initially it'll be 1. Now you might ask, okay, but like indexes start from 0, right? So we can add 1, so it'll just start 0 plus 1, that's equal to 1. So let's see how we can make this work. I'll go here, I'll put a print statement, maybe an f string. I'll say new line, add a couple of different minus symbols, and I'll say question. So say I plus 1, because we don't really want to say, you know, question 0. Instead, we'll do this and we'll say get the length of the questions. Say length of the questions, which is going to be equal to 5. And let's format this just like that. Then we can display the question, right? I'll say print. Once again, an f string, I'll add this emoji or the exclamation point, and then I'll say question, go into the question key. So what we have just done here, now question is an object, right? So let's say we are in the general knowledge. We got this object and we would like to get the question itself. So we need to pass the key so that we can get the value. I hope that makes sense. And in the same way, we're going to get the options as well as the answer by using the keys. So let's scroll to the bottom. We got the question, and after this print, we would like to say for option in question dot options. So we would like to display every single option, just like this, not a string, but the variable itself. Then we would like to get the user's answer. So I'll say while true, we'll say user answer, input, call the method, add a new line, I'll say your answer. That's going to be either A, B, C, or D. I'd like to grab the value and uppercase it. Then I'll say if user answer is not in one of these, say A, oops, B, C, and D, that means they selected something else. I'll say print, please enter A, like enter A, B, C, or D. But in the else case, as you can imagine, we're just gonna break out of this while loop. And like next, we would like to check if the answer is correct, right? Let's say user said A. We need to make sure that if it is correct or not. So we can go outside of this while loop and have a variable. Let's say correct. You can call this anything. I'll say user answer is equal to the question answer. If this is the case, if correct, we'll say score will be incremented by 10. Correct answers will be incremented by 1. And then we would like to just add a feedback. I'll say correct plus 10 points. And I'd like to add a check mark as an emoji. But in the else case, we're going to give another feedback. Let's say wrong, the correct answer is, okay, this is really annoying, but let's try to type this out slowly. I'll say the correct answer is, and then just display the answer. Now this should be an f string. Here I'll go ahead and say get the question answer. And just before we go into the next question, as I said, we'd like to put some delays, right? So here I'll say print next question coming up, and I'll say time.sleep 1.5. Now there's an edge case here. What if we are in the very last question? We don't really want to say next question is coming up because there is no next question, right? So for that reason, we're going to go ahead and wrap this with an if check. So I'll say if index is less than length of the questions minus 1. That means if we are in the very last question. Sorry, I'll do a quick correction. So that means there is a next question, right? If the current index is less than the very last one, that means we have a next question, so we can display this. But else we don't really want to display this part. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the while loop, or the for loop I should say, right? Go into this level. Right here, we would like to continue, where we would like to just display the final results. So let me display what we would like to build. Okay, so this is the part that we would like to have right now. I'll go here and I'll say print, maybe a new line, and also I'd like to add a new line here as well. So I'll say new line plus equal sign, and I'd like to multiply this by 50. Then I'll say quiz results, and we'll use this method called center by 50. So this is what it will do. It will center it in the, I think 50 spaces from here. 25 spaces from here and 25 spaces from the right hand side. Okay, then I'd like to just put this once again, but we don't really need the new line, just the equal signs. Okay, so I just saved to get this formatting. Then I'd like to put the category, just like in the demo. We're going to put the category, correct answers, and the total score at the end. So this is exactly what we're going to have. And finally, we would like to give a performance feedback based on the score percentage. So either excellent, perfect score, not bad, so on and so forth. So I'll go below and I'll say if percentage, and we need to first calculate that. I'll say percentage. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll say score, divide this by length of the questions times 10 and multiplied by 100. So this will give you the percentage. Then we'll say if this is equal to 100, that means it is excellent, or even it's perfect. So instead of typing this out, what I'll be doing, just grab these, paste this in. So we got the perfect score. If it is greater than or equal to 8, we'll say excellent, good job, not bad, keep learning if it is less than 40. And at the very, very end, we'll say return the score. So that's gonna be it for this run quiz function. Then we're gonna get the score, right? What do we want to do? Have the score and add it to the total score. I'll say total score will be incremented by this score variable. And now the application has been completed, but we would like to ask if they want to play again. Now I just went ahead and copied paste this part because it's really basic, but let me pretty quickly explain. So we're trying to get an answer from the user that is equal to either yes or no. But let's say they put something like hello, right? It's not equal to yes, it's not equal to no. So here, this is what we're doing. We'll just say, keep asking to the user until they put something that starts with Y or N. So exactly this is what we are doing again and again until they put a valid answer. So if they add hello, we are not going to count this as a valid answer. But once they put the correct answer, we'll say play again, which is this global variable that we have above. It will be equal to true if again starts with Y. But if it starts with N, this will be equal to false, right? Okay, so now that we have determined this, we're gonna go until the here, right? The exact same level with this while loop, and we'll just add a final goodbye. So this is the case where the user would like to see the total score. So here I'll say print, and just double check this is outside of the while loop. Okay, So this is the entire function. Let's try to run this application. I'll cd into this folder and try to run the file. Let's put the correct name. Here we go. I'll try to zoom out maybe just one level so that we can see it clearly. I'll go with, let's say, movies and TV shows. Okay, now we're gonna have 5 different questions. Let's first get the answers. Okay, so I'll be doing some cheating. Okay, I've never watched Star Wars, so I'd like to take a look at the answer. Looks like answer is C. I'll go ahead and put C. It's correct. Next question coming up, we have a delay, but here we go. So, dude, I don't watch any movies. So let's take a look at the question. It's end with Olaf. Answer is C once again, but I'll just put A. I'll try to give the wrong answer. Here we go. This is what we got. And I'll go with, randomly, let's say C. I'll try to put B. Okay, correct. And finally, I'll say A. So that's also correct. So we got three correct answers, 30 points, and they say good job. Do we want to play again? Let's say yes. Why not? This time I'll go with 1. So hexagon have 6 sides. So I'll put B. The largest ocean on Earth should be Pacific, I believe. Correct. So primary color. Now, in the context of web development and digital products, the primary colors are RGB, which stands for red, green, and blue. But in the context of primary school, what they teach us would be, blue is not a primary color, right? And this is in the context of what we learn in primary school. So I'll put B, which is the correct answer, I believe. Okay, here we go. Looks like I just embarrassed myself. It says it was C. Yes, it's definitely C. It's my bad. I just embarrassed myself, but who cares? Let's move on. Which planet is known as the red planet? Should be Mars. And capital of France, C. So here we go. This is what we got. Excellent. I'll just say no, I don't really want to play again. Thanks for playing. Our total score was 70 from all rounds. So with that, that's gonna be it for this project as well. Let me try to display every single function that we have, just for your reference. This is the run quiz method that we had. And finally, the main function. So I hope you enjoyed this one. I'll see you in the next one. Now let's build a Pomodoro timer. If you don't know what that is, I'll give you a quick example in a second, and then we're going to take a look at the demo. So here is Pomodoro technique, and here is how that works. So basically, you would decide on a task that you would like to complete. Then you would take 25 minutes that you would like to work, right? And once this is completed, you would take 5-minute break. So this is the entire cycle. So you would work 25 minutes, 5-minute break, and you would do this 4 times, okay? And after 4 times, you would take a longer break. That's about 15 to 30 minutes. And if you would like to customize these values, let's say you would like to work for 40 minutes, take 10 minutes break, and do this 10 times. So you can definitely do so. And in our application, we can actually make that work, right? We're gonna allow user to customize it. So let me give you a entire demo. So once we run the application, they will say, do you want to use the default settings? We'll say yes. And this is what we're gonna get. 25 minutes to work, 5-minute short break, and 15-minute long break after 4 cycles. Then the application will start once we press enter, and this will basically count down. And once this is completed, we can get an alarm clock that our computer will, just make some sound. And then here, if we say no, then we can customize our values, like work session, short break, long break, and number of cycles. And it'll be the exact same way. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. I have created an empty folder. Let's create a file called app.py, and I'll get my imports, which will be time, Let's duplicate this. It'll be OS and the platform. Now I'll create a couple of different functions. As always, we can go with main. For now, let's say pass and call the main function. Now we can call this something else if we really wanted to. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just say Pomodoro timer, but this is going to be, you know, the function that will start and will contain the application cycle, right? The actual logic. Then we're going to create a couple of different helper functions. Let's say one will be clear screen. The other one will be, let's say, format time. So this will take seconds as the argument and it will format it. So let's say we're going to get, 30 seconds as the prop. So here, let's say format time. So let's say we call this with 30 seconds. This will be formatted into something like this, okay? So if we go with 9 seconds, it would be like this. I hope that makes sense. Then we'll say def, I think one more function called countdown. This will take the seconds as well as the label. Okay, now let's go into the Pomodoro timer function and try to get started with it. So first, when we run the application, every time we'd like to clear the screen. Let's call this function and try to build that. It'll be about 6 lines of code, and let's see how we can build it. I'll say if platform.system and call the method. So we'll say if this is equal to Windows with an uppercase W. If this is the case, we'll say os.system. As you might know, we'll just say run the cls command. We have seen this previously in this tutorial. And in the else case, I'll say go ahead and just type clear. Okay, so this will basically clear the terminal, as you might know already. So if you're on Mac, you can say clear, but on Windows, you can just say cls and it would clear the terminal. So that's gonna be it for the clear screen function. Now let's go ahead and build our title. I'll say print and I'll add a new line by doing \n, and I'll say Pomodoro timer. We can add a couple of different equal signs to the beginning and to the end. And let's add this emoji, which is going to be a tomato. I don't know why this has been used, but when you call about this technique, this is the only thing that you can think of. Or the first thing I should say. Alright, so after the title, we would like to put our default settings. So I'll say work minutes, and I'll just add a comment. Let's say default settings. So work minutes will be 25. Let's duplicate this one. Short break minutes will be 5. Let's say short break minutes. And then we would like to have long break minutes. That will be about 15, and the cycle will be 4. Let's say cycles. Then we would like to, allow the user to customize it, right? So I'll create a variable called customize, and we'll say input. Let's say use default settings. First, I'll add a new line like this, and I'll say use default settings, which will be 25 minutes of work, 5 minutes of short break, and 15 minutes long break. And at the end, I'll just say, yes or no. Also, I will delete one of these. Okay, so this is how I will have it. At the end, I'll just say, go ahead and lowercase this. Okay, so let's say if this is what we'll have, then we'll like to check. We'll say if customize is not equal to yes, and if it does not start with y. Let's say, and if customize is not equal to y, we would like to first go ahead and try something, and then we'll just catch. Or except, I should say, right? We'll say except if we got a value error, we'll like to handle that. So I'll say print invalid input. using default settings. And I'll add time.sleep just to give some delays. I'll add a new line as well as this emoji. Alright, now in the try, we would like to get the work minutes from the user. And if you haven't realized already, this is the if check that we're gonna hit when user says no to this question, right? You can type it out like this, or you can say something like, if customize starts with n, then we would like to hit this try except block, right? In the try, we would like to get the work minutes from the user. So I'll just first wrap it with int and then call it the input method. Input, just like this. We can add a new line and I'll say enter work session length in minutes, right? So these are the minutes that we'll have. Then we would like to go ahead, duplicate this, if I can do it correctly. We would like to get the short break minutes. So we already have these variables, but we would like to, just reassign them. And I'll say, we don't really need a new line. I'll say enter short break length. Once again, this will be in minutes. Then I'll duplicate this twice. We will have long break minutes. Okay, just like that. And finally, the cycles. And I'll say enter number of cycles before a long break. And we don't really need to add this part. Alright, that's gonna be it for this if block. Now we'll be using these variables by going outside of this if check. Okay, I'll just first clear the screen, call the method, then we would like to put a couple of different print statements just to let the user know about the timer that we have. So we would like to build this part. So, instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead, copy this, paste this in. So 4 or 5 different print statements, and finally an input. Once they press enter, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So after the input, the very first thing I'd like to do, just convert minutes to seconds. So I'll go below, I'll say work underscore seconds will be equal to work minutes times 60. Let's duplicate this one, and here we'll say, short break minutes. Once again, we'll multiply it by 60, and finally the long break minutes. And we would like to now start the loop so that it will start counting down. And I just realized these should be seconds. So let's go ahead, copy this and replace this one as well. Okay, so first we're gonna go ahead and start with the very first cycle, right? So I'll say completed cycles will be equal to 0. And let's say while true, we would like to run this part. First, we'll just call the countdown with the work seconds, and we'll say work session. This is going to be our label. Then we would like to say completed tasks. Let me get this. We'll say completed cycles, not tasks. It'll be incremented by 1 once this function completed, right? Once we end the countdown. Now, before we go ahead and build the rest of this function, maybe we should start with the countdown. And all this function will do, just display a countdown timer with the given label, right? So I'll go inside, and this will have a for loop that is starting from the end and going to the beginning, right? So I'll say for remaining, you can call this anything. I'll just say remaining in range. We're gonna start with the seconds, whatever that is, and we'll go up until 0 with step being -1. Then we would like to clear the screen every single time. Then we'll say print. Let's add an F string. I'll add a new line and just add a clock emoji. And next to it, I'll just say label, whatever that is, like work session, short break, things like that. And then maybe one more emoji. And below to this, we'll say print f, and maybe first I can give you a quick demo. So this is what we are building, right? So we have emojis, the work session, this is our label, and then time remaining, we are gonna put the formatted time, and finally just, you know, a motivating message. So I'll say print and f string, we would like to say new line, time remaining. We would like to call the format time function because we would like to format the remaining seconds. And I'll add one more emoji just here. Okay, so we just added remaining into this function. This is something that we'll build in a second. Then we're gonna be still inside the for loop. I'll say if label is equal to work session, and make sure you don't really have any typos. It is typing exactly like this. We would like to say print focus on your task. Okay, let's just add a brain emoji like this. But in the else case, let's say elif break is in the label. We would like to run this part. I'll basically duplicate that and I'll say take a breath. And I'll just add my emojis to the beginning and to the end. Then we would like to, just give a 1 second delay every single time. It's still inside the for loop. I'll explain this just in a second. Let's say time.sleep by 1 second. Then finally, once we are done with this loop, that means, we have completed. We'll say clear the screen and just say, completed. So I'll say f string, let's add a check mark. I'll just say whatever the label is, completed. Okay, so why are we adding 1 second delay in the for loop? So what we are trying to do, basically, every single second, just display kind of like a screenshot. So user will see this in the very first for loop, let's say, or actually it'll be, 25, 0, 0, but you get the point. These are the images that I have. Then in the next loop, in the next run, we're gonna see this, right? So all it does, just update this part and it looks like it is going counting down. But what actually happens, we just display it, have a 1 second delay and display the next round. So this is what this function is all about. And if you remember at the beginning, I said we would like to, play a sound, right? And this is not really possible in macOS, but it's possible in Windows. So you can say platform.system, call this method, say if it is equal to Windows. We would like to say, you can even import modules right here. I'll say import wind sound or win sound, right? I believe this stands for window sound, and we can say winsound.beep. Then I'll just say 1000 to 500. And if you're wondering about these values, I just put a comment. The very first one is the hertz, and this is about 1000, which makes medium high, I would say, and duration is in milliseconds, and we just put 500. So 500 milliseconds is equal to 5 point seconds. So this is what we have in this function. I will save, but we are missing one more function, which is the format time. So we're gonna get the time in seconds and we would like to format it just like I said. Let's say if we call this method with 30, we're gonna get 0 minutes but 30 seconds. If we call it with 75, we're gonna get 1 minute 50 seconds, right? And if you call it with 0, you'll just get a bunch of zeros like this. Okay, so let's try to build it. First, I'll say minutes, and we'll take the seconds divided by 60, but not just only 1 slash, instead 2. And if you remember in the crash course, I have explained this. We said that this is going to floor down the value. So let's say we have seconds as 125, And if we divide this with 60 in this way, this will be equal to 2, right? So this is integer division, what we call. Then I'll get seconds, let's say seconds remaining, or let's say remainder. And I'll say seconds, we'll be using modulus like this. And then we'll just return a formatted string. I'll say minutes, but this should be inside the brackets. And then the same thing for seconds. Okay, so this is our function. I'll just leave these examples right here. Then we can go into the main function and try to build the rest of it. So inside the while loop, right, if I can talk, after this, we would like to have an if check. I'll say if completed cycles modulus cycles is equal to 0, which means we need to take a long break. So I'll get an input from the user. We'll say time for a long break, press enter to start your break. And then we would like to count down from these, long break seconds. And this is going to be our label. Then finally, once this is done, we would like to, just show an input to the user. We'll say long break complete. Please press enter to get started with the next work session. But in the else case, that means we would like to give them a short break. So this is exactly what I'll be doing. Put an input as well as a countdown. And finally, one more input so that they can get started with it once they press enter. And believe it or not, this is the entire function we need. Let's try to save, open up our terminal. I'll just exit from this and try to get started with it. I'll say cd into this one, run our file. Okay, so this is what we got. Let's first go with the default settings. I'll press Y. We got the information. Let's say enter to begin. So here you can see this has been formatted and it just counts down again and again thanks to that for loop. Now let's kill the application and try to run this again. I'll say we would like to customize it. Let's say, work sessions will be 10 minutes. Short break, looks like I have a typo, that's fine. Let's say short breaks will be 3 minutes and long breaks will be 5 minutes. And we would like to do this 10 times. And we can just get started with it. Alright, so I'll go ahead, kill the application, and I would like to fix this typo that I have. Alright, now there's one more thing that I'd like to talk about. This is optional, but you can add it. So let me first open up the terminal. Run the application. Now if I try to stop the application with Ctrl+C, as you can tell from the terminal, we are getting this keyboard interrupt event, which is fine, right? We are completing our application, we are exiting out of it. But you can handle this in a better way without really getting any errors. So let's try to do it now. And to be able to get rid of that error, we'll go into the while loop. So I will wrap this with a try and except block. Let's take everything, press tab so that it is indented. Then we would like to build the except block. Now normally we would get the value error, but this time we would like to handle the keyboard interrupt error. So I'd like to clear the screen once user wants to exit, and then I'll say print something like goodbye. And let's add an emoji like this. Let's save and run this once again and kill the application. Alright, looks like we got a typo. Why this is the case? So I think it's because we wrapped the while loop. Let me first clear everything and get started with it. I'll just say yes, and let's say enter. And now if we try to kill the app, it'll say goodbye. If you'd like to handle this from the start, you would basically wrap your entire application with it, right? So I can take my try and exit block and wrap my entire function. Let's do it. I'll cut this from here, go at the very top and paste it here, maybe unindent. Then we need to, let me just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. I will take everything up until here, up until except block. I'll tab so it's indented, and I will take this one out. Let's fix this as well. Okay, so it looks like it's been destroyed, but I'd like to really display this. Okay, let's say this is how it looks. We wrapped our entire application with this try and accept block so that we can handle the keyboard interrupt errors. Let's kill this and rerun this all over again. I'll kill this. It says goodbye. We didn't really get any of those errors in the terminal. Okay, so this is one more thing that you can keep in mind. And with that, that's gonna be it for this entire solution that we have for this Pomodoro timer. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the very next one. Alright, so let's build an adventure game. This is gonna be our 29th project, and at the same time, this will be the very last project that we're gonna run in the terminal. So it is really hard for me to give you a demo in pictures. So that's why I'll go ahead and try to display this on VS Code. Alright, so this is the demo application that I have. I'll go ahead and try to run this. Let me say Python 3 app.py. So we'll have a bunch of different options that we can go through. So let's try to see this in action. Once I run the application, we get a welcome message that has some slow print functionality. What is your name? Let's say my name is John. Welcome, your adventure begins in a small town. We are in a town, a bustling town with shops and friendly people. So we're gonna see our stats, like our name, health, and gold. And what do we want to do next? So we can go into the shop, we can enter the forest, we can rest at the inn, which will be around 10 gold, but it will make our health to be filled, right? So let's first start with the shop and let's go ahead and spend some money. Alright, so we have a bunch of different options. The very first thing I'd like to do is spend my entire gold on a sword. So I'll say go ahead, buy this. Alright, so we just got that. We got a confirmation message as well as our gold has been updated. Now, once we have an item, we will be able to see them under these items section. Previously, we didn't really have that. Then let's try to buy this again. So it says you already have a sword. If we didn't have it, we would get an error because we don't really have any gold, right? It would say insufficient balance or something like that. Let's try to buy health potion. Okay, here it says you don't have enough gold to buy that. Now let's say we had enough gold and we had a health potion. If we wanted to buy this again, we could do so. We would not get this kind of an error because health potion is something that we can use over and over again, right? Now finally, I'll say let's return to the town. Alright, so these are the things that you can do in the shop. Now let's try to visit the forest. I'll say 2, and we have bunch of different options, so we can explore deeper, we can return to the town, or we can set up camp. So first, let's start with this one. Alright, so here it says you encountered a bandit. Let's try to attack. I'll say 1. So we attacked with 15 damage and they attacked us back with 8 damage. Here we can see it's been updated. So I'll try to attack again and again until I kill them. Now let's do this once again. You attacked the bandit for 15 damage, you defeated the bandit and you got some golds, right? Depending on the type of the enemy, you're gonna get different amounts of gold. So let's try to use a potion I was going to say, but first let's visit the forest a little bit deeper. Okay, so another option in the forest is that we can find some small pouch with some gold inside. So we got 15 gold right now. And we can also encounter to a different enemy that could be either wolf or I think goblin. Now I'll try to return to the town, but first let's try to go to the forest once again. Alright, now we just encountered a goblin. We have this amount of health. I'll try to use the health potion. Alright, they say you don't have any health potion. That's correct. Now let's try to run away in this case. Holy moly, the goblin attacked us, so we cannot really escape. So I'll try to attack. Let's try to kill this to get some gold. Alright, now we can set up camp, which will restore our health with 10. So I'll say 3. This should be 84. Here we go. Let's do it once again. We got 94. I'll try to return to the town, and we can go rest in the inn. I'll say 3. This should be completed, and our gold will be 45. Previously it was 55, right? It's been decremented. And finally, we can just say quit the game. Okay, so this is the entire application. I think it's really fun, and we'll just practice everything that we have learned so far. So I'll take this, put it on my second screen, and I would like to go ahead, create a folder, which I already have, and let me zoom in, and just have an empty file in it. This is the file that we're going to put our entire application in. So first I'll import my modules. The first one will be time, the other one will be random. Alright, so we're gonna have a bunch of different functions, but first I'd like to get some variables. So we would like to keep track of the player stats, right? They're gonna have a name. Initially it'll be empty, but we're going to ask it as an input and then update this value. The initial health will be equal to 100, 50 golds, and no items. So the next thing will be our game locations. So we'll go ahead, copy and paste. We can add a comment as well. Let's just say player stats. Alright, so we have 3 different locations. Each has a description and option. We have town, forest, and shop. Now the options will be, for town it'll be shop, forest, or rest, and for the other one we'll have like explore, camp, and return to the town. So you need to keep in mind that town is our initial point, right? It's our starter point. So from shop, again, we can do some stuff, or we can return to the town. Alright, the other thing that I'd like to have is the items. So I'll go ahead, get this part, and we can add a comment. I'll say items with effects. So health potion will give you 30 health, and the price is 20 gold. Sword will give 10 damage to the opponent, and price will be 50 gold. And then we can have some enemies. Instead of typing this out, once again I'll go ahead, copy and paste. Enemies that can be encountered. So we'll have goblin, wolf, and bandit. These are the healths that they will have, and then the damage, as well as how much gold you will gain once you kill them. So these are all the variables that we have. I will go ahead, shrink every single one of them, then create my functions. So here the very first function will have, let's say, slow print. It'll take a text and add some slow print animation, right? So I'll say pass for now. Then we would like to have a function that will display the stats. Let's say display the stats. Once again, we'll pass this at the moment. We'll have a function for town. We'll have, let me just duplicate this once, twice, 3 times. So we'll have town, we'll have shop, we will have buy item. Let's say we're gonna get the item name as an argument, and then we'll have forest. We can have explore function. Let's put a little bit space. And then let's see what we're gonna have. We can have enemy encounter function. I'll duplicate this one, give a little bit space. Let's say enemy underscore encounter. Then what do we want to have? I'd like to take a look at my notes so that I don't really forget anything. I will duplicate this once again. We're gonna have the treasure encounter, just like this. And let's say this time we'll have the rest. As you can tell, we'll have a bunch of different functions because this is a really detailed application. So let's say we have rest. Once the game over, we'll like to do something and we can start the game. So I will go and run this function once the game starts, right? Once we run this file, we would like to call this function first. And here in my terminal, I'll just cd above. This is the previous project that I have. I'll just cd into the 29th folder and just shrink this at the moment. and try to build the application. So the very first thing we'll like to do, just reset the player stats, right? So you might ask, okay, we already have their stats to be 150 and 0 items. Why are we trying to, just reset it from scratch? It's because, let's say user played this game a little bit and they want to restart all over again. We would like to just reset the stats every single time that this function runs. I hope that makes sense. So let's say player health will be equal to 100 once the game starts. Gold will be 50. And items will be an empty list. Alright, then we'll like to call slow print method. We'll like to say add a new line plus we'll like to see 60 equal signs. So we're gonna build this function just in a second, and then let's duplicate this. As the text, I'll say forest, let's put it all uppercase, adventure, and let's add some emojis. So I'll put these trophy icons. I'll go ahead, copy, and put it at the beginning as well. Then I would like to call this function once again, and this time it'll be only equal signs multiplied by 60. Then we can do something else once again. Now these are not really necessary, but it'll just make our application a lot more fun to see, right? I'll say welcome to a simple text adventure game. And finally, I'll add one more emoji, let's say game, like this. And then we would like to ask for an input from the user that will be equal to the player name. So I'll say player name will be equal to this input, and I'll say new line, what is your name, adventurer. Alright, then finally we'll just say welcome, once again with slow print. So we can copy one of these, and we'll say first put an F string, add a new line, maybe one more emoji. We'll say welcome, and whatever the player name is. So we'll say player name, your game. Okay, so this should be outside actually, just like that. We'll say your adventure begins in a small town, and put a dot at the end. Then we would like to start the game by calling the town method. So we're gonna get into these just in a second. First, I'd like to build this very helpful and basic function. So I will visit this, where do we have it, at the very beginning. So this will take the text and just run a for loop with a delay. So I'll say for character, you can call this anything, for character in a text, we'll like to say print the character and just add a little bit of delay. So I'll say time.sleep 0.02. But now this has a problem. I don't know if you can tell, but every single character will be put into the next line, because this is what print does in a for loop, right? So what I'd like to do, just say end it with an empty string so that we don't really go into the next line, and we don't really want to have any delays. We'll say flush of true. Alright, and finally we would like to add one empty print statement so that it would add an empty line once the for loop has done. So this is just to have a little bit more formatted text in the terminal, right? We have a little bit more space. So with that, we can now go ahead and get started with the town method. So I will kill this, and maybe actually let's leave it. I'd like to run this file just to see what we're gonna get. I'll say clear this up, python 3 app.py. So here we can see we got these, and once it is done, we will have an empty line, right? So this is exactly what we are doing. And I'll kill the application and get started with the town method. So I will say slow print, add a new line, maybe a home emoji. Let's say you are in town. Then I'll duplicate this. Now we would like to say locations. Do we have this? Yes, locations. This is the variable that we have above. Go get the town and display the description that it has. So we went into the locations, right, into the town, and since this is another object, we just use the key, which is the description, and we're gonna get the value that will be printed into the terminal, right? And then we would like to have a while loop. So we'll say while true. We would like to display the stats. And then we would like to say, what would you like to do? Instead of typing this out, I think I can go ahead and copy and paste so that we don't really get bored. Here we go. They can go to the shop, enter the forest, rest at the inn, or they can quit the game with these options from 1 to 4. But now we don't have this display stats method. It'll be really simple. So let's go ahead and try to build it. I'll say print. We would like to add a new line plus equal sign 40 times, and then we will say print in f string. I'll say name. Maybe we can add one more emoji. Say user, like this. I'll say name. We would like to get the player dot name. And then we'll like to put a pipe character, and then I'll say health, but first I'll put a heart emoji like this. I'll say health will be equal to player health, and then one more pipe emoji. We'll say gold. Maybe we can add some, let's say dollars icon, and we'll say player gold. Alright, so that should be it for the f string. I'll save to get this formatting, and then we'll like to say if user has some items, let's display them. So I'll say if player has items. If this is not an empty list, we'll like to say print and f string. I'll say items and put this part, which is gonna be an empty string that starts with a comma and empty space, just like this. Then we'll say join this with the player items, which is a list, right? We'll like to take this and convert it to be a string. This is exactly what we are doing. And just to make this a little bit more fun, as always, I'll add an emoji. I'll go with the back emoji. All right, after this, finally, I'll say print equal signs about 40 times. So this will add this kind of effect where we see it under a kind of like a table, right? We have 40 equal signs at the top and same at the bottom. So that's gonna be it for the display stats method. Now we'll like to shrink this, go into the town, and maybe ask for an input from the user, right? So we'll say choice, which will be equal to input, call the method, and put this greater sign icon and add an empty space at the end. I'll take the value, lowercase it. Now we'll have a bunch of different conditions. I'll say if choice is equal to 1, make sure this is a string, or let's say if shop is in the choice. So let's say user put 1 into the terminal, which means go to the shop, or let's say they type something like I want to visit shop. In this string, shop is in the choice, right? This is exactly what we are checking. So say call the shop in this case, but else if check if choice is equal to 2, or the 2 is like forest. We'll say forest is in the choice. Go ahead, call the forest method. So you get the point. I don't really need to type the rest. I'll copy this and maybe just put it once and twice. If this is 3, if this is 4, and if this is like equal to rest, and I think this will be quit. In this case, we would like to call the rest method, and if it is quit, we'll just say call the slow print method by saying maybe a new line, thanks for playing, and goodbye. I'll just add a emoji at the beginning, just like that. And finally, we would like to call a method called exit, which is going to exit our application. And this is built into the Python, right? We don't really need to create this. And finally, at the end of these else if conditions, we'll say else, which means user put something other than these values. let's say they put 0 or 5 or anything like that, we'll say print, let's say I don't understand that option, please try again. Okay, now that's gonna be it for the town method as well. Now we are missing the shop, forest, rest, and maybe a bunch of different functions. So let's go ahead, save to get this formatting, and then we'll just jump into the shop method. So I will delete this part and I'll say slow print, just like what we have done above. I'll add a new line and I'll say maybe this shop emoji. And I'll say you enter the shop, the shopkeeper greets you, right? Then I'll add one more slow print, just like what we have done here. I'll copy that, paste it, and this time the location will be not town, but shop. Oops, what have I done? This should be equal to shop. We would like to get that description. Then we'll go into the while true loop, and I'll say display the stats, because we always want to display them the stats whenever they visit a different location. That could be town, shop, forest, and maybe even more. I'll say print, and I don't really need to type this out. Let's not waste any time. We are already 7 hours into this course, so we'll go ahead, paste this in. This is what we have. What would you like to do? We have 3 different options. As always, let's get the choice from the user like this. I'll add a space, then I'll say if choice is equal to 1, make sure this is string, or health is in the choice. In this case, we would like to call by item by adding our item name, which is going to be health potion. And then I'll go ahead and say elif choice is equal to 2, or sword is in it. In this case, I'd like to say by item, but this time the item name will be sword. And in the elif case, I would like to copy and paste this time. So we'll say if it is equal to 3, which means they would like to return to the town, and we just have one more backup. We say, or if it is equal to return, let me just get this from the start. If choice is equal to 3, or return is in the choice, or town in the choice, we would like to say you'll leave the shop and return to the town, and we'll just return out of this while loop, and even out, like we are gonna return out of this function. Alright, then finally we'll just handle this edge case if they put something other than these options. So we will say print I don't understand that, right? So I'd like to copy and paste because we have done this previously. Alright, so this is one more function that we just have. Let's save to get this formatting. Then we can build maybe the next function, which is to buy an item. Now I see like we are going kind of like all over the place, right? We built the town, shop, maybe we should next build the forest and explore, but let's go with this order so that we can just go in order, right? So if you want to buy an item, first we would like to get the item object. So I'll say item will be equal to items and the item name. So let's say user want to buy a sword. So the item name will be sword, and we would like to get this object. So items sword, we would like to have this object where we have a damage and price, right? So this is exactly what we are doing at the moment. Now we would like to add an if check. This is an edge case that I'll explain with a comment. So I'll say if already we bought the item, just don't let them to buy again, right? Say if user already bought the item, don't let them to buy again, but they can buy the health potion again and again because they can use it more than once. So I'll say but they can buy the health potion even if they have it already. So you can maybe pause the video and try to do it by yourself, then watch this part. I'll say if item name is equal to, or I'm sorry, if item name is in the player items, if user already has this item, and if item name is not equal to health potion. In this case, we'll like to just return out of this, right? I'll say slow print, new line, you already have a whatever the item is. So I'll say item name. This should be an F string. Then we'll say return out of this function. Okay, so this is the edge case that we have. Then we'll like to check if user has sufficient balance, right? I'll say if player gold is greater than or equal to the item price. So I'll say item price. In this case, we'll like to go below. First, we'll just use the gold of the player. So I'll say player gold will be minus, so they'll be decremented by the price of the item. Okay, then still inside this if check, we'll say if item name is not in the, let's say, player items. If it is not in this list, we'll like to append it. So I'll say player items dot append, because this is a list, and we're gonna put the item name at the end. And then we can check if it includes health or damage. So basically we will say if it is a health potion or if it is a sword. I'll say if health is an item, and we can make this a string. If this is the case, we would like to say you bought a item, whatever that is, and you can use it to restore this amount of health. So I'll just add an F string, add a new line. Let's say you bought a health potion. You can use it to restore whatever the health amount is. So I'll say item health. And you might be asking, do we have this option? So I believe we have. If we go into the items in the health potion, wait, all right, so yeah, actually we have it. In the health potion, we have health of 30. And in the sword, we have the damage. So let's go ahead, scroll to the bottom. I'll say this amount of health. Let's save to get this formatting, and then we'll do the same thing for damage. So I'll say LF damage is in the item. Instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead, copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time, and save to get this formatting. But in the else case, that means user doesn't really have any, like, enough money. So I'll say else, and just make sure this is in the exact same order. We'll say you don't have enough gold to buy that item. Just like that. So that's gonna be it for this buy item method as well. It's not really complicated. All we have to do is just grab the item from the object that we have above and add some couple of different checks. Alright, next will be the forest method. So I will go ahead and delete this part. I'll say slow print, you enter the dark forest. Then I'll just call this once again as we have done in town and shop. I'll say locations. Go ahead, grab the forest, and then get the description. Say description. Then we'll have a while loop once again. Then I'll say display the stats. Then I'll say a couple of different prints to display them the options that they have. So they can either explore deeper, return to the town, or set up a camp. And then we'd like to get the choice. So I'll say choice input and take the value lowercase it. I'll say if choice is equal to 1, or if explore is in the choice, we would like to call the explore method, just like that. And I would like to copy this part, just say elif it's equal to 2, or return is in the choice, and let's say or town is in the choice, in that case we would like to just return out of this function. But on top of it, I'd like to say new line, you leave the forest and return to town. I'll add an emoji at the beginning, say walking backwards, right? Just like that. Alright, then I will say elif choice is equal to 3 or camp is in the choice. We'll like to say slow print. Let me go ahead, grab this and paste it. You set up camp for a quick rest. Then we'll say player health will be incremented. So I'll say minimum, and you'll see why. I'll say player health plus 10 or 100. Now at maximum it'll be 100 for the health of the user. So what I mean, let's say player health of the user is like 100. We're gonna add 10 because they are just camping. This will be 110, but we don't really want to exceed number of 100, right? So we're gonna get the minimum value out of these, which will be 100. The health will be equal to 100. So I hope that makes sense. This is what we have, and finally we can just add one more slow print, and we'll just say you feel a little bit better. You just gained 10 more health. And finally, that means they don't really put one of these options. So we'll say print, I don't understand that option. Please try again. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the forest method as well. Next, we'd like to build the explore method, which will be about 40 lines of code. So first, as always, I'll put my print statement. Then I'd like to add a delay, right? Because they are trying to explore something. So we'd like to have some delay. And then we'd like to encounter something randomly. So I'll say encounter, and hear me out. So we'll just say random.choices. Previously we have always used choice, but now we're going to be using choices, which is going to take a list. Let's say we're going to have this list with enemy, so we can encounter an enemy, we can find a treasure or nothing. But now I don't really want this to be completely randomly. Just to make this game a little bit more fun, I would like to encounter to the enemy 60% of chance, right? I'll say 60, then 30 for the treasure and 10 for the nothing. Then I would like to grab the very first result. Now I'll save. Hopefully this will be formatted. Here we go, and I'll just add a comment. So I'll say random encounter, 60% will be enemy. So I'll just say 60% chance on enemy, 30% chance on treasure, and 10% on nothing. So this is something that we have never seen so far. That means this project is also teaching you something, even though we are in the 29th project. We are not only practicing, but still learning new concepts as we go. Alright, so we'll just check for the encounter. So we'll say if encounter is equal to enemy, we'll do something, which will be call this method. And in the else if case, we'll say encounter is equal to treasure. We'll call treasure encounter method, and else we'll just do nothing, right? I'll say slow print and grab this dude. You explore for a while, but find nothing interesting. Alright, so this is the entire explore method. Let's shrink. Now let's go ahead and build the enemy encounter. Like this will be one of the largest one, so I'd like to actually leave it a little bit later in the video. First, let's build the treasure encounter. This will be about 10 lines of code. So we'd like to, get a gold between 10 and 30 randomly, right? So I'll say gold found. You can also call this as gold amount, but this is the name I'll be going with. I'll say random.randInt between 10 and 30. These are included. I'll say player gold. We would like to increment it by the gold found. And then we would like to add 20% chance to find a health potion. So I'll say if random, and I thought it would give us a description, but it doesn't. So let me go ahead, type this out, like call this method and say less than 0.2. And just in case if you're wondering what this random method does, it will generate a number randomly between 0.0 up until 1.0. This is not going to be inclusive, but this will be inclusive. So that means you can get a value like 0.0, but you will never get this one. I think it would be up until here, right? So this is something to keep in mind. And we'll say if random value that we got is less than 0.2, so this will be 20% chance. And we'll say health potion is not in player items. We would like to say player items dot append a health potion, right? I'm too lazy to type this out. I'll go ahead, copy and paste. Then we'll like say slow print, you just found something like this, and we'll say inside it was gold found and whatever that is, and also a health potion. But in the else case, we'll just say you found a small pouch with some gold, and here is the amount of gold. Alright, and this will be the case if the random value is equal to or greater than 0.2. So this is the function that we have. Then maybe we can build the rest function, which will be really basic. So I'd like to go ahead, delete this part and paste this completely, then walk you through it. So we will say if player has the enough amount of gold, we'll like to run this if check. So we will decrement the number of gold, say health will be 100 because they just went into the in, right? That was one of the options. Then we'll just display some feedback, but in the else case, we'll say you don't have enough gold to rest at the in. So that's the simplest function that we have. Let's save. And we also want to have a game over method, right? So I'll just get my prints. Once again, they will be slow prints. Then we can say final stats. So we'll say this is the amount of gold that you have collected. And we can ask if they want to play again or not. Just like that. And if it is equal to y. So these are the things that we have done multiple times at this point. That's why I'm trying to go a little bit fast. Then I'll say in the else case, we'll just say slow print. Thanks for playing and goodbye. And then we'll just exit out of the application. Alright, so we can save. Now, this is the game over method. The very last one that we need to build is the enemy encounter. Now let's build this and call it a day. So first thing we'd like to do, just get a enemy randomly, right? I'll say random.choice from the enemy's variable that we have above. Then I'll say enemy health. We're going to extract that from the enemy. So I'll say enemy grab the health. Then we'd like to put a slow print. We'll say you encountered this enemy and we're gonna grab the name. Then we'll say while enemy health is greater than 0 and player health is greater than 0. In this case, we'll like to let them fight, right? I'll say display stats and we'll say print. I'll put an f string. I'll say here is the enemy name and here is the health that they have. What would you like to do? We have a couple of different options. You can attack, you can use health potion, and you can run away like a coward, right? Then we can say choice. I'll say input, take the value and lowercase it. Then we'll have a bunch of different if-else statements. So let's start with our very first if check. I'll say if choice is equal to 1 or attack is in the option. Oops, not option, but choice, I should say. In this case, we would like to let the player attack. So first I'll say player damage will be equal to 5. This is our base damage. But if sword, like if user has a sword, right? I'll say if sword is in the player items, we're going to increment the amount of damage. So I'll say items, go below, I'll say player damage plus equal to items sword and whatever the damage it has. If you'd like to, you can update it by coming up here under the items, change the damage, but this is what I have in this tutorial. Then we'll say go outside of the if check and decrement the health of the enemy. So I'll say enemy health will be minus equal to player damage. Then we'll just say slow print like this. You attack the enemy, whatever the name is, for this amount of damage. Then I'll have one more if check still inside this parent if. I'll say if enemy health is less than or equal to 0, I'll go ahead and just say you defeated the enemy. So I think I just said greater than, but this should be less than 0. That means we just defeated the enemy. Then we would like to get this amount of gold for the player, and we'll just say you found this amount of gold. Or maybe we can say you won this amount of gold, but this is what I'll have. Then finally return out of this function. But now if you didn't kill the enemy yet, that means they can attack you as well. So we'll say here is your health. Player health will be decremented by the amount of damage of the enemy. Then I'll put a slow print. The enemy attacks you for this amount of damage. And we'll say if player health is less than or equal to 0, that means enemy has killed you, and this is what we'd like to do, just end the game. Alright, so this is gonna be it for the very first if check that we have. I'll go below into this level, right? It should be right here that I have my cursor in. And I'd like to build my next if check, which is going to be elif choice is equal to 2 or potion is in choices. I'm sorry, if potion is in the choice, we would like to run this part, which will be about 20 lines of code. So first I'll say if health potion is in the player items. So if player has a health potion, in this case we would like to remove that, right? And then we'll just say you'll get this amount of health. So let me go ahead, copy and paste, format this, and then walk you through it what we are doing here. So once again we are using the minimum method. It's because at maximum we would like to have 100. So you will say if you want to use if you want to have maximum, why do we use minimum? So once again I'd like to display this. Let's say player health is equal to 100, but we used a health potion. That means we're gonna get 10 more health. This will be equal to 110, right? And at minimum we're gonna grab 100 because at most we would like to have 100. We don't want to exceed this value. So I hope that makes sense. At the beginning this might look a little bit complicated because I say we would like to get the maximum of 100 and then I use minimum, but this is the idea behind it. I hope that makes sense. After this we're gonna put a feedback, right? We'll just display a feedback to the user. So let me format this, kind of annoying, but here we go. Then after this slow print, we'll just say else. We'll just say you don't have any health potions. And then we would like to continue. Now, even if you use a potion, the enemy will still keep attacking, right? So we'll just say, go ahead, decrement the amount of health that player has and make sure that this is not nested, right? Then we'll just say the enemy has attacked you. Alright, just like that. Then finally, we would like to have this check as always, because we would like to end the game if player health is less than 0, right? We'll just say game over if this is the case. But else that should be fine. We can shrink this elif, or maybe just go below to this exact same order. And I'll say elif choice is equal to 3. Or run is in the choice. We would like to have, let's say 50%. I'll put this as a comment. I'll say 50% chance to escape. We don't really want them always to escape, right? So I'll go ahead and grab this if check. As you can imagine, we'll be using the random.random method. And if this is greater than 0.5, we'll say you managed to escape, so that we can return out of this function. But in the else case, this is what I'll be doing. Super basic. We'll just say you couldn't escape, you got the damage, here's your feedback, and if this is the case, the game is over. But in the else case, we'll just say I don't understand that, right? We have 3 options. If user put something like 4, 5, 6, in that case, we will just say I don't understand that option. So I hope that makes sense for this entire function. I'm not going to refuse. This is a bit long, but nothing complicated so far, right? Let's try to open up our terminal and run the app. Here we go. We got some slow prints. I'll put my name, let's say John. Alright, so let's go to the shop. I'd like to buy sword. So we can see our items and we can see the gold, but looks like I have a typo. So let's go ahead and fix it. It should be in the display stats method, right? I'll say Control F, display stats. Gold, okay, this should be player gold. Let's save and try to run the application from scratch. Let's put my name. Go to the shop and try to buy sword. Alright, now we got gold correctly, right? And we have an item. Previously we didn't have anything. Let's return to the shop, or maybe try to buy the sword once again. It says you already have it. Let's try to buy health potion. It'll say you don't have enough gold. Let's go to the town and then visit the forest. Then try to explore deeper a bit. So we got a wolf. Let's try to attack. We can use health potion, but I think we don't have. Let's say attack once again. We got some gold. Let's say set up a camp. Our health will be incremented. Now I'll try to run this once again so that you can see our maximum health could be 100, right? Previously we got 100, we got 10 more, but it's still 100. We don't really want to exceed this. And this is thanks to the minimum method that we have used in a couple of different places. Alright, then let's try to go to the town. So they say you leave the forest and return to the town. Let's rest at the inn, which is going to consume 10 golds. Now we have 0 and we can quit the game. So you can play this game again and again. I hope and I'm sure that we don't really have any errors if I didn't add any kind of typos, just like this one that we had previously. But I believe everything should be fine, and this is about 300 lines of code almost, or even we have exceeded 300 lines of code. So that's gonna be it for the very last project that we have in our terminal. In the incoming projects, we're gonna build some stuff that is that has some user interface. So I hope you enjoyed this one. I'll see you in the next one. So with this section, we are getting started with applications that has some user interface. So that means we are not going to build any applications in the terminal, but instead they will have some user interface that we can interact with, some labels, inputs, buttons, and more. And for this, Python has a package called Tkinter. And in this project, we're going to build a hello world with it, a hello world project, so that we are, just getting started from absolute beginning, right? And I'll give you a quick introduction to Tkinter, which is Python's graphical user interface package, aka GUI. So this is a great way for beginners to start creating visual applications with Python. And in this section, I'll walk you through it by building this demo application that we have. Initially, once we run the application, we're going to see this kind of an output where we can put our name. Once we press this button, we're going to see our name at the bottom. Really simple, but this is something that we have to get started with to just understand the basics. And in the next couple of sections, we're going to build a little bit harder projects than these. Alright, so let's go ahead, open up the VS Code. I have an empty folder as always, and I'll say app.py. I'll kill the left-hand side, maybe open up my terminal, exit out of it. Then we would like to zoom in. Alright, so let's get started with it. So what you would like to do is just say import tkinter, and the convention is to rename this to be as tk. This is not something that you had to do, but this is really convenient. So instead of every time typing tkinter dot do something, you can just say tk dot do something, right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. So we just imported that, which is coming with Python out of the box, right? So you don't really need to install it from your terminal. So first things first, let's go ahead and try to create the main window. So I'll say window, and this will be equal to tk like this. So we're going to call this. Then we would like to add a title. So we can say window.title and call the method. You can put anything. I'll say my first tkinter app. And you're going to see this where it appears in a couple of minutes. Then we can put size, right? I'll say window.geometry. The first one will be the height. So I'll say, 300 to 200. Alright, once again, this will set the size of the window, width and height. Then we can have window.resizable. By default, it is true, so you can resize the window. First, I'll just say, comment this out. We don't really want to customize it. Then I'll just show you once we see some kind of an output. So let's try to save this and try to run this application. So I will cd into this folder and I'll say python 3 app.py. Now, as you have realized, nothing happened. It's because we didn't start the main loop. So I will go at the very bottom. I'll say window.mainLoop and call this method. And what is main loop in the first place? So this is what we call main loop, which is the mechanism that keeps your application running. So this will keep track of the interactions. It'll let the window to be open. So when you click to the button, what'll happen, right? It'll just listen for every single event. So this is what we call the main loop. Now let's save and try to run this file. So you cannot really see it because it has appeared on my second screen. If you have only one monitor, it'll just display right in your monitor, right? Since I have two, I don't know why, but it starts it in my second monitor. But anyways, we got our window. We can see we have a title and it is resizable by default. Let's try to make this to be unresizable, right? So I'll say resizable and we'll say false twice. One for the width and the other one for the height. Now we can run the application and let me go ahead and grab this. Now it is not really resizable, as you can tell. I'm just trying to resize it, but no, it does not work. Alright, so this is the very basics. Now let's try to create a label that will say welcome to Tkinter, right? So I'll say title underscore label. You can call this anything, right? But this is the name that I'll have, and I'll say tk.label. Then we'll say put it into the window, right? This is the master that it should have. Then we'll say text, Let's give it a text like welcome to Tkinter. And then we can set a font size or a font family or both of them at the same time. So I'll say Arial, and then I'll say, it'll be 16. Why do we have an error? Position font is not defined. So what do you mean? Okay, it should be actually equal to, I guess. Yeah, just like that. Let's save. Then now we created the label, but we didn't really display it in the window. So this is something that you should keep in mind. Just creating it above does not help. So you need to say .pack. And then you can add some options, which I'll get in a second. So we can save and try to run this once again, just to see some output. Here we go. This is what we have. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but it is really next to the top corner. We can give some space from the top, right? So this is where the options comes in. I'll say padding Y, it'll be 10. Let's run this once again, and I'd like to show this. Here we go. Now we have a little bit more space. So this is what I'll be doing most of the time. I'd like to give some spacing vertically. And now let's try to create an entry, which is going to be an input that we're going to get, right? This is what we call entry in Tkinter. Then we're going to build a button. Let's try to go step by step. I'll say name entry. You can call this anything once again, but the right hand side should be exactly like this. We'll say tk.entry, put it into this window, and we'll like to say width could be 20. Then I'll say name entry dot pack. Once again, creating it only does not help. You have to put it in the screen. And I'll say give some spacing from like vertically, right? I'll say padding Y of 10. Then we can create a button. I'll say hello underscore button, tk.button. Let's just type it, put it into the window, and text will say hello. And then we'll just say command will be hello, or let's say underscore hello. Now this command is when you click to the button, what'll happen? It will call a method called say hello. So let's go ahead and create that. Let's say define say hello method. For now, let's pass. We're going to get into the implementation details just in a second. Now let's save. There is one more thing that I'd like to add, which is going to be a label at the bottom. Now initially we cannot really see it, but it is actually there. It just doesn't have any value. Once you press to this button, it will get the value that you have and it'll display it right here, right? So we're going to create an empty label just like this one, but it's not going to have any value initially. Let's try to see what I mean. I'll say greeting underscore label. I'll say tk.label and call the method. We'll put it into the window. Text will be equal to none, right? Just an empty string, and we can say font will be equal to Arial. This time we'll go with 12 as the font size. Then greeting label dot pack with some spacing. Alright, so now we can save, try to run the app. Even though this is not completed, we can just see some output. This is what we have. I don't know why we didn't got any buttons. Let's see, do I have any typo? No, I don't have, but I didn't use the pack method, right? Now here you can see just creating it is not enough. So I will copy it, paste it, but I'll say hello button.pack. Now let's run this. We should be able to see the button. Here we can see when we click to it, nothing happens. It's because we didn't build this function. Let's go ahead and create it. So first I'd like to get the name that is inside the input. So I'll say name entry dot get. This is going to give us whatever you put in. You can call this anything. Once again, I'll just call it name because this is what we have. And I'll say if we have name, do something else, do something else, right? Here I'll say greeting label config. We'll use this method. And I'll say text will be an F string like this. It'll say hello, whatever the name is. Okay, Then in the else case, let's say they didn't put any names, but we would like to still display something. I'll say config. Let me just copy this part, put it right here. Text will be hello world this time. And this does not have to be an F string. Alright, let's go ahead, save, clear the terminal, and run the app. I'll get this here. Let's say my name is John. Say hello, it works. We can delete the value. Once again, it'll say hello world this time because we don't really have any values. So these are the basics of Tkinter, right? Nothing complicated, but just different syntax and different methods. As you use them, you'll get used to it. Now there are much more things, right? A lot more things that we can talk about. Instead of explaining every single concept here, I'll just leave this project right here and we're gonna learn as we build more and more projects. So I'll see you in the next one. Now let's build a simple calculator using Tkinter. So this is the end result that we're gonna have at the end of the section. We have a title and a label that has an input. So we're gonna put our very first number, let's say 20. Then same for the second number, I'll put 10. Once we click to the button, we're gonna get the result, which will be 30. And once we say clear, it will clear out the result as well as these labels. So with all this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. I'll visit VS Code. I have created an empty folder that has a file that we'll like to shrink the left hand side and build the logic in it. So as always, I'll say import Tkinter, and I'd like to call this as tk just for my convenience. Then we'll have a function. Let's create this for now. I'll say calculate underscore sum. We don't really want to build it for now. I'll just say pass. Once we build the rest of the application, we'll just come here and build the logic. So first I'd like to create the main window, right? I'll say create the main window. Here I'll say window, we can say tk.tk, just like what we have done previously. Then we can add a title. So I'll say title, you can call this anything. I'll just say simple calculator. Then I'd like to say window geometry so that we can give width and height. I'll say maybe this could be 300 to 250. Then I'd like to create a label, which is going to be for the title that we have above. So I will say title underscore label. You can call this anything. Then have this tk.label that will be put into the window, and you will have a text that says simple calculator. And we can give some font. Let's say Arial will be the font family and 16 will be the size, right? The font size. Then we have created the title. We created the label. Now it's time to put it on the screen with the pack method. I'll say pack, and we can add some paddings from the top, which is the vertical space. I'll say it'll be 10. Then we can create, let's go below. Here we can create the label that we have for the first number, right? But now hear me out. If you can see, there is some kind of a layout here, right? We have the first number that is inside a frame, and in the same way we have another one that is inside this frame, right? So to be able to put them side by side, we can create a frame. So first I'll say, maybe let's go ahead create our frame 1. This will be for the first number. So I'll say tk.frame. We'll like to call this, and we'll say this will be inside the window. Then we can display it. So I'll say pack and use the padding y of 5. Then we can create our first number 1 label, right? I'll say number 1 label, and I'll say tk.label. This will be inside the frame 1, and we'll say text will be equal to first number. Just like this. Then now that we have created, we would like to display this. I'll say number 1 label.pack with some padding, or we can add this side. Let's say it'll be tk.left. So it'll be put on the left hand side. Then we can create our first number. just like what we have done above. I would like to copy it and paste it. So we have first number. This time this will be an entry. It'll be put into the frame 1. Here's the width. You can change this, and then we will just display that. Let's save and try to see the output. Alright, so I just run the application, but as you can tell, we cannot get any output. It's because we didn't create the main loop, right? I'll say window.main loop. Let's start this so that our application can start. I just run this. I can see it on my second window. Here we can see now they are side by side, right? If we didn't use the frame 1, let's actually display this. If we didn't use this part, we would say these are going to go into the window. And we don't really need to use the side. Let's try to see this in action. I'll kill the app and run this again. Now they are not side by side, right? They are put vertically in the column direction. So I hope that makes sense. This is why we are creating frames. Then now that we have our very first frame and the content, let's go ahead actually duplicate this part. I'll say this will be frame 2. It'll be put into the window, and we would like to put it with padding of 5. Then we can create our number 2. I'll say number 2 label, and we can say second number, right? And we don't really need to put left, I was going to say, but we can add it actually. We don't really need it for the second number. So we'll add it for the label, but not for the number. I'll duplicate this. Let's say second number, just like that. Then now we'll like to create a button to be able to calculate the sum. I'll say let's create a calculate sum, or let's say calculate button. This will be TK button. It'll be inside the window, and we can add the text as add numbers. Then we can say command. So once we click to this button, we would like to call our method that we have above, which is the calculate sum. And now let's try to say calculate button pack with some padding y, say 10. Then finally, we would like to put one more label that is going to hold the result. So we'll say result label will be equal to tk.label. Let's say it'll be inside the window, and text would be result, colon and empty space. We're going to update it, and we can add some font customizations like Arial, and it'll be 16. If you'd like to, you can change these values. This is what I'll have. Finally, we'll say result label.pack padding y of 10. Alright. So this is what we have so far. Let's go ahead and try to create this method right here. First, I'll have the try and accept. Let's say pass. Here I'll say if we got any value errors, just try to say please enter valid numbers. So I'll say if this is the case, just tell result label.config, and we'll say text will be equal to please enter valid numbers. But in the try, we would like to get the number 1. I'll say float. We'll say first number dot get and call the method. Duplicate this. This will be second number this time. Let's say number 2, and then we would like to calculate them. So I'll say result number 1 plus number 2, and we'll just update the result label with it. I'll say result label.config. We'll say text will be an F string, and we can say result is equal to the result that we have above. Alright, let's try to save, run the application. First, I'll kill this and grab this. Okay, it looks like we have some errors when it comes to layout. We're gonna fix that. First, I'll say 12, and let's say one more 12. At this, we got 24. Now we will add a button to be able to clear the output, but first let's try to see what is the problem when it comes to the layout. So we created the frame 2, but these should be frame 2, right? Let's save, open up the terminal, kill this, clear, and run this all over again. Here we go, this is what we have. It is working. Now we would like to build that clear button. So I will go just here. First, I'll build my function. I'll say define clear fields. For now, let's say pass, and I'll create a button. Say clear button tk.button. That will be in the window. Text would say clear, and the command will be clear field method, right? Clear fields method. Then finally, we'll say clear button.pack with some padding. Let's say 5. Then all we want to do is just clear the inputs as well as the result. So say first number dot delete, and we would like to delete from start up until the end, right? Let's say tk end. Now what does that mean? So let's say user put into the, let me display pretty quickly. So let's say user put 100. We would like to start from the first character up until to the end, right? So it's going to delete everything. If you go ahead put 1, it is not going to delete the very first character. I hope that makes sense. And we'll do the same thing for second number. And finally, I'll say result label.config. The text will be just result. Let's say text is going to be equal to result colon and empty space. So I think that's gonna be it for this application, I believe. Let's try to save and run the app all over again. Let's say we got 150. Add numbers, we got 150. Let's say clear this out. Here we can see everything has been updated. If I put something invalid and run this, it says please enter valid numbers. So I believe this should be working out. Now I'll try to put some negative numbers. So I'll say minus 100 and 100, which should be 0. So it is working as well. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this application. If you really wanted to, you can expand this, right? We only have add number functionality, but you can add multiplication, division, subtraction, so on and so forth. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this section. Now let's build a task manager using Tkinter. This is the demo that I'll walk you through pretty quickly. So first, this will be the UI. We are not gonna have anything. But once we put something and press this button, they will be added into the list. Here we can see I have 3 different tasks. We can select one and say mark as completed, and it will update the UI. And if we select it again and press this button, it'll toggle the state, right? So it'll be completed and then uncompleted. If you try to say mark as completed without selecting anything, you're gonna get this warning. It'll say please select one to be able to mark. And if you try to delete without selecting anything, this is the warning that you would get. And finally, if you create a bunch of different tasks, and like you are gonna get a scroll bar that you can scroll inside this task list box. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. I have an empty folder. Let's create a file in it and then import our modules. So I'll shrink the left hand side. I'll say import Tkinter as tk, and we would like to say from Tkinter we would like to import message box so that we can display these warnings, right? These are what we call the message box. And then finally I'll say import the JSON, and we'll see the use of this module. So we'll have a bunch of different methods. So first I'll say define add task, and we'll build this later in the video. We'll say define delete task method, and we'll like to pass on this one as well. Then we can create one called mark completed. I will copy this and maybe go below, say mark completed. Then one more that will be equal to save tasks. And then let's duplicate this one. This will be load tasks. So I think I forgot to mention, but when we kill this application and restart it again, we are going to have all these tasks displayed. So we're going to store them in a file. So this is a detail that you'd like to keep in mind. Now, after all these functions, we can create our window. So I'll say window will be equal to tk.tk. Then we'll say have a title. I'll say task manager app. Then we can say window and give some geometry like 400 to 450. Then if we wanted to, we can change the resizable option. Here in this video, I'll say it is not going to be resizable, so I'll say false twice. And the first one is for width, the second one is for height, as you can see from these arguments. Then I would like to create a title label. So I'll say title underscore label. This will be inside the window, and the text would say, let's say to do list. Then we can have the font customizations. I'll say Arial 18, this is going to be the font size, and we can give a font weight as well. I will say this will be bold. Then we can say title label.pack with padding Y of 10. Now I would like to create a frame for the task entry and the add button. So I'll say input frame. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I will have. Let's say tk.frame, and we can say put it into the window. We'll say pack this as well. Input frame.pack. If I can type correctly, here we go. We'll say padding Y of 10. Then we would like to create an entry for new tasks. This should be equal to equal sign. I'll say task underscore entry, tk.entry it'll be, and we'll say input frame. So it's gonna be inside the input frame, width of 30 and some font family of, let's say, Arial, and 12 as the font size. Then I'll say task entry.pack. This will be on the side of left, and we can give some padding X of 5. Then we are going to create a button to add tasks. So I'll say add button, tk.button. This will be inside the input frame. Text would say add task, like this maybe, and then the command, once we click to this button, we're going to call the add task method. Then let's say add button dot pack will be equal to side tk.left. Now we would like to create a frame for the list box and scroll bar. So this is what we call a list box, right? So we have a bunch of different items in a list. So I'll say list frame will be equal to tk.frame. This will be put into the window. Then we'll use the pack. I'll say padding Y of 10. We can say fill tk.both, which means vertically and horizontally, and we would like to expand this. So I'll say expand will be true. Then we would like to create a scroll bar. I'll say scroll bar will be equal to tk.scrollbar, and call this. It'll be in the list frame. Then we can say scroll bar.pack. Let's say side, this time will be right. We'll say tk.right, and then we will say fill tk.y direction, right, vertically. Then we would like to create a list box. So I'll say task list box, and it'll be tk.listbox. This is an option that we can have, and I'll say list frame width. Let's give 45, give a height as well. I'll go with 12, and then font of, let's say, Arial, and 12 of size. I'll give a comma and maybe just alphabet space so that this is formatted. I'll say select mode will be single. So I'll say tk.single. That means we can only select one item at a time. And finally, y scroll command will be scrollbar dot set. Okay, then I'll say task list box dot pack on the left hand side. So I'll say side tk dot left, and we'll say fill tk dot both. Finally, expand it to be true. Now that we have the list box, we can configure the scroll bar. So I'll say scrollbar.config. We'll say this will take the command. That will be task listbox.y view. So it'll be in the vertical direction, right? We would like to scroll from top to bottom, bottom to top. Then we would like to create a button for the actions. First, I'll create a frame. I'll say button frame. I'll say tk.frame. It'll be in the window, and we'll say button frame.pack with maybe padding y of 10. And let's create a complete button. Let's say tk.button. Button frame. This is gonna be the master, and then the text, we can say something like mark as completed. And the command will be mark completed. This is the method that we're gonna build. And we'll say complete button dot pack with, let's say side will be tk dot left, and padding x would be 5. And the very last button will be the delete button. So I just copied and pasted this part, which is the exact same thing that we have here. The only thing that we changed is the text as well as the command, right? They will still be inside the same frame, which is the button frame. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Then we'll just say delete button dot pack with side to be equal to tk.left and padding x of 5, let's say. Alright, now we would like to just load the tasks when the app starts. I'll say load tasks, call this method. This is something that we need to build as well. And finally, we'll just start the application with window.main loop. Alright, now let's save and try to implement all of our functions one by one. And just a quick note, this will load the existing tasks if you have any, right? Currently we don't have, so this is not going to do anything, but we would like to implement it in a couple of minutes. So first, let's get started with the very first function that we have, which is the add task. So first we'll say get the task from the entry. I'll say task entry.get. This is going to give us the value that user put in. Then we'll say if there is a task, we would like to do something, else we would like to throw an error, right? I'll say message box dot show warning. You can also show an error. I'll say show warning. This will be the title. And I'll say please enter a task. Alright, so we just handled the error case. Now in the if, we'll say task list box dot insert. We would like to say tk dot end. We would like to insert to the end, and we'll insert the task, right? So when we try to add a new one, it should be go until the end, right? To the end every time. This is the direction that we'll have. Alright, so after this, I'd like to clear the entry field. I'll say task entry dot delete. I'll say from the beginning until the end. It should be like this. And finally, I would like to save the tasks to a file. So I'll say call the save tasks method. Now let's try to save this and go into the save tasks method and just try to implement it, which is going to be really simple. So here I'll have tasks, which is going to be task list box get all the values, right? All the tasks from start till the end. And then we'd like to save this to a file, and specifically into a JSON file. So I'll say with open up this file called tasks.json and open this with the write mode. Now we don't have this file, right? we don't really have it in the current directory, that's fine. It'll be created by default if we don't have it. And we'll just say as file. So this is just a variable name. You can call this anything, but I'll go with the name as file. Then we'll say json.dump. We'll be using this method. We'll say take the tasks and convert this to be a list. Then finally, we'll just say add it into the file. So this is the entire function that we need to be able to save the task. Now I will cd into this folder and try to run the file. And to just test this out, I got it on my second screen. Let's say learn Python. And just before I add this, I would like to open up the right hand side. And let's say add this one. It's been added. Here we can see the file has been created. This is the very first task that we have. So that means it is working so far. And now we can build the load tasks method. So all we want to do, just go ahead, read this file content and display it on the UI, right? So I would like to wrap this with try and except block just to handle the errors. I'll say except. If we got the file not found error, we can just say pass, don't do anything, right? If you really wanted to, you can do something here, but I'll just pass just to keep it simple. Then I'll say with open this file called tasks.json with the read mode as file, and we'll say tasks will be equal to json.load, and go ahead, not loads, it'll just be load, and we'll load this file. Then we can go outside of the with statement. I'll say for task in tasks, and we'll just add it into the task list box. So I'll say insert to the end, tk.end, and just add the task that we have. Alright, now let's try to kill our application and run this from scratch. We had the learn Python in our file. This is what we got. We can add something else. If we kill the app, rerun this, we should be able to get that one as well. Alright, now let's try to scroll to the top and build our delete task method. So I will have try and except block, say except, and here once again I'll say handle the index error, and in this case we'll say message box show warning. I'll put my title, and then I'll say please select a task to delete. So if you don't select anything, you will get an index error, right? The index will be invalid. Then in the try, we would like to get the index of the selected task. So I'll say selected task index, and this is how we can do it. We'll say task listbox dot current selection, call the method and grab the very first value. Then we'll say delete this one, right? I'll say task listbox dot delete, and we would like to put the index. Then we would like to save the tasks because we want to update the file. Here we just update the UI. We need to update the file as well. Let's save and build the next function, which is to mark as completed. So here I'll go ahead and say try and accept. This time, once again, it'll be index error. And I'll say, maybe just copy this entire line, paste this in, and I'll say warning, please select a task to mark as completed. Alright, let's save to get this formatting and build the logic. Once again, we'll like to get the index. I'll say selected task underscore index will be equal to task listbox current selection, call the method and grab the very first value. Then we'll just say task, we're gonna get that task listbox.get, and we can add the index in it. Then we'll like to check if this is already completed or not. I'll say if task starts with, say starts with, and we can check for this check mark. So if it starts with this one, that means it's already completed. We'll go ahead and say check mark character. Let's copy this. I will put this and have a space. So if it starts with this one, we would like to remove the check mark. I'll say task will be equal to task. We would like to slice. So just get rid of the first two characters and then include the rest of it. But in the else case, I would like to add a check mark. So I'll say task will be equal to this empty space plus the task itself. Okay, now we would like to update the UI. I'll first say task listbox dot delete. We would like to delete the selected task index, and then we would like to insert the new one that we have created. We'll say add it into this index. This is the task that we would like to have. So what we have done is just replace the current one that we have, right? And finally, let's update our file. Once again, this updates the UI and this would update the file that we have, right? And with that, I think we have completed everything. Let's save and try to test this out. I'll go here, open up my application. I'll say learn JavaScript. Add my task. If I try to add without putting anything, I'll get this error. If I try to mark something as completed, this has been completed, but if I press once again, we should select something. We cannot delete without selecting anything, right? Here I would like to unmark this. Here we can see it works. We can delete something. It works without any issues, right? I will say mark this one as completed, and I'll say, learn JavaScript once again, and mark this one as well. Finally, I'll say learn C++, and kill the application. Run this again. We should be able to have all these values just like what we had. And we have it in our file as well, right? This is the checkmark character in ASCII, I believe. Well, I'm sorry, this is not ASCII character, but it is Unicode character, which is going to be a checkmark. Okay, so I think with this project has also been completed. We have written about 100 lines of code, and I hope that makes sense. So with that, I'll see you in the next project. Alright, now let's build a drawing app. I'll give you a quick demo and then we'll just jump into the coding. Once we start our app, this is the first thing that we'll see. Just an empty canvas where we can draw something in. By default, the color will be black, but if we wanted to, we can change it by clicking to this button. We're gonna see this output, and here I select kind of like a red color, and then we should be able to draw some stuff with a small pen, medium or large. So this is what we have, and then we can clear the canvas by clicking to this button. I actually have a demo up and running. Let's take a look at it. This is the actual application that we're gonna have at the end of this section. So let's try to draw something. By default, this is medium and black. Let's choose a color. We can select from here, or we have a bunch of different options, as you can tell. So I'll go with this color, let's say, choose this and go with the small pen, then medium, then finally the large. Alright, then we can clear the canvas. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and jump into the code. I have an empty folder with an empty file as always. Then we'd like to get our imports first. Let's kill the left hand side and maybe zoom in. I'll say import Tkinter as tk, and we'll say from Tkinter we'd like to import what we call color chooser, and thanks to this import we should be able to have this color chooser component. Alright, so first I'd like to initialize a couple of global variables. So we'll say current underscore x and current underscore y. They're going to be equal to 0 initially, and we are going to be using these values to be able to keep track of the mouse, right? So if I start to draw something, right? If I start drawing, we should be able to keep track of all these values, right? It changed the x direction as well as the Y direction as we type in. So this is what we are trying to do. Initially, we'll set them to be 0, and then color could be equal to black. You can change this. This is what I'll have. And then the pen size will be equal to 5, which is going to be medium. Then I'll have a couple of different functions. Let's say define start position, which is going to take event as the argument. For now, let's say pass. Then we can say define draw line, which is going to take the event as well. For now, let's say pass. And then we'll have define change color. This is not going to take any arguments. And for now, let's say pass this one as well. Then we'll have a couple of different functions. Let's say define clear canvas. Then we'll have define change pen size. And this is going to take the new size. So I'll say new size and pass. For now, we're going to implement every single one of them one by one. Then we'll have def set small pen. And let's say pass. Maybe we can duplicate this twice. Here I'll say set medium pen, as well as the large pen. Alright, these are going to be the functions. Now let's go ahead and create the main window. So first I'll say window will be equal to tk.tk as always. Then we'd like to give a title and geometry. We can put anything here. I'll say simple drawing app. Then duplicate this. I'd like to give a geometry of 800 to 600. Now let's make sure this is not going to be title, but geometry, just like that. Then if you wanted to, you can use the resizable prop as well, right? We have this, but I'll just ignore that. Now let's create a label at the top. So it is going to be this one. Let me display. So this is what we'd like to build. So let's say TK label, it'll be inside the window. It's gonna have a text that says simple drawing app. Then let's update the font. I'll say it'll be Arial with 16 as the font size. Then we can say title label dot pack with some padding y of 10. Alright, now this is in the UI. Now let's create a frame for the toolbar. Now what do I mean? We're going to create a frame so that we can put these, toolbar inside. All these buttons. So here I'll say toolbar tk.frame, and this will be inside the window. We'll say toolbar.pack. We can say fill tk.x horizontally and padding y of 5. Then we'll just add a color picker button, right? We'll say color button, which is going to be this one. Let's say tk.button. This is going to be inside the toolbar, and text will say choose color. Then it'll have a command. That means when we collect it, we'd like to do something. We're going to call the change color method, and we can say bg could be the color that we have, which is black, right? This is the default color that we have. Now let's put this into the UI. I'll say color button.pack. We can say side could be left, so we'll say tk.left, and we can say padding x of 5. Then we can add the clear button, right? So we're just going in order. We're going to create the clear button. Let's say tk.button, it'll be in the toolbar. We can say text of clear canvas. And for the command, we'll just say clear, not button, but clear canvas method that we'll have. And let's try to put this into the UI. I'll say clear button.pack. Let's add it to the left hand side as well. And padding x of 5. Now let's add the pen size buttons, right? I'll say first let's create this size frame. Oops, let's say size underscore frame. It'll be equal to tk.frame and it'll be in the toolbar. Then we'll say size frame dot pack. Let's say side will be tk.left, and we can increment the padding a little bit by saying 15. Then I'll say size label, and I think we can just fast forward a little bit. We have size label just like what we had above, right? Maybe just one of these will have a text only. Then we can put it into the left hand side. Then we can create a small button, which is going to be this one, right? And then we'll create medium and large. So we have the small button, we just say tk.button, it will be inside the size frame, this is the text, and this is the command. Once we click that button, we'll like to call this method. Then we'll like to display this on the UI with the pack method. Let's do the same thing for the medium button. The exact same thing, the only change is the text as well as the command. Then let's display this on the UI. Finally, for the large button. Okay, now that we have all the buttons, we need to create a canvas, right? So this is one of the components that we're going to see for the very first time. I'll say canvas will be equal to tk.canvas, and we'll say it'll be inside the window. For the background, I'll say white. Then we can say canvas.pack. I'll say fill will be tk.both, both horizontally and vertically, and we'll say expand this, and let's give some padding horizontally as well as vertically. Alright, now there are two different important things that we should implement. When we start drawing, we'll like to keep track of the starter position, right? The starting position is really important because our drawing is depending on that, right? We need to know which direction that we are going. And also we'll like to keep track of the current positions that we have, right? So let's see what I mean. We're going to bind this to the left click on our mouse. So here I'll go ahead, just say, add a comment. I'll say bind mouse events to the canvas. Okay, so first I'll say canvas.bind. I'll say a string smaller, how do we call it? Less than character. I'll say button -1 and greater character. Then we'll say call the start position method. So what this does, it will record the starting coordinates for drawing, right? I can add a comment. Let's say this records the starting coordinates for drawing. Okay, and then we would like to have one more. I'll say canvas.bind. This time b1-motion, just like that. And we'll say draw line. Call this method. And what this does, let's say this tracks movement and draws lines, let's say. Now we're going to see how to draw a line just in a second. The very last thing I'd like to add is going to be this label at the very bottom. So I'll go here, I'll say instruction label, and instead of typing this out, it's really basic. I will paste this and we'll go through it. So we create a label into the window. This is the text and this is the font customization. And finally, let's display this on the UI with this pack method. And then we would like to start the main event loop. So I'll say window.main loop. Alright, so we can save, but this application is not going to work because we are missing all of our functions. Let's go ahead and build all of them one by one. And we can get started with the start position method. Now what do we want to do in this function? Basically, we would like to say current x will be equal to event.x, and we can do the exact same thing for current y. That will be event.y. So these are going to be the current x and y positions. But if we do it in this way, these are going to be created locally, right? We would like to be using these variables. So currently these are not the same thing, right? So to be able to make that work, we can say global. This is a keyword that we have in Python. We'll say use the global current x and current y variables. Okay, now we have just updated these values. So that's gonna be it for this function. Really simple. Then we can build the drawLine method. So I'll just say in the exact same way, we would like to use the current x and current y that we have globally. So let's just mark them with the global keyword, and we would like to create a line from the previous position to the current position. So here's how we can do it with Tkinter. I'll say canvas.createLine. This is a method that we have, and there are a bunch of different methods that you can explore. So we'll say put the current x and then current y. Here we can see these are the very first two options. Then we'll say event.x. We'll say event.y. These are the other options that they want you to put. Then let's add a comma and go to the below just to make this a little bit more formatted. I'll say fill this with the color, with the current color that we have, and then we'll say width will be equal to the pen size, whatever that is, and then kept style. I mean, by saying whatever that is like whatever the user selected, right? Is it either, you know, medium, large, or small? And we'll say kept style. I'll be going with TK round. There are a bunch of different options, but this one is pretty cool. Let's say smooth will be true. Alright, now we would like to say update the current positions, right? I'll say current x will be, and let's say current y, event.x and event.y. So we're not only creating a line, but also updating our positions. That's gonna be it for the drawLine method. Now let's go ahead and build the change color method. So I'll say global color because we would like to update that value specifically. I'll say new color. We can say color chooser dot ask color, and we're gonna call the method get the first value, right? And by using one, we mean get the second value actually. Then we'll say if a color was selected. So that means if it is not cancelled, because we have an option to cancel that, right? Once we clicked the button, we'll like to do something. So I'll say if there is a new color, that means that color is selected. We can update our global color with that one, and I'll say color button.config. We'll just say bg is equal to color. Now, if you're using this kind of, you know, Tkinter with the color chooser and, you know, drawing a line, changing color, this might look a little bit complicated because syntax is a little bit weird, but this is, you know, how the syntax works. So at first it might look a little bit complicated, but once you just write the code and practice it a little bit, it should make sense. Then we'll like to clear the canvas, really basic. You can say canvas.delete, and we'll like to delete everything. So I'll just say all. And all these values are actually coming from the documentation. If you wanted to check that out, you can definitely do so. Alright, then we can change the pen size. So I'll just say pen size will be equal to the new size. But now this is not, again, it's not the global variable. We need to go here and just say global pen size. Now we are updating that one. Otherwise, this would be a standalone local variable. Now we can create the other functions that we have, like set small pen. When we call this, we'll like to say change pen size to be 2 because it's gonna be small. And for the medium, we can get this part exactly and say this will be 5. And for the large, we can use 10. If you wanted to change these values, definitely feel free to do so. I will save. That's gonna be it for this entire application. Let's try to open up the terminal, cd into it, and run this file. I will grab my demo application. Here we go. We can draw something. By default, it is black and medium. Let's go with small and large. Let's choose a color. Here we can see we have a bunch of different options. Like, let's go randomly and say okay. Okay, it works without any issues. We can clear the canvas, change the color, change the pen size, and draw anything that we wish. So with that, that's gonna be it for this application as well. Let me zoom out and show you the entire code that we have written. And with that, that's gonna be it for this project. So in this video, you're gonna learn how to build and deploy a chat application by using Python and a little bit of JavaScript. This is gonna be a group chat application, and when someone sends a message, everyone will be notified in real time. And also when someone joins, leaves, or updates their name, everyone will be notified. In this tutorial, you're gonna learn how to initialize Scikit.io to build real-time applications. You'll also learn the best practices in Python, such as creating a virtual environment. And most importantly, at the end of this tutorial, you're gonna learn how to deploy your applications for free so that you can share it with anybody and everybody. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Okay, so before we start writing any code, you might be asking, what are the prerequisites to be able to follow along with this tutorial? So the first thing you need is to install Python on your machine, and then you would know the basics, such as how to create variables, how to write if-else statements, and how to create functions. That's it for the Python section, and some optional prerequisites would be how to write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So we'll be using HTML for the markup, CSS for styling, and JavaScript for some interactivity on the browser. But if you have never worked with any of them, that's fine. We'll just see this in action, and I'll actually try to walk you through it. So before we try to write any code, let's just see the application overview so that we know what we're gonna have at the end of the day. So we will need basically two different files. One for our backend logic, which is gonna be our Python file, and one for the UI, right? Which is gonna be our template index.html file. And inside this, we'll have some styling with CSS and some interactivity with JavaScript. And in the backend, we will need two different packages, which is gonna be Scikit.io for real-time communication, and then the Flask framework so that we can really render our UI. I know this might look pretty complicated, but it is actually pretty simple, and we'll see this in action. And then here in the UI, we'll also be using Scikit.io so that we can send events and communicate with the backend. But as I said, don't worry, this is not really complicated. We'll just see this in action. So with that in mind, the very first thing I have done is to create an empty folder on my desktop, and I just call it as Python chat app. You can really call this anything and just open it up in VS Code. Now we'd like to create a terminal, right? And here we'd like to create what we call the virtual environment. So in Python development, whenever you create a new project, you basically most of the time create a virtual environment so that you have all the packages and dependencies put into that environment and not in your machine, right? So let's say this is your machine, right? This is your laptop or your PC, whatever that is. And whenever you want to create a new project, you basically create a new virtual environment, right? And let's see how we can create one. So it's gonna be a little bit different, both in Python, both in macOS, Linux, and Windows. So if you're on Windows, just like me, go ahead and say python-m vm. But if you're on Linux or macOS, you would say Python 3. And if you just go ahead and run this, this is gonna create a folder, which is gonna be your virtual environment, right? Now, what does that mean? So here we say, like by using the Python, we say run a module as a script with this flag. This is not really too much important, but here we're using the vm module to be able to create an environment, and this is the name of the folder that we would like to create. So if you go ahead and delete this and say vm3 or really anything, and this is going to be the folder name that it creates. The first one is the module, and then the name of that virtual environment. Okay, so let's just go ahead and delete this and have it as vm. This is the convention that we use most of the time. And let's just say don't show this again. Okay, now what do we want to do next is to create our files. Let's say app.py, and we'd like to create the index.html under our templates. Let's say index.html, and let's scaffold this just by doing that. And let's say h1 here, this says Python chat app, and we can even put this as our title, right? And let's capitalize these words. Okay, now that we have created our environment, we'd like to activate it and install our packages. So if you are on Windows, you would say vm, right? Just go into that folder, go under the scripts, right? And then activate, run this file. Let's say activate and run it. Now here we can see this has been activated. If you get this green color, it means it is activated. Let's deactivate it. This is how we can do it. And if you're on macOS or Linux, you would say source vm /bin and activate. Okay, and that would be activating it as well. Since we are on Windows, this is what we're gonna write. And now let's try to build this app.py so that we can render our index.html file. But as I said, to be able to make that work, we need this Flask package, right? So let's go ahead and install them. We will say pip install, and pip is the package manager for Python. When you install it, it by default comes with it. But if you don't have it, and this is how you can check if you have it or not, you would say pip -- version. And if you can get this kind of output with the version, that means it is installed. But if you don't have it, you should install it as well, which is pretty simple. Now I'll say pip install Flask and Flask _ socket.io. So this is gonna go ahead and install those packages and put it in our virtual environment. Let's just wait for this to complete. Okay, there we go. It has been installed. Now we would like to build our Python file so that we can render this in the first place. Let's go ahead and grab our imports. So I'll say from Flask, we would like to import the Flask render template as well as the request, and we'll be using all of them. Let's say also from Flask _ socket.io package, we'll like to get the socket.io as well as the emit. Now we'll also be using the random package, which is coming from Python by default. Let's say we'd like to create a Flask app. This is how we can do it, and we can create a socket.io instance with this. And now we'll just say if a user visits this home route, we'd like to return, and you should have this indentation. First we need to get the index function, right? Okay, so let's just say when someone visits this route, we'd like to run this function. We're just gonna go ahead and return, and let's indent this, render template of index.html. And so what this says, delete this, bring this back. I think this shouldn't be indented, right? If you just do it, here this says you don't need this indentation for this decorator. Okay. Now we also want to say if the _ name is equal to, and just make sure you have 2 underscores. If it is equal to main, and again 2 underscores, we would like to run this Flask application, right? So we'll say socket.io run and put the Flask app into it. So this is how we can initialize socket and Flask in our application. Now let's try to run this file. We'll say python app.py, and again, like one last time, if you're on macOS or Linux, you would say Python 3. Okay, let's run this. Here it says development server started at this port. Let's click it. Here we can see we can get the output that says Python chat app, which is coming from our template, right? Okay, now we would like to first handle the entire backend logic, which is going to be with the socket.io mostly. Then we're going to go ahead, build the UI, and finally deploy this application. Now, if you have never worked with Scikit.io, let's just see some diagrams so that we can really understand it. Okay, so let's say we have a bunch of different users and we want to have some kind of communication that is working in real time. So we will have our server that is utilizing Scikit.io, and this is event based. What that means is that you can send events to the server saying like, I just connected, and server will get this event and maybe just broadcast it to everyone. Here it's gonna say, hey, this user just connected, and this is gonna be in real time. These users do not have to send any requests, so they're not gonna say, hey, could you just tell me who is connected? So they don't need to send that request. Whenever an event is coming, it is just gonna immediately just inform all the clients that are connected. Okay, now let's just say this user disconnected. Here it's gonna say, hey everyone, this user just disconnected. And since you are building a group chat, right, everyone can just communicate in real time. Here this user can say, hey, I just want to send a message, and this is gonna say, hey, there is a new message from this user to every one of you guys. And I think now you get the point. And we'll have a bunch of different event types, right, for the connection, disconnection, sending messages, and updating usernames. Now let's just see some kind of like example, right? So here this user says, I am just connecting. This is gonna be the event name, let's say, hey, I just connected, and this is gonna send user joined to every user, right? So there's always a man in the middle, right? This user doesn't immediately says, hey guys, I just connected. Instead, it just lets the server know so that server will navigate it to everyone efficiently. And here again, a different example. Here this says, I am just sending a new message, and it would send the message content. Here it says, hello guys, and this is gonna say, hey guys, you have a new message, and this is the message content. So I hope this makes sense. That was a long explanation, but let's just see the UI as well. When someone joins, we're gonna get this system message. Here it says, this user just joined the chat, and we can see the messages, someone left the chat, and we can even update our username. And it's gonna says like, it's gonna say, hey, this user just updated their name to this new name. Okay, so with that in mind, let's just try to build all these events and just make that work. So above the first route, we'd like to create the Scikit.io event. And here we'll just say scikit.io.on connect. Now, whenever you see this .on, you should just know that we are listening for something, right? So we are listening for, let's say, for the connect event, okay? Okay, when someone connects, we would like to handle this. So we'll just go ahead and just say def handle connect. You can call this function anything. And here, the very first thing we would like to do is just generate a random username. So I'll just say username is going to be equal to f string, and we will say user underscore random package dot rand int and the range. So it could be from 1000 to 9999, right? And now we'd like to also create a random gender, okay? I'll say gender is going to be random dot choice from an array. This could be either a girl or boy, and obviously this should be a string. Okay, now you might be asking, why don't we use male and female? Now it's because we'll be using an API that specifically wants you to use a girl or boy. Okay, I'll just even put this if you want to test this out, but let me just copy this and show this. Okay, so if you go with the boy in the URL, this is going to give you a boy profile image, but if you go with the girl, this is going to give you a girl profile image, obviously, right? And depending on this randomly generated gender, we'll get a like an avatar URL, right? And we also want to store all the connected users into a Python dictionary. So let's say users, and here we can put a comment above. We'll say Python dictionary this is, and store connected users. Key is gonna be the scikit ID. I was going to say key is scikit ID, and then the value is gonna be the username and avatar URL, and we'll just see this in action. Okay, now that we have the username and gender, let's try to create an avatar URL as well. I'll say avatar underscore URL, which is going to be equal to, again, this f string. And we can put the entire URL as it is, right? And the only dynamic part is going to be this gender field. So let's say gender, just like this. And then the username. Okay, so with that, now we have the avatar URL as well. Now, what do we want to do is just store this user info into this users dictionary. So here we'll say users request.set, which stands for the scikit ID. And this request is coming from the Flask, if you remember, right? And here we'll just basically say this is going to be a dictionary or an object. We'll say username field is going to be equal to this username variable that we created, and then the avatar is going to be equal to the avatar URL field that we just created, right? And now that this user is connected, we would like to notify all the clients about this new user, and this is where we're going to use the emit function, right? So we have stored it in the database or in the server. We would like to now notify everyone with this new connection. We'll just say user joined, right? You can call this anything, like user connected, it could be, but this is the name that I'll be going with. I'll just say username, and you'll basically just giving the username as well as the avatar URL of this user. And here we'll just say broadcast is gonna be true so that it lets everyone about this event, right? Just like what we have done here. It's gonna go ahead and just tell to everyone this user just connected. Okay, the very last thing we would like to do is just give a random name for this user, right? So we have created the username, but we also need to just notify that user about the username. So we'll say emit is gonna be set underscore username. We can just say here is your username. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. This is the entire function where we handle the connection, and same is going to be for the disconnection, right? We will just delete it from the from our store, and then just let everyone this user just left. Okay, let's go ahead and try to do it, or even you can pause the video and just have it as a challenge. So I'll say at scikit.io.on disconnect. So this is the special name that we get from scikit.io. We'll say dev handle disconnect method, and we'll like to basically delete it from the dictionary. So you can do it, I think, like this, but what I'll be doing is to store it in a variable. Let's say users.pop, right? We'll just delete it, and this is the ID of that, and in case it is undefined, we'll just return none so that we don't really have any errors and our code doesn't crash. We'll say if we have the user, we would like to emit this user left event, and we would like to give the username. Here I'll just say user name, which is going to be this user's username, right? And we would like to broadcast this so that everyone knows about this, right? Now let's save. I think this is a bit too much indentation. Okay, it should be like this. So this is how we handled the connection and disconnection. Now we have two different things left, which is going to be able to send the message and update the username. So we'll just say scikit.io.on. We will listen for any incoming new messages, right? Then we would like to render this or handle this with the function. Let's say handle message, which is going to take the message itself, so we can call it as the data. And here we would like to first find the user. So users get, and we'll say request.siteID. And we'll say if we have the user, then we'd like to just emit an event to everyone. We'll say new message, and we're gonna give the basically profile image of that user, right? When there is a new message coming, we'll get the profile, like avatar URL, the username, as well as the message content. Okay, let's just do it. We'll go into the second argument, which is gonna be the data body. So we'll say username, get the avatar, and we also want to get the message content, which is gonna be data. We can just have the message out of it. And finally, we'll just say broadcast to be equal to true. And that's gonna be it for the send message event as well. The other one is gonna be to be able to update the username. So the first thing we would like to do, again, just listen to it, scikit.io.on, and the event name is going to be update underscore username, right? And we'll just handle this. Let's say def handle update username, and we're going to get the data, which is going to basically have the new username. So let's say old underscore username. We can just grab this from the user's dictionary. We'll say request dot set, which is going to be the scikit ID, and from this user we'll like to get the username, and let's get the new username, which is basically the data that user sends us. From this we'll like to get the username, and we'll like to update this old name to be the new username. So here we'll just say from the users request.set, we just find this current user, and we would like to update their username to be this new username. And let's notify all clients about the username change. So we'll just go ahead, let's say emit, and the event name could be username underscore updated. And let's close this off, put our second object, which is going to be the data that we're going to grab from the client. So let's say old underscore username is going to be equal to the old username, and same for the new one. Now let's just broadcast this to everyone. Okay, so basically that's it for the entire app.py file. Let's quickly try to reiterate what we have done. We have installed our packages, right? We just got our imports, and we have created a Flask app where we can use it to be able to render our template. And we got the scikit.io instance with the users dictionary so that we can keep track of the connected users, where the key is going to be the scikit ID and the value is going to be the username and avatar URL, right? Okay, so we are listening for the connect event. How do we understand this? Like if we are listening or not? It is because we have the on method, right? So scikit.io on listen for the connection, disconnection, send message, and update username. So all these events will be coming from the user. So if you take a look at the diagram, it is actually pretty self-explanatory, right? User sends you this event and you're listening for the event itself. When there is a new connection, what you do basically generate all these information randomly, then store it on the backend so that you know like which user is online, which is not, and you say like, hey everyone, I'm just notifying you with this broadcast is equal to true, and this user just joined, and we say, hey, this is your random username, and if you really want to, you can update it, and so on and so forth. For the disconnection, we just let everyone that this user is disconnected and sending new messages as well as updating the username. So that's gonna be it for this file. Next, we're gonna build our UI. So let's go ahead and save this file, and I will see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to this section. The very first thing we would like to do is just build the UI, right? So we would like to build some HTML and CSS so that we can get this output. So let's go ahead and first create a div, which is going to be our chat container. So we're going to give this class so that we can really select this later and give it some styles. And then we'd like to have our chat header, right? Which is going to be this thing that you see. which has some border radiuses, which stands for really rounded corners, and some different background colors, things like that. And we're gonna have our username container, which is going to hold the username, the input to be able to update it, and then a button. So let's create all of them. So we put an ID so that we can really select it with the JavaScript, right? You can also put the class, but here I'm going with the ID. Then we have an input with the type being text, ID being user input, and then the placeholder, here it says new username. And let's go ahead and get a button that says update username. And then we just got a button that says update your username. Then below to it, we would like to have the chat messages container. So basically this will contain all the messages and these system messages that we have, right? And below to this, we would like to have the chat input with an input as well as a button. So here it is going to be this section. So that's kind of it for the markup, right? This is going to be our HTML. Now what do we want to do is just add some styling, which is going to be under the head tag. So go above this title. We would like to create a styles, or maybe just style element, right? Style tag. And since this is not a CSS course, basically I will copy it and paste it. You can do the exact same thing. Just go into the GitHub repo that you can find from the description of this video and find this index.html file. Grab the styling, which is about 150 lines of code, and you can really just see what we are doing here. I'll just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. We are defining our colors. So if you just change this to be like these colors to be green, pink, yellow, the entire view is going to change, right? The theme is going to change. And here we have setting some font family here, margin, paddings, background colors, or even just colors, giving some border radiuses, box shadows, things like that. Here you can see like we are selecting all of them with the class names and even sometimes with IDs. Okay, so these are going to be for the styling. As I said, this is not the focus of this tutorial, so I will skip to explaining this. And the other thing we would like to do is import the Scikit.io into this UI, right? What do we want to do is just go into cdn.js and just say Scikit.io. Here we can go ahead and grab the script. So here I'll just say copy the script tag and paste it below the title. Okay, so this will allow us to use Scikit.io in the JavaScript script that we're gonna have. So just above the body, go ahead and create a script tag, and we'll be able to put our JavaScript code into here. So the first thing we would like to do is just get the socket, and here we can how we can get this, right? Let me just zoom in. Just get our socket instance so that we can really send events to our backend, right? And here I'd like to just grab a couple of different elements. So here we would like to get the chat messages. We say document get element by ID chat messages. This is the ID we have given to it. Then we would like to get the message input. We would like to get the send button, current username, user input, and we would like to get the update username button. And we'll be calling all of them just in a second in the video. Now let's say we would like to get the current username. Let's say this is going to be a variable, and by default this is going to be an empty string because we can we'll be updating this basically. And what we can do is just listen for new events as well. So here again we'll be using scikit.on, just like in the Python file. Whenever you're listening for something, you'll be using this method. So here we say listen for the set username event, and we're gonna get a data back, right? So let's just wrap this into our function. This is gonna be our argument. Now what is gonna be this data? Well, basically whatever you return from here, it is this object, right? Here you have the username. So that's why we can say something like data.username, which is going to be equal to our current username variable. So that's how we can really get the data out of the event, right, from the socket. And now that we got the current username, we can update our current username span, which is going to be this thing. Whenever you update your, let me just change the color. Okay, so let's say you put your username. Once you click to it, it's gonna go ahead and update this span. Let's say current username span dot text content is gonna be equal to, let's say, your username and the dynamic value. So current username. Okay, so this is going to be our first event that we are listening to. Then the other one is going to be whenever someone joins, right? Let's say socket.on, and we can shrink the left hand side. We'll say user underscore joined. In this case, again, we're going to get some data back, and we would like to say add new message. I'll just say add message, and we would like to say the name of the username, right, who has joined. So I'll put the backticks, and I will say data.username joined the chat. And this message is coming from the system, right? This is a system message. And this is the method that we're going to create just in a second. And it's going to give this kind of an output, right? Here it'll say username joined the chat. This is what we are building. Let's do the same thing for the left chat. I will duplicate this. Here we'll say if the event is user left, we can just change the text. We'll just say this user left the chat. And again, this is a message coming from the system. So if it is system, we're going to see this kind of message. But if it is user, we will see this kind of a message element. Okay, so the other event, let's just listen for the new message. I think we can again duplicate this. Give elb space. We will say if the event name is equal to new message, we're going to get the data, which is the new message data, right? And here we would like to just send, let's just say the message itself. We'll say data.message. This is a user message, right? It is not a system message. And the username, let's say data.username, as well as the avatar, so that we can show the avatar of the user as well as the username. And if you are wondering how can we grab those, well, basically this is what we are returning: the username, avatar, and then the message, which is our data object. Okay, I hope this makes sense at this point. Now I think very last one that we're going to be listening to is going to be the username updated. So I will just go ahead, maybe type this out, or maybe let's just duplicate it and we can update it on top of it. So socket.on, let's say username underscore updated. We're going to get some data back, obviously, and you can like wrap this with parentheses, or you can just don't wrap it because it is only one argument. That's completely fine. Here how we can just leave it like this. And again, we will add a message to the user interface where it's going to say something like this user changed their name to this new username, right? So we'll say if, and first let's just update this, by the way. I'll just make this to be backtick, and I will say data.old username changed their name to this new username. And let's say data.new underscore username. And this is a system message so that we can really see it in this tiny gray text. And now here there's an edge case that we need to keep track of. So if we are changing our name, so we'll just say data.old username, if it is equal to the current username, then that means we are just updating our name, so that we need to update the UI as well depending on this. So we will say current username is going to be equal to, let's say, data dot new username, and we would like to update the span with it. Let's say current username span dot text content is going to be equal to your username and then whatever the new username is, right? So this is going to happen when user types their name in here and click to this button. It will update this with the new name. And I think I have explained it wrong in the previously, where here I said this is going to be the case when we got this event, but this is not really. Whenever you join into the application, this is going to run. Okay, so when you click to the update username button, this will actually run, and when you just join to the application, this will run automatically and update the span. I hope this makes sense in this case, because if you remember, this is going to be called whenever you join, right? In the connection event, whenever you connect, it's going to create a username by default and just set it to your username. Okay, so these are going to be all the events that we're going to be listening to, and whenever we got those events, we would like to update the UI and even maybe update some different parts of the UI as well. So now we have listened for multiple different events from the client. Now it is time to send some events to our backend, right? So let's try to do it. Basically, I will just go ahead, create a function that is going to be called as send message. And for now, let's just leave it empty. And then we'll have one more function that says add message, which is something that we have created already, right? And let's just try to see how we can send a message, right? We will say if send button, let's just first add an event listener to it. Let's say if we got a click event, we would like to call the send message function. Okay, and whenever we type something into the message input, so here I'll just say message input dot add event listener, where it is key press or key down, we would like to run this function. We're gonna get the event, and here we'll just go ahead say if e dot key is equal to the enter key, we would like to basically call the send message function. Okay, and when we say update the username, so let's say update username button, add event listener, when we click to it, we would like to run this function. Let's just say this is going to be update username, and let's create that function as well. Okay, so let's just save and we will build these functions. So let's first build the send message function. What we want to do is first get the message. Here we'll say message input dot value dot wait, why didn't we get the value? Like I think we should get the auto suggestion, but let's just go with it. We'll say call the trim method. So we got the message that user typed in. We'll say if there is a new message, we would like to say socket.emit, where we send an event, which is going to be called as send message, and we will send the message to the backend. And now that we have sent the message, let's clear the input to be an empty string. And let's do the same thing for the update username. We'll just go into it. Let's scroll a little bit. I will say first, let's get the new username from the input. So username input value.trim, and we'll say if there is a new username, and we can just say if new username is not equal to the current username. In this case, we would like to emit this event called update underscore username, and we can put the username to be new username, right? And we'll say username input dot value is going to be an empty string, so that we can really just reset the state in the UI. Okay, so the very last function we will need is to update the UI. So this is going to be a little bit longer function because we would like to create HTML elements and put it in the UI. So to say, like put it in the UI, dynamically, right? So this is going to be taking a couple of different arguments. First one is going to be the message, then the type, if it is system or user, and we'll get the username, as well as the avatar. Now this could be an empty string if it is not being passed, right? And same for the avatar, because if the system is sending the message, they're not going to have an avatar or username, right? So system sent the message, they don't have an avatar or username. They just have the message. Okay, so let's try to create this function. First, we'd like to create a message element, which is going to be a div. So we say create an element that is div. And we'd like to add the class name to be message so that we can really have it looking a little bit clean. And we need to keep track of the type. So we'll say if type is equal to user, and do we ever send the user in the add message function? Let's just check for it. So here, this is type of system, this is user. Okay, so we'll just say if it is type is equal to user, run this, and if it is not, then this is the system case. Let's first handle the type being user. Now we'll just check if we are sending the message. So we'll just say if send message, and we can say if the username is equal to the current username, that means we sent the message. So we can add a class name to our message element, which is going to be sent. So if you have the sent class, it is going to be on the right hand side, and if you don't have, it's going to be on the left hand side. And you can take a look at this class by going to the styles. Let's just search for .sent. Okay, here you can see if we got the sent class, the flex direction is going to be row reverse, which means it would be on the right hand side, right? Okay, I hope this makes sense. Let's go ahead into here, into the if check. We would like to now create an avatar image, right? So here, let's say create an element, which is going to be an image. Let's give a little bit space, and we would like to give the source to it, which is going to be the avatar, right? Then we would like to append this as a child to our message element. Then we would like to create the message content, right? Now we'll say content dev. Again, we're creating a div with a class name being message content. Then we would like to create the username div. Okay, so we're going to give the class name of being message username, and then the username content is going to be into it. Then content div will be updated with this username div. Then let's create the message text. So here I'm just copying and pasting. I hope you don't mind it, because I'll just walk you through it line by line, right? We don't need to waste any time by typing all this. And we'll again update the text content with the new message, and let's just say append child. And finally, into this message element, we will append everything that we have created, which is going to be the content div. And finally, in the else case, we will say the class name is going to be system message, so that it is looking like this. We have the styling for it, and just put the text content. Okay, after this if and else, we will go ahead, say chat messages append child to this message element that we have created. So that is going to update the UI. And once you send the message, you want this to scroll to the bottom, right? So let's say you have a bunch of different messages. Whenever you send new one, it should automatically scroll for you. And we can do it by writing a single line of code. Chat messages dot scroll top is going to be equal to chat messages dot scroll height. So that's gonna be it for the entire file, and let's just try to test this out. Let's go ahead, kill this, and run this once again, which is gonna be our app.py file. Click to it, and here we can see, let's just delete this h1. I think we forgot. Just go above, delete this, save, refresh. Okay, we need to kill the server and run this again. Let's refresh, And here we can see this is what we got. Since we just joined, here it says this user joined the chat, and you can see our username span is being updated, right? I'll go ahead, copy this, save it into a different tab, and this is the username 7622. And this user can also see that user just joined the chat. And let me just put them side by side so that we can see it in real time. Okay, so here I'll just say, hey, and since this message is sent from me, I can see it on the right hand side, and this user can see it on the left hand side. So let's say, hi, how is it going? Like here you can see it is scrolling for us by default, right? And this is what we have done with that single line of code at the end. It is this one. Okay, now let's try to update our username. Here I'll just go ahead, say my username is gonna be John Doe and update it. Here we can see everyone is just being notified, right? And let's just send a new message. It should have our new name in both cases, and we can do the same thing really. Let's just say Bob Doe. Hey, it just works as expected, and this can work even if you create multiple different tabs, right? Everyone can just see those messages. So that's gonna be it for the application. In the next section, we would like to deploy this. I'll see you in the next one. And I think I just forgot, but once you leave it, you're gonna get the left the chat message as well. So it is working, no worries. Okay, so now that we have built our application, we would like to deploy this for free, right? And for this, we're gonna be using a platform called render.com. Go ahead and create an account, then you'll be in the maybe dashboard. So if you click it, you'll be able to go ahead and see your past projects. So this is the demo application that I have deployed, but just ignore this. Probably you're not gonna have anything here. We'll just go ahead and create a new web service, but more on this later in the video. First, let's take a look at the terminal. So when we run the app.py file, so if we just go very above, we can see here it says this is a development server. Do not use it in a production deployment. Use a production VSGI server instead. So what does that mean? So that means basically you need a VSGI.py for the deployment, to make the deployment happen really. And in this file, we would like to just run our app.py file. So we'll go ahead and just from, let's say, from app, import app and scikit.io. Okay, so since we have these variables, we can go ahead, grab it from the app.py and just their names. And we'll just run this file basically. So we'll say if name, and just make sure you put double underscores. If it is equal to main, in this case, we would like to initialize scikit.io and run our application. And since this is in the production, we don't really need to get this debugging logs, right? When you put debug to be equal to true, you get all these, but if you don't put, you're not going to get anything, which is fine for the production. Okay, so this is the first file that we would need. And we also need, I think, two different like packages. Let's go ahead, kill this with Control C, and we will say pip install G unicorn, which stands for green unicorn, and we're gonna see what that means. And we also want to get the event let. Let's install these packages. And here I can maybe put a comment so that you can really see it in the source code. So green unicorn and VSGI, which stands for web server gateway interface, are both components used to deploy your Python web applications, and specifically in Flask or Django applications. And since we're using Flask, we're using them, right? So this is going to be needed in the render.com when we try to deploy it. So the other thing we need is to get the requirements file. So let's see how it's going to look like. First, I'll just say CLS to clear up my console, and I will say pip freeze, and I'll say like greater than requirements.txt. I think I have a typo here. Let's say requirements. Okay, so I just had a typo, I fixed it, and if you are on macOS or Linux, this is gonna be pip3, right? But I'm on Windows, that's what I'll be doing. So once you run this, it's gonna create the requirements file, and it's gonna show you which packages you're using in this project. And we're gonna need this when we deploy it, because the render needs to install all these packages to be able to run this virtual environment, right? So that it can run the application. So I think with this, that's gonna be it. We can deactivate it now, and we're gonna go ahead create a git ignore file so that we don't really push our virtual environment files into the GitHub, which is not really needed. So I'll just copy this and paste it. You can get it from the GitHub repo from this file, where we just ignore the virtual environment, ID files, environment variables, things like that. Okay. Once you save this, we're gonna go ahead, just say git init, and let's say git commit -m initial commit. Okay, obviously we first need to add all of them, right? Git add all, and let me just grab this so that you can see it. Okay, git commit -m. Now we can say initial commit. Okay, now we'd like to deploy this to the GitHub. So I'll go ahead and create a GitHub repo. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and give it a name. Let's say Python chat. I will make this private, but while you're watching this video, it's going to be public. For now, I'll just go with private, and if you are following along, you can go with the public option. Okay, let's say create the repo. We're going to go ahead, grab this thing, and just paste it into our terminal so that it's going to go ahead, push this code to the GitHub. Okay, now that we got our files, right, it is working as expected, we can go into the render dashboard. I'll say create new web service, and we will pull this GitHub repo, right, which is this one that I have just created. Python chat, let's say connect. And we need to have the build command as well as the start command. Now, basically, it's gonna first run this command. Let me just zoom in. It will say, hey, just take a look at the requirements.txt file and install all these packages into the render server, right? So that it can run our application. So it would go ahead, install the scikit-io, Flask, Green Unicorn, Greenlet, like all these packages that we need. And then for the start command, we need to run a command so that we can run this that is compatible with the scikit-io. So instead of leaving this as default, we will say green unicorn, just put one space, -- worker class, and we'll say event let. So this is why we installed that package, -w1 vsgi and app. So we call this as vsgi is because this is what we call the file name, right? Now we're going to go ahead, select the free plan, which is completely fine for the side projects. It just goes inactive when you don't really visit it more than 15 minutes. And when you visit that, it's going to take about maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute. Then it's going to connect to it. Okay, let's just say deploy this web service. Hopefully it should be live without any issues. So this is gonna take a little bit of time. We got a URL, right? So once this is live, I'll just be right back. So here I just got a new notification. Here it says in progress, successfully installed all these packages by taking a look at the requirements file, and build was successful. Hopefully it should be live just in a second, but this takes a little bit of time. So let's just wait for this. And there we go. It just says live, your service is live. Let's click to it and just visit it. Okay, I'll just copy this, and here we can see, here it says you just joined to the chat, right? Let me just copy this, paste it, and just put them side by side. So here it says like this user joined the chat. Let me just put them side by side, and let's just test this out. I'll just say, hey, here we can see it is just working as we had in the development server, right? And if we leave it, it's just gonna say this user left the chat. We can update our name, let's say John Doe. It's going to notify everyone, and we can even have multiple different sessions. So let me just create more than one. right? So this is the second one. Let's open up another tab, paste it, and I'll just put all of them side by side. So here, let's say, hey everyone, sent the message, and it is just live in every single tab, right? And if we just leave this, it's gonna say this user just left the chat and it is working in real time. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire application. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. So in this video, let's build this beautiful full stack app that you see on the screen. I'll show you how that works in a second, but first let's talk about the tech stack behind it and what you will learn from this video. So for the backend, we will use Python with a framework called Flask, which will help us to build our REST API. And for the front end, we will use React with a UI library to speed up the design process, and at the end we will get this beautiful design in minutes. Now you can learn how to build a full stack app with React and Python without watching this video, but that might take you days to figure out everything and explore the best practices. But if you watch this video, you can learn everything in just 2 hours, because I'll share everything I learned from my research, so you don't really have to spend as much time as I did. And I'll even show you how to deploy this application live on the internet for free, so that you can put it on your resume and maybe share it with your friends. And by understanding this deployment process, you will be able to deploy all of your Python projects in the same way. So I think this is one of the best projects to get started with Python development. And the best part is, it doesn't really matter if you are on Windows, macOS, or Linux. I'll show you all commands you need for each specific operating system and get through this course. We will also cover best practices such as why you should create virtual environments for your Python apps, how to separate your data model and routes, and a bunch of other things. And since this is the very first Python tutorial on the channel, I will keep it simple and make this course as beginner friendly as possible by explaining every detail that you would need. Now with that being said, let me just showcase the application. So this is the application that we'll have at the end of the day, and we're going to deploy it as well. You can think of it like a friend store where you can create one card for each of them. Let's go ahead and try to add a friend. I'll just put something random for now, for the role and for the description as well. And let's just give it a name. I mean a gender. It's going to be male. Let's add it, and there we go. It has been created in our database, and it just got a randomly generated profile image. And if I want to, I can update it. So here I'll say my description, and once I click this update button, it's going to update here, and there we go. And if I want to, I can delete that, and it is going to be responsive as well. Let's go ahead and test it out. So here we are on the larger screens, in the tablets, and in the phone, and it's going to have a light and dark mode switch implemented. And if we delete all of our friends, let's see what's going to happen. There we go. It just says you don't have any friends. So that was the application showcase. Thanks for watching, and let's get started. Okay, so I have created this React Python tutorial on my desktop, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now we need 2 different folders. One, we are going to store our backend, and the other one is going to be the front end, which will have our React application into it. And this is something that we'll do later. For now, let's focus on the backend. So here, I'll just create a file called app.py. And before we jump into the more complex stuff, let's just take a look at the Python syntax a little bit, maybe for a couple of minutes. So here, I'll just say print hello world. Let's go with classic one. And here, I'll just open up my terminal, and I'll say cd into the backend folder, and then we'll just say Python, and we'll say app.py, which is going to allow us to run this file. And if you're on macOS or Linux, that's going to be Python 3 and Python for Windows. And to be able to run this, first you need to install Python on your machine, which is something that I'll assume you already have done, and it is pretty simple to do so. Just visit the Python website and install it, and you should be fine to go. So after that, let's just press enter, and we can see this hello world has been printed out in our terminal. And let's see how we can create functions, how we can write a for loop and just have if else statements. So here I'll just delete this line first, and I'll say def my function, which is going to take this name argument, and here you put colon to be able to get this indented level, and you have to have indents in Python, and it is really important to have the correct indentation level. And here basically we just defined a function. So I'll say if name is equal to, let's say, John, then we'll just say print John has entered the building. And in the else case, I'll just duplicate this one, but I'll say it is not John, but it is, let's say it is, just put it like that and print the name. And let's just write a for loop. I'll say for I in range 5, it is gonna run 5 times, starting from 0 up until 5, just like other programming languages. So we'll say I, and we're gonna say maybe seconds have passed. And let's go ahead and call this function. I'll say my func with the John being the name. So if we just run that, we should be able to hit the if check that says John has entered the building and 5 seconds passed. There we can see. So it starts from 0 up until 4 because 5 is not included. And if we put Jane, so it should hit the else check where we can see it is not John, but it is Jane. And then again the for loop. So this is the really basics, but we're gonna do more than that when we build our REST API. And there is just one more thing that I want to mention. So here I'll just create another file called, let's say, db.py, and I'll say print, maybe this is my db file, and let's create a db variable. I'll just say maybe 25, I don't know, and then I'll just say print my db size is 25 gigabytes, just like that. So here let's save, and we're gonna go into the app.py, and I'll just say print this is my app.py file. And now we can import other variables from other modules. So here we have this db.py module or file. I can say from db import db, right? This is the variable that we had. So if I just save this and run the app.py, what is going to happen? It is going to import the db, but it is also going to run this entire file. And we're going to see this first print in the terminal, and then the second one, and then once this has been completed, it is gonna run this print. Let's just see if this is the case. I'll say python app.py. Here you cannot really see it, it is at the very bottom, okay? But just know that I'll just run this file, and I can see this is my db file because we just imported that, and it's gonna execute this first line, then this one, and then this one. Here we can see this is the db size, and then it is going to run this print. So this is something you need to keep in mind. When you import something, it is going to first execute that file. And this is important because we're gonna use this in a couple of minutes when we build our REST API. So we're gonna say if underscore underscore name underscore underscore is equal to, again, underscore underscore main underscore underscore, then we'll just say print this file is executed directly, or maybe let's say called directly. And I'll just take this, put it into this db.py. Okay, I'll just delete this actually, just to keep it simple. And here I will say print this is my app.py file. Now what is going to happen is that we're going to import that, so it is going to execute this file, but since we didn't run the db.py, it is not going to hit this if check. So I know that sounds a little bit confusing, but let me just show that. If I just say run the app.py, okay, so it is going to run. Oops, there is an issue, but we're going to get that because we don't have db. So I'll just say db, I'll just say 10. Okay, I'll clear up my console and just run this again. So here I'm gonna run this file. I'm just gonna import the db. It is gonna run this print, create the variable, and it is not gonna hit this if check. And then it is going to run this print. So this is the order that we'll have. There we go. This is my db file. that I can see. It run this one and run this one, but it wasn't able to run this print because name is not equal to main. So it just skipped that and run this. This is my app.py file. Here we can see. But if I were to say python db.py, it should be able to hit this if check because we are running this directly. And at that point, this name is going to be equal to main. So if I just run that, I can see this is my db file, and this file is called directly because this is going to evaluate to true. Now this is something to keep in mind because we will use this in a couple of minutes and it's going to make a lot of sense once we get there. Okay, so I'll delete everything in this file and shrink my terminal maybe, then delete everything in this file, and we're going to create another one, let's say models.py, which we're going to store our database schema in this models.py file. Now we can go ahead and install our packages that we'll use directly, but in Python development, it is common to create a virtual environment so that we could manage our dependencies completely isolated from our machine. And it is known as a best practice in Python development. So here I'll just open up my terminal, and in Windows you would say python -m venv. This is I believe the module that comes with Python, and the other one is going to be the virtual environment name that you would like to give. So that could be anything really, but the convention is, I think, to use the venv so that you know it is a virtual environment. And in macOS and Linux, that should be Python 3. So I'll just go ahead and run this. That should create under the backend a virtual environment for us. So it's going to have its own interpreter and every other scripts that it needs. So let's just wait for that a little bit, and then we're going to activate that virtual environment. So there we go. Now it's been activated. We'll just say venv /scripts/ there should be an activate script that we could run. So that's gonna activate the virtual environment for us. So I'll just run that, and here we can see this green venv, which just makes sure that this has been activated. So just to quickly reiterate, in this command, the first venv refers to the Python module, which is used to create virtual environments. And the second venv is the name you are giving to the directory where the virtual environment will be created. And here we can see this is the name that we have given. Now we need a couple of different dependencies. So first I'll clear up my console with CLS, and we're going to install all of them one by one. And for that, we're going to use Python Package Manager, which is going to be pip. And if you are again on macOS or in Linux, that should be pip3, but pip is going to be for Windows. And I think with the Python 3.4 and above, it is coming by default. But if you have this Python version just like me that is not 3.4, I think you need to install it manually, which is pretty simple. Just take a look at some videos on YouTube. That should be about 5 minutes to do so. Okay, I'll clear up my console and install my packages or dependencies. So I'll say pip install, and we're going to use Flask to be able to create that REST API, and then we'll say Flask -SQL Alchemy, and then we will install Flask course to be able to get rid of the course errors. And this SQL Alchemy is going to be our ORM, which stands for Object Relational Mapping. So you could think of it like a Python toolkit that allows us to access and manage SQL databases using Pythonic code. So instead of writing those raw, let's say, SQL code where we just say select all from users and putting some queries here, instead of doing that, we will just use Python code to be able to interact with our database, which is pretty convenient. Once you have all these packages, let's press enter to be able to install all of them. And again, it is going to install all of them in your virtual environment and not directly into your machine, which is pretty cool. And I think it should be completed in a second. So there we go. All of them has been installed. Let's save this file and kill them, where we are going to go into the app.py file, which is going to be the entry main entry point for our application. So here let's import our packages. So we'll say from the Flask package, let's import the Flask, and this is the name that you would give. So I'll just do a quick comparison to the JavaScript where you would say import, let's say Express from Express, where you put the package name later and then the default export name. So that could be anything. And here it is just vice versa. First you run this part, which is going to be the package name, and then you import your stuff. So after this, we'll say from Flask underscore SQL Alchemy, we're going to import SQL Alchemy just like that. And we'll say from Flask course, import course. And if you don't know what course is, I'll explain in a couple of minutes. Let's create our app. So we'll just say app is going to be equal to Flask, and it wants you to pass this argument where we'll just say underscore underscore name and underscore underscore. So this is something that Flask wants you to pass so that it can do things that it wants to do in a better way. That's going to be important for relative paths that it needs, etc. So this is just a configuration that you need to pass. Then let's initialize this course into our app, which again I'll explain in a couple of minutes. And let's add a couple of different configurations. So I'll just go ahead and say app.config, and we're gonna get this square brackets, and I'll just say SQL Alchemy, and I think I'll just go with uppercase for all of them. So SQL Alchemy underscore database underscore URI, and for the database we'll be using SQLite, which is gonna be the file-based database that we could use. It is going to create it locally under this backend folder. So I'll just say SQLite and colon 3 slashes and then the database name. So you could put anything here that is gonna end with DB, and I will call it as friends because this is what we are storing in our application. And another config that we'd like to have, let's say app.config. So this is going to be for performance reasons, and here you could put single quotes or double quotes. I'll just be using them interchangeably. So here I'll say SQL again Alchemy underscore track modifications, and I'll just assign that to be false. So here you don't really put that with the lowercase, but that should be capitalized for false and true. So here we're going to make that to be false so that we don't really consume resources, and we don't really need it because we don't really care about the modifications that SQL Alchemy does. So this is something that you want to assign it to be false even in the production, unless you don't have a specific reason. And we're going to create our DB instance where we'll just call SQL Alchemy and then just pass our app into it. So we have our DB, we have our configuration, we have configured the course, as well as created our app with our imports. And let's go ahead and run our application. So I'll say app.run, and we will say debug is going to be equal to true so that we could have a better debugging in our console. Now we don't really want to run this because what's going to happen if you just from app you import app? So as I talked about it before, it is going to run this entire file and it is going to run this app multiple times. But instead we would like to wrap it with that if check. So we'll say if we are running this file directly, so underscore underscore name is equal to underscore underscore main underscore underscore, then just go ahead and run this app.run function, right? So this is something really to keep in mind, and I hope I did a good job explaining this if statement. So whenever you import something from this app, it is not going to hit this if check because this is not going to evaluate to true unless you run this, let's say python app.py. Only then it is going to hit this if check, and I've explained that a couple of minutes ago. And the other thing that we'd like to add is going to be our models. And by the way, let's delete this file content for now. And in this case, a model is going to be just a table in our database. So here I'll first import from app import db. Okay, so we're gonna access to this db variable that we have created, and we're gonna create a class called friend just gonna take db.model as the first argument, and each friend will have a couple of different fields such as ID, name, it's gonna have role, the description, and let's say gender they're gonna have, and lastly they're gonna have the image URL. So let's go ahead and create all of them one by one. So ID is going to be equal to db.column, and the type we're going to pass is going to be integer, and this is going to be the primary key so that it's going to be unique and it's going to be incremented by 1 automatically, and we could index it with this primary key. So we'll say name is going to be equal to, again, db.column, type will be db.string, and the maximum length is going to be 100, and we'll say this is going to be nullable false. So this can't really be null, and each user should have a name. I will duplicate this to have the role as well. And for the maximum size, we could go with maybe 50. And for the description, let's go with not db.string, and let's just put db.text. And I think it's gonna allow us to have a little bit more length in the type in terms of length, right? So I'll call it to be description, and I will just duplicate this again. We're gonna have the gender as well as the image URL. So this is gonna be it, where we'll just say we have db.string, and let's say the maximum length can be 10. And here for the image URL, so here in Python, by the way, you use this snake case. So if you have a variable, let's say my long called variable, you just put those underscores, and this is called as snake case, and that's what we have just done. So we're gonna say db.string again. Maybe I'll just copy this, and for the length, let's see, we're gonna go with maybe 200 because that's gonna be URL, so it could be a bit longer than that. Now we could say the image URL could be null, so we'll just say nullable, that's going to be true. So they should have a gender, a description, role, and name. And if you want to make some of those fields optional, you could just say nullable is going to be true, but in my case I just want to pass all of them, and they're going to be mandatory to pass. And now we can create one function for our convenience. So I'll say def2_JSON, which is something really common to do in this kind of models that you create. So when you send data to client, you want to send it in the type of JSON, and this is something that you need to keep in mind. So instead of doing this multiple times, we're going to just create it once, and whenever we want to convert that to JSON, we're going to call this function, and self here is going to be the friend, the specific friend that we are calling this method with. So later that's going to be a little bit more clear, but for now just know that we are taking the friend and converting to a JSON field so that we could return it to the client. So I'll say return and just put an object where we're going to have this ID, that's going to be self.id, and we're going to have the name, self.name. So we're gonna have role, self.role, same for the description, gender, and image URL. Let me just go ahead and update all of them. And now in the image URL, instead of passing it like that, we're gonna do it actually image URL, just gonna be the camel case, and we'll say self image underscore URL. So in JavaScript, which is going to be in our client, it is really common to have this camel case usage, and in Python it is going to be snake case. So this is what we store in our database and in our Python code, and this is what we're going to send to the client. So that's, we just rename it to be this image URL camel case. So with that, that's going to be it for this file, and we're going to be using this friend later when we interact with the database. And we're going to use this function again to be able to send this Python dictionary in the form of JSON. And this is what client wants us to pass. And the very last thing that we need, I think, instead of db, I created this wrong. That should be routes.py. So we're going to put all of our routes, which are going to be to create a friend, get all friends, delete them, and just update one friend. And let's go ahead first get our packages. So I'll say from app we'd like to import the app as well as the DB. And then we'll say from Flask, let's import the request and JSONify. Again, we'll use this when we send something to the client. We'll say from models, just import the friend class that we have created. And let's start with the most basic route, which is going to be get all friends. And to be able to create a route, you would create a decorator. So I'll say add app.route, and you would put the name of the route. So here I would like to just have /API/friends. And once we hit that with our, let's say, methods, which is gonna be get. If we hit this with the get method, then we're gonna call this function. I'll say get friends, where I'll just say friend.query.all, and this is gonna return us friends. So all friends that we have in our database. And there we go. Now we are using Python code to be able to interact with our database. And we didn't say something like select all from friends, right? We just said query all of them under this friend table. And now these friends are going to be in the format of Python objects, and we need to convert that to JSON and then send it to the client. So here we'll just say result, and now we need to loop through these friends because it is a list. So I'll say for friend in friends. That's how we can loop through a list in Python, and I'll just give a little bit space, and I'll say friend for each of them, just convert them to the JSON with that method that we have created, and then just put all of them into this list. Now let's say you had 3 different users or 3 different friends in the database, so you just put them into this JSON object. So let's say this is the first user information, and then the second one, and then the third one, and this is what we are storing in the result variable. And then I'll just say return JSONify this result, and as the status code we're gonna just send 200, and if we don't put anything, that's gonna be 200 by default. Let's save this file and then import it into our app.py. And we need to import it is because we are gonna be running this file. It is gonna be our entry point, and it doesn't have any idea that we have this routes.py file, right? You can't really see we didn't use anything here. So after this db, I'll just go ahead and I'll just say import the routes. And since we are not returning anything from this file, we don't need to say from something, then import the routes. So we're just gonna run this so that we could actually execute this file when we run. Let's go here. I'll just clear up my console, and I'll say python app.py. So there you go. This is a development server that we are running on this port, and now it says in the production use VSGI server instead, and that's what we'll be doing when we try to deploy this application. Now to be able to test this, let's visit localhost not 3000 but 5000 /API/friends. Now it says this requested URL was not found, and I think it's because we are running this with the help of virtual environment, and for that we need to just set up our variables. And for that I'll just clear up my console, and I think I'll just say set flask_app is going to be equal to app.py, and if you're on again macOS or Linux, that's going to be export, but here I am on Windows, that's going to be set. So that's going to be our Flask app environment variable. And let's say one more, we'll have Flask environment, which is going to be equal to development. And once we have done this, we can just say Flask run, and it is going to run this app.py file because this is our Flask app that we have mounted. So here, if we just refresh this, let's see, what do we have? So I'll just scroll at the very top. So it says no such table called friend. Let's see. We actually have this one, and let's see. Oh, okay. So we didn't create our tables. So we have created these models, but we are not creating any table into that. And for that, we need to run a method. And for that, I think I'll just go under the routes. I'll say db dot create all. So this is going to create all tables that we need in our database. And just to add kind of like an optimization on top of it, we'll just say with app underscore context. So again, this is some kind of configuration that you need to pass so that like this SQL Alchemy can do its job in a optimized and in a better way. So it's going to create some kind of context in the background, and we're going to create our tables in our DB. Let's save. So that was the only thing that we were missing. I'll just clear up my console, or maybe just kill this terminal, say cls, and then run flask run command. And let's test it out. I'll just refresh this, and there we go. Now I don't have any friends, so I just got an empty array back from the API. And if you're wondering how do I get this kind of beautiful formatting, for that I'm using JSON Viewer Pro free extension, and you can get that for free from Google Extension Store. So here, let's go ahead and try to add another route so that we can create a friend in our database. So I'll just go here and I'll say create a friend. And now there is one kind of like an issue that I want to fix. So whenever we add something to our code, first we need to kill the terminal and then just restart it with this command. Instead of that, I want whenever I change something, it's gonna reload automatically. And for that, we could say flask run and just add this option -- reload. With that, now whenever you do some change in your code, so I'll just delete that and save it. So it's gonna restart it because we have passed this kind of like an option. And let's say create a friend where we'll have app.route and /API/friends. Our methods is only gonna be post so that we can send some body, so data body to our backend and create a friend in the database with that data. And I know that I still haven't explained this course, but I'll get to that in a couple of minutes. So I'll say def create underscore friend function. We're gonna run this whenever we hit that endpoint with this method. Now we could just write the code, but since we're gonna be doing some manipulations, I would like to handle my errors gracefully. So for that, we're gonna use try and accept. So here I'll say data request.json, and what this does, it's gonna take the request and convert to a JSON so that we could take a look at some fields into it. Now I'll just say name is gonna be equal to data.get the name field, and I'm gonna have the role as well as the description. So I'll say role just like this, and I'll say rename this to be description. And we'd like to have the gender as well as the image URL. So I think I'll duplicate this one, call it as a gender, but for the image URL, we're going to do something else. So instead of creating image URL from the client, we're going to create it dynamically in the backend. And for that, we're going to be using an API. So this is going to be the free API that we'll be using to generate avatar placeholders. And here you can see it just looks really great, and they have for male as well as for female options that we could see. And whenever you call that API, so I'll just go ahead, copy it and paste it. Every time you refresh, it's going to give you a different random URL or placeholder image. And instead of that, we would like to just have one, and that's going to be unique. So for that, you can add a username, and let's just call it. So every time now I refresh, it is going to give me the same image because this is going to be created for Scott. If I just say John, I will always get this result back. So this is for boys, and if we try to get a girl image, there we go. Every time I refresh, it's going to give me the same image. So that's what we'll be using. I'll go ahead and copy the URL, and we're going to get the gender, and we're going to check for that. So I'll just say fetch avatar image based on gender, just like this. And I'll say if gender is equal to male, then we're gonna run this part okay? And otherwise we're gonna run elif. We'll just say gender is gonna be equal to female. We're gonna run this part, and if you don't have the code in mind, you can just say pass. So just pass this checks for now, and in the else case we'll just do something else. So here I'll just go ahead and I'll say gender in this if check, where I'll just say image underscore URL is gonna be equal to, so here we'll have a dynamic value, so we could use f strings. So just like this, f and double quotes, where we'll just have this API, and we'll just change this with the name. So instead of John always, we're gonna put whatever the user sent to us, and then we'll do the same thing for female option. But the only thing, we're gonna make this to be girl and this is gonna be boy, so that we could get different images. And in the else case, we'll just say image URL is gonna be equal to none. So probably we were never gonna hit this else check, but it is a better option to always have this kind of like a fallback. Okay, so we got the name, the role description, and then the gender. Depending on that, we got an image URL, and we would like to now create a new friend object in our database. So I'll just go ahead and say new underscore friend is equal to, call the friend class constructor, and I'll just pass the name, and we'll say role is going to be equal to role field that we just got from the request. Same for the description, and we're going to pass the gender, and then the image underscore URL, just like this. And we need to say gender is going to be equal to gender as well. So let me just put this like that so that you could see the entire line. And now we have created that, and we need to add it to our database session. So we'll say db.session.add the new friend. So this is not going to immediately add to the database. First, we need to commit this. So think of it like a staging area when we have in Git, right? First, we say git add all. That's gonna add all of them to the staging area, and if you want to commit that, you'll say git commit -m in your commit message, then you would run that. So this is same kind of approach. We'll say db.session.commit and call the function. Now that we have saved the user to the database, we'll just say return JSONify. You could send a message that says user created successfully, but let's just say friend created successfully, and later I'm gonna change the result, so I'll say 201. Instead of this, basically I will return the new friend and I will call this toJSON method. But for now, let's add this message, and if there is anything goes wrong, we're gonna go after this try. They should be under the same indentation level, so I'll say except the exception. So let's say we're gonna get the exception, and to be able to reference that, we're gonna just rename it to be E. So we got the error that we had, or the exception. We will just say db.session roll back to the previous state because there is something unexpected just happened, and we'll say return JSONify. We could just say maybe error, and we'll say convert this error to be a string, and we'll say 500 status code. And by the way, 201 means some resource has been created, right? So just like that. And let's go ahead and test it out. So for that, we can't really send post requests, just like calling our endpoint like this /API /friends. This is going to be get request by default, and for that we can use kind of like a tool or a literal tool called Postman. So this is the desktop application that I have, and let's create a workspace. You can install it for free as well. I'll go with blank workspace, and I will call it as react-python tutorial, and it's going to be just for me, and let's create that. Now we can create a collection. Instead of that, instead of using this, so to say, desktop application, I'll go ahead and use it in VS Code. So if you want to do the same thing, just go ahead and install the Postman. It's gonna be this one, and you can use this client to be able to send requests. So here in my workspaces, I have React Python tutorial, and I will create a collection, and I think I'll call it as friends. Now I will create one request to be able to get all friends. So we already test this out, but I'll create that again. So I'll say get all, and our endpoint is going to be, let's say, http localhost 5000 /API /friends. So if we just run this, we're going to get an empty array because we don't have any friends. And let's duplicate this one, which is going to be a post method. So if you save that, it's going to update here as well. And let's say create friend, and we need to send the body in the format of JSON. So here, open up an object, we need to send the name field, let's say John, maybe say John Doe, and for the role we need to send, let's say software engineer, and then for the description, I'll say he works at Google, and I think we also need to pass the gender, and he's gonna be a male, so let's put a comma here. And if we just send this now, we got an error. Let's see what is the case. So the server encountered, let's just see the console, what is going on. So here it just says create friend did not return a valid response. Let's check it out. So it might be this line. So we say return JSONify the message, and instead of this, let's just say new friend.toJSON. Let's see if this is gonna work or not. Once you have saved this, we can test it out again. Okay, it doesn't work for some reason. Let's take a look at the terminal again. So we have still same kind of error. So let's see what is going on in this file. So I just paused the video and take a look at the code, and I think I found the issue. So here we have indentation errors. So all of them indented under the else, but this is not really we would like to have. We just want to unindent one level, and we are going to have this image URL to be null only in the else case. And we want them to be outside of the else, so they're going to be under the try. Let's save this and test it out again. And instead of this, for now, I'll just go with the previous message. I'll say friend created success. Let's just leave it like that and create a friend again. So this is the previous error that we have. Now let's send it, and there we go. Now it says friend created successfully, and let's try to get all of them. Previously we had 0, right? And now we have 1 that gives us all the values that we need, and the ID is 1. It is because it is the primary key, and it is being incremented by 1. Let's copy this URL. I'll just get that and paste it into my into my browser, and I think I'll just control click to it. Okay, for some reason it doesn't open that up. So for some reason I can't really copy this or open that up, but it is gonna work. Even though we have a space here, it is perfectly fine, and you will see that it is working in the client section. So now that we have create friend method, now we can add some kind of validations. So what happens if the user don't pass this, let's see, in the body, what happens if they don't pass these two fields? We need to handle it and just return an appropriate message. And this is where we can add our validations. So we have our required fields. So before this, let's go ahead up here, and I'll just say check for required fields. So I'll say required fields, and I'll put them into an array. So I'll say name, role, it should be like this, description, and then the gender that we had. Okay, just like this. Now we're gonna loop through this required fields, and I will call all of them as field. So for field in required fields, if field not in data, if user didn't pass that, then we're gonna return an error. So I'll say JSONify and I will pass this object, and I'll just send a dynamic error message. So I'll say f string, where I'll say missing required field, and I will put it into it like this. Then as the response or the status code, we'll say 400. Let's go ahead and delete the gender, and let's see what's gonna happen, and make sure to delete this comma as well. Let's send. Now it says gender is required and you're missing that. And if you don't pass this one and delete the comma, first it hits the description. So it says description is required, and you can, after we add all of them, it's going to actually create that. And now just be made sure that every time the gender is not going to be null. So you could delete this else check, but I think I'll just leave it so that you could see how you could use if, else if, and else in Python. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the create friend function. Let's build another one, which is gonna be to delete one. So you could take this as a challenge and try to do it. It shouldn't be really hard at this point, where you know the try and accept blocks. You can query a user, but I think there is something new that we'll see. So just maybe follow along with the video. So I'll say app.route. This is going to be my decorator and my route as well. So /API/friends, and we need to pass an ID so that we know which friend that we'd like to delete. So I'll say the type will be integer, and I'll call it as ID, and we'll say the method, let's say methods, is going to be delete method, and we're going to put our function. So delete underscore friend. Let me just scroll a little bit down. We're going to take the ID and just make sure this ID is match whatever you put here. And we'll have our try block, and then let's say pass for now. Then we're going to have the accept, and I'll say exception as E. And while we're here, let's just return that. I'll say db.session.rollback. So roll back to the previous state because there is something unexpected just happened. I'll say JSONify. We could say error and convert that to be a string and just say 500, which is an internal error. And then we're gonna get the friend. Let's say friend.query.get ID. So this is gonna get the friend that we'd like to delete. What if this friend doesn't exist in our database? So we'll say if friend is none, we'll say return JSONify with an error. We'll say friend not found, and let's return the 404. But if this is not the case, we'll say session.delete, right? Delete the friend and just commit that. So db.session.commit. And finally, we're gonna return an error back. I'm sorry, just a response, not an error. That's gonna be JSONify, because we have deleted that successfully, right? We're not gonna return an error, but instead let's say message. And just to be consistent with this one, I'll say MSG, and I'll say friend deleted, and just put 200 at the end. Let's test it out. We have, let's see how many users do we have. We have 2 of John Doe's, so we have ID of 2, ID of 1, and let's delete the second one. I will go ahead and duplicate this route first, or the request. I'll say delete friend, and make this to be a delete method, save it, and as the ID, let's delete the second one. If I just sent that, there we go, it is not, it says it is not serializable. So let's see why this is the case. First, I will close those routes. So we have delete friend function that we take the ID as an argument. Under the try, we say friend, get that. So we pass the ID and friend if it is not none. So if it is none, just say not found, but else try to delete it. Now let's see on our console, what do we see? So I think I'll just send this again. This is a delete method, right? Okay, now it says friend not found. I think we have deleted that, but let's just see. we only have one John Doe, so it means we can actually delete successfully. Let's delete the ID of one as well, which is going to be this one. If I delete that, okay, it's actually been deleted. Let's just make sure. There we go. But here, when we return a response, instead of putting a comma, that's going to be a colon, just like that. So that was my typo. Sorry about that. If we try to create another one, so let's say we're going to have John. Let's go with Jane, who's going to be female. And let's go with Bob, who's going to be male. And let's say he works at Apple. Send that, get all of them. So we have Jane as well as Bob. Let's try to delete Jane with the ID of 1. Now it just says friend deleted successfully, and let's test it out, and there we go. We only have Bob now. And the other request that we'd like to add is going to be update. So I'll duplicate the delete one. Let's make it to be patch. You could go with the put as well. So I'll go with patch. We're gonna pass the ID of the user that we'd like to update, and in the body, we're gonna send this data. And by the way, in the delete request, we don't really need to send body, or in the get, we don't have body as well. Okay, so only in create we will send this, and also in update. So I'll go ahead and say update profile, or maybe friend. Now, when you want to update the profile, you only maybe want to update the name. So you don't really want to update the gender, the role, the description. In that case, you're only going to pass the name, and the other fields are just going to be the default with the previous one, right? Or maybe you just want to update the name and role, so the description and gender is going to be default. So we're going to keep that in mind and build our API depending on that. Let's save those and close them. Here I'll just put our very end route. Let's say update a friend profile, and that's going to be pretty similar to this one. I'll copy this and paste it. So we're going to have the ID, and method is going to be patch, just like that. And we're going to have a function. Again, I'll copy and paste, which is going to be not delete but update friend. We're going to take the ID, and we're going to have try, let's say pass for now, and accept exception as E. And I think I'll just copy and paste these two lines, just like that. And we need to put this colon. And now in the try, we would like to again get the friend in the DB. If it is not found, then we're gonna return this error that says friend not found. But if this is not the case, first we would like to get the data that user sends us from the request, and we're gonna convert it to be type of JSON. And now we would like to update, let's say friend dot name. So we'll say data dot get. We're gonna pass the key, which is name, and it is gonna give us the value. Let's say now user passed the name as Jane. Instead of John, let's say he's going to say Walt. So since we passed the key, it is gonna give us the value, and this is how it works. And if this is not being passed, by default, we're gonna keep the friend.name as it was before. So let's say user only wants to update their role and not the name. So we're gonna keep the name as it was before. So that's what we are doing basically. I over explained that, but that's fine. Let's say friend.role. We're gonna get the role, and if it is not provided, then we're gonna keep the default value. And I'll do the same thing for, let's say, description. Oops, I have a typo here. So that's gonna be description. And the very last one is gonna be the gender. And I think in our client, I'm not going to allow the gender to be updated, but for now, let's put it like that. And at the very end, we'll just say db.session.commit, and we can immediately commit this because we have updated those fields directly. So we'll say return JSONify. We could say message and user updated successfully, but instead I'll just return the updated user data. So I'll say friend, and we need to convert that to JSON. and I'll say 200 status code. So with that, that should be it for our complete routes. Let's try to update a profile. So when we try to get all users, we can see we have ID of 2, who is Bob, right? I'll go ahead and try to update it. So friends 2, which is Bob, and I'll say he's gonna be Walt Doe, and role is gonna be SVE3. So if we just send this now, here we can see this is the updated data. We updated the role as well as the name, and for some reason it updated the description and gender. Let's see if I forgot to do something. Why did it updated that? So let's try to say get all. So we only updated the name, but for some reason, we updated the name and role, but for some reason it updated the description and gender as well. Oh, it's because we forgot to update those fields, right? This is going to be description, and this should be gender, just like that. Okay, so with that in place, that should work. First, I'll delete this user from the database, and I'll create one, let's say John Doe SVE male, and I'll try to update his profile. Now, ID of him is gonna be 1, right? And let's go into the update. I'll say now he's gonna be Walt, and role is gonna be SVE3. If I just send that, it says friend not found because ID should be 1. Okay, so role has been updated and name has been updated. Let's just double check that. I just sent a request and there we go. This is the role and this is the name, and it is always going to be in that way because we just updated that. Now when it comes to the course error that we had previously, so we didn't actually get the error, but we configured this, right? Why this is the case, let's just try to understand it on a diagram. Okay, so we have just created our server, right? And next we're gonna have our client. I'll just go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Maybe make this a little bit larger like this. Okay, I'll just say this is my server that I have just created, which is running on this URL, localhost 5000, and that's gonna be my port. And now in a couple of minutes, we're gonna create our client, which is gonna be the React application. And it is gonna be running on, let's say, localhost 3000. Now we would like to send requests from our client to the server, which is gonna be to get all friends that we have, maybe create some friends, delete one, update one, and that's gonna be all of our requests. But by default, server is not able to get those requests from a different website because like this is a URL and this is a different one, and by default you can't really send requests from one website to another one because you're gonna get course errors, and this is the default mechanism that is put into the browsers. And it is really cool actually, but to be able to fix it, we'll like to use this course package, and we just wrapped our app with that so that we're gonna say to our server, you can actually get requests from this client. So now that you got the request, we allow to that, you can send a response back to the client. And when we send the request from client to server, that should be, let's say, json.stringify. So we need to stringify whatever you are returning or sending back to the server, and whatever you sent as a response, that should be type of JSON. That's why we have called JSONify in the response. So I hope now everything makes sense that we have created in this 3 different files. So we have our database, which is created by the help of this configuration, and we are not tracking modifications. We created the DB, we mounted our routes, we created all of our tables, and we are running our application only if we are running this file directly. And in our models, we had the friend, we specified fields that we'd like to have, the primary key, the optional field, and the ones that are not optional, and a function for our convenience, which is to convert an Python object or dictionary to the JSON. So we have used it in our routes when we JSONify our response, right? So here, let me just zoom out to see this file in a better way. Here we have get all friends route, where we just query them from the database and return them in this kind of list or array. And we have create a friend endpoint that we are fetching avatar based on the gender, and we have some validations going on. So let me just put a comment here. And then we just first add it into the session, which is going to be that staging area, and then we commit that and send a response back. And we are handling errors gracefully with the help of exceptions. Then we can delete a friend, update one, and that's going to be all of our methods and routes and handlers, which turns out to be our CRUD operations, right? So we have create, read, update, and delete. Now with this diagram that I have explained, at this point I think it is perfect time for you to pause the video and take a look at this entire code base and just try to understand why do we have cores implemented and why do we add this JSONify as well as this toJSON method. And also, if you have realized, we are sending this as image URL, and in Postman when we say get all friends, instead of getting image underscore URL, we're going to get this image URL, which is camel cased. It's because we have converted that to JSON, right? Which is in this image URL, so like camel case. Then we just send it to the client. Let's say up here. And that's why you are seeing image URL and not image underscore URL. So that's gonna be it for the backend. Later we're gonna come back to this file. So I'll just put a comment for now so that I don't forget that. So I'll say to do update this file for deployment. And we're gonna see this at the end of the video. So that's gonna be it for our entire backend. Let's just try to add a commit, and that's gonna be the first section. And in the next one, we're gonna build the UI. So we're just only focused on the design. And then in the third section, we're gonna connect both of them. And in the fourth one, we're going to deploy it, and we'll just conclude the course. So I'll go ahead, kill this terminal, and I want to deactivate my so to say virtual environment. So I'll say deactivate cd up to the root and clear my console, and I'll say git init. So that's going to initialize an empty git repository. And now there are files that we don't really want to keep track. Here you can see there are more than 2,000 files pending changes. Here you can see on the right hand side it says 2093 pending changes. And to be able to get the one that we are not really interested, we can say git ignore, and for the content I'll just copy it and paste it, which you can grab it from the GitHub repo in the description below. So you can find the link, visit this git ignore, and copy the content and paste it. So basically we are not keep tracking of the virtual environment ID files, .env files if we create any. So we have this friends db, we don't really care about that, at least in git, and we are just ignoring those folders and files as well. Once you have saved that, you're gonna see we got this kind of slate color. It has been ignored by git, and db has been ignored as well. And in the PyCache, again, we don't really see the cached results. We have only 4 changes, which is git ignore, app.py, models.py, and routes.py. Let's go ahead and add all of them to the staging area. And let's say first backend completed successfully. And instead, let's just say backend completed. And I'll commit my changes. And next, we're gonna build the front end UI design. And I'll see you there. Okay, so let's move on with the front end. So for some reason, I still have this highlighting, but if I just say Ctrl+Shift+P and reload window, if I click to that, it's gonna reload that, and hopefully we should get rid of that green color. And while it is being reloaded, let's just cd into the front end where we would like to create a React application. So I'll say npm, and first let me just zoom in. Okay, npm create Vite at latest. We're using Vite to be able to create a React application under the front-end folder. That's why we put dot at the end. So that means install it under the current folder. It's gonna ask us two different questions where we would like to go with React and JavaScript. So you could select TypeScript, but I want to keep it simple, so I'll go with JS, and I'll say npm install. That's what they say, so that we could get that node modules folder under the front end, which is gonna be our dependencies. So there you can see we got the node modules, and it's going to complete it in a second. Okay, so it has been installed, and let's just say npm run dev so that we can see our front-end application on this port. Let's go here. So in the diagram, I said that we'll be using this 3000 port, but it looks like it runs on 5173, which is fine. So it doesn't really matter. And if you want to change it, I think you can go into the Vite config. You could say server, where you'll just say port is going to be 3000. Let's save, and there we go. Now if we visit localhost, this 3000 port, we can see the React application that we just got. Now let's delete all this design, which is boilerplate code, right? I'll go into the source. First, I'll delete assets and delete index.css, app.css, and in the app.jsx, I think I'll just delete everything. Maybe I'll say h1 hello, and I'll go ahead, delete everything, and let's see the end result. Let's refresh. Something is not correct because we need to delete this index.css import because we don't really have that file. Okay, with that, now we can see the hello in our browser. So we'd like to use Chakra UI for our styling so that we could just speed up the process. So just type Chakra UI and then visit the documentation. And if you haven't used it before, it is a simple, modular, and accessible component library that gives you the building blocks you need to build your React applications. And it is gonna make the UI design pretty fast. Alright, so just a quick pause here. When I was recording this video, Chakra UI was in version 2, but now they have launched version 3, which has some breaking changes. So if you want to follow along, just like in the video, you need to visit the documentation and select this version 2 specifically. They are using 3, you need to select this one. This is what I'm doing in the video, and you can just get started with it. And the only difference is this line. They have added this add to at the end that tells you to install the version 2. So just copy this and paste it into your terminal, and this is what we'll be doing in the next couple of minutes. So just keep this in mind, select the version 2 and move on with the video. Let's say you want to use a button, you would just type it and see the documentation for that. Here we go. This is the end result, and this is the code that you need to copy and paste. There are different colors, variants, and let's say you would like to use a model. Just go ahead and visit that page, and you're gonna get this end result if you copy this code and paste it. And there are other kinds of components that you could use, so alerts, circular progresses, and just anything that you see here. And we would like to use a couple of them, and let's just go ahead and get started with it. So I'll go ahead and scroll to the Vite framework guide, and it is gonna tell us to copy this command and paste it into our terminal. So I'll just split this into two and just make sure you're under the front end folder. So paste it, and then let's see what is going to be the next step. It is going to be to wrap our application with the provider that it gives us. So I'll copy this import, and I'll just visit the main.jsx, paste it, and wrap my application with it. So Chakra provider, put the app into it, then close that off. So with the help of this, now we are able to use any kind of component that is coming from Chakra in our application. Let's test it out. In the homepage, I'll just say button, import it, and we'll just say hello into it. If we save, we should be able to see this button that you can see on the screen. In your case, that might be in the light mode. In my case, it is a dark mode, but we're going to fix it, and we're gonna make it just like this in our demo application. I will just keep that open for our reference. So let's go ahead and start with the navbar. And here we can see there is navbar in the middle of the screen, and for that we'll be using container, which is a component that is coming from Chakra as well. So you can always take a look at the documentation for any component that we'll be using from here on out. So the very first thing that I'll put is going to be my stack. Again, this is coming from Chakra, and let's say minimum height of 100 VH, which is our entire screen. And stack is going to put everything in the vertical direction. And at the very top, we would like to see our navbar, which is a component that we'll create in a second. Then we're going to put the rest of our application into a container so that they are in the middle of the screen, which is going to have the maximum width of, let's say, 1200 pixels and margin Y of 4. So from the top, from the bottom, let's give margin Y of 4 units. Then let's create the navbar component. For that, I'll create a components folder and put my navbar into it. Now at this point, I'll just say RAFCE and get this boilerplate code, and for that you can go and install this extension called ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets, and just use it like me, and just use it like me so that you can get this RAFCE, this code. Okay, we have a functional React component, which is navbar. Let's save it and import it, and we're going to design it in a second. So this is navbar that we can see, and navbar is also gonna have that kind of let's say container, so that this is in the middle of the screen. I'll go ahead and I'll say container and import it from Chakra, which is gonna have the maximum width of 900 pixels. And inside, let's see what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a box, which is a div basically, and it is coming from Chakra as well. We're gonna put flex into it. Let's import it, and then we're gonna have one flex on the left and another one on the right. Okay, I'll just say left side and then the right side, because in the navbar we're gonna have this thing on the left and then this one on the right. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and write a couple of different styles into this box. I'll say padding X of 4 and margin Y of 4, let's say MY, and then it's gonna have the border radius of 5, just like that. And this flex is gonna have height of, let's say, 16, and let's see, we'll just say align items is gonna be center, and justify content is gonna be space between, just like this. And on the left hand side, we're gonna have again justify content of center, and then align items of center as well. So just like this, justify content, and I'll say center so that it is centered, and then gap of 3, and we're gonna make it responsive, and you'll see what that means in a second. We'll say display, and you need to pass another object into it. So we'll say smaller screens and above, it's gonna be flex. So maybe above the phone screens, we're gonna show this flex on the left, but in the base and above, we'll just say it's gonna be none. So maybe on mobile phones, we're not gonna show that, and on the tablets and above, we're going to show it. So this is a breakpoint that is coming from Chakra, and we'll just see this in a second. And on the left, we're gonna have 3 different images. So React PNG, Python PNG, and this explode head. And you can grab them from the GitHub repo and just put it into this public folder, and the link will be in the description. Head over to the under the front end, under the public, right? Get those images, and that's what I'll be doing now. I will copy all of them and then just paste it into here. So we have explode, Python, and React PNGs. So here I'll just say image, and source is going to be under the public react.png, and alt, let's say React logo, which is going to have a width of 50 and height of 50 as well. And we're going to have one more image, which is Python PNG, and then explode.png. So this is going to have, I think, 45 height as well as the width, and let's say explode head logo, or maybe just explode head, and we'll say explode.png, and this is going to be python.png, let's say python logo, and make this capitalized just like this, and width is going to be 50 but height is going to be 40, and feel free to change it. And now we're going to have the images, but in between we're going to have two text. So after the React, we're going to have this plus icon, and after Python, we're going to have this equal text, right? I'll just say text, which is again a component that is coming from Chakra. I'll just import that, and by default, that's going to be p tag. So I'll say font size, let's say 40 pixels. So I'll just put pixels at the end. I'll say plus and duplicate this, and I'll put equal, just like this, and let's see what we're gonna get. So there we go. And now let's try to add the right hand side, then we'll add this background. And maybe before that, let's go ahead and add the background. I'll say background will be gray 700. This is a color that is coming from Chakra. Let's see, this is the output. And if we go into, let's say after 500 pixels, we're okay, even 480 pixels, we are not gonna see these images because this is what we have said, right? We say smaller screens and above, that's gonna be flex, but below that it is gonna be none. So here, this is smaller screens and above up until, the larger pixels. But from, let's say, here and out, it's going to hit the base case, and we're not going to see that. We just say display is going to be none. And now on the right hand side, we're going to have, again, one flex, right? It's going to have a gap of 3 in children, and we'll say align items is going to be center. And we're going to have one text that says BFF ship, which is something that I'll copy and paste. It has font size of large, font weight of 500, display base of none, and MD of block, which is going to make it responsive as well. Because if we take a look at the demo, so here after the medium breakpoint, which is 768 pixels, I don't really see this text. And this is what we're doing here. And below that, we're gonna have a button, just like this. Let's say button, imported from Chakra, and this is gonna have dark and light mode. So I'll go ahead and say if color mode is equal to light, then we're gonna show an icon, let's say IO moon, and oops, in the dark mode, we're gonna show this let's say LU sun, which is gonna have the size of 20. And now what is this color mode and these icons are coming from? We're gonna see this in a second, and let's do it actually right now. If I just say color mode, this is gonna give us the light and dark mode. Just like that, we could implement it. Let's just see, maybe dark mode. Or maybe I'll just say use color mode in the second one. So this is what they give us. You would get this hook and the values, which is going to give you the color mode, and you can change it with this toggle color mode function. I'll just copy it and go ahead, paste it, import this one, and when I click to this button, I'll say on click, just call this function. And for the icons, we're going to be using an icon library or package. I'll say npm install react-icons, and just make sure you are under the front end. Okay, this is going to install it, and then we'll be able to use these icons. And if you haven't used it, just visit React icons and you can get any kind of components that you would need. If I just say phone, it is going to give me all kinds of options which I can copy the import and then paste the component. In our case, we are using IO moon and LU sun, right? So these are the icons. I'll just put the imports. Then if we save, hopefully we should be able to see something on the screen. just like this, and this is gonna toggle the color mode. But this background doesn't change because it is hard coded, right? We just say color mode always is gonna be gray 700. But if I want to make it dynamic, I can use this use color mode value that is coming from Chakra UI, and the first option is gonna be the light mode, which is gray 200, and the second one is gonna be for the dark mode, and I'd like to use gray 700. Let's go ahead and test it out. There you go. This is the output that we have. Now later we're going to add this button which will open up this model, and for now let's just skip that, and we're going to add it in the incoming sections. The next thing that we'd like to do, maybe just add this title, right? For this we're gonna go into the app.jsx, and we will add one text into this container. I'll say text and import it from Chakra UI, and it's gonna have a couple of different properties, and I think I'll just paste all of them so that we don't really waste too much time. So font weight of bold, letter spacing of 2 pixels, text transform of uppercase, and text align center, margin bottom of 8. And again, we're gonna make it responsive. So in the medium screens and above, it's gonna be 50 pixels or units, and it's gonna be below the medium screens is gonna have this 3x large. And let's see how this will look like in the demo application. So here you can see like the title just gets a little bit smaller when you hit that medium breakpoint. Okay, now let's give this background gradient, and before that, if we just say this can have one more text, let's say my besties, and we're gonna put a couple of different classes as well. For now, let's just say this is gonna be a span, and this is how we can say text as span, and we're gonna put an icon below this text. So let's save. This is the output that we have, and to be able to get this gradient, you can visit the documentation, and I have already done that. So I'll go ahead and grab this two different properties, which is gonna be the background gradient as well as the background clip of text. So it's gonna start from the left to the right, from this color to this one, and this is the output that we have now. Below this, we'll like to have this user grid, and for that I'll create a component. So I will go ahead and just say user grid, and we will create it in a second. Say user grid .jsx. Let's say RAFCE, and since we are not using this button, let's just delete it and import this one into it. Okay, so we have our title as well as our user grid, and now it is time to build it. And maybe even before that, we can build this create user model, right? I'll go ahead and open this up. I'll say create user model.jsx, and we're going to import it in a second. That's going to be under the navbar below, next to this button, right? I'll say create user model, and there we go. This is what we have, but we're going to fix it in a second. Let's close these, and here the very first thing that we'll like to have is just going to be an empty fragment so that we can put multiple children into it. So I'll say button and import it from Chakra. Then it's gonna have, let's say, this icon called bi add to queue, and we'd like to import this from React icons /bi. And now we're gonna use a model, right? Just like this. And for that, you can visit the documentation, take a look at that, how that works. So we have this use disclosure hook, and then a model overlay, content, header, close button, body, and footer if you wanted to. Then when you click to that button, it's gonna call the onOpen function, which is gonna make that open. And when you click outside or into this close button, it's going to close it, and it's gonna determine if it is open or not with the help of these variables. So I'll go ahead and copy this line first, paste it, import that one, and let's say this is gonna have a size of let's say size of 20, and below that we're gonna have our model. Again, coming from Chakra, it's gonna have a couple of different properties, such as is open, pasted, on close function, and then we're gonna have a model overlay. Get that, and we're gonna have a, let's say, model model content. Then let's see what we're gonna have if I can close this off correctly. Into that we're gonna have a model header. Okay, so model header, and you can find all of them in the let's say the Chakra documentation. Okay, so I'll just put this with an emoji. Then below that we're gonna have model close button. Let's import it. Then inside that we're gonna have a model body, so just like here, and we're gonna put the rest of the content into this one. Let's import this component as well, which is gonna have padding bottom of 6. So this is gonna have a flex, right? I'll say flex, import that one, and we'll say align items is gonna be center, and then gap of 4. So this is gonna hold a form label and input, and you would like to put them into a form control. Again, coming from Chakra, and we'll just say form label, and that's going to be not first name, but let's say full name. And below that we're going to have an input component, which is going to have the placeholder of, let's say, John Doe. If we save, we should be able to see it. So this is the icon or the button that we have. When we click to it, nothing happens. Let's see, because we didn't call this on open function. So we'll say on click, we'll say on open, call that function. And there we go, this is what we have. So we would like to have this output. This is going to be on the left and this is going to be on the right. That means into this flex, we're going to have one more form control so that we can have something on the left, right? And this is going to be on the right. So this is what flex allows us to have. And here I'll just say role. Now let's just put as an example, software engineer. Just like that. And below this, we're gonna have one more form control. And now since you are comfortable writing this, I will paste it actually. We have form control, margin top of 4, form label, and then text area, which is coming from, again, Chakra UI. There we can see, and always feel free to take a look at it from the documentation. And here is a placeholder, and this is going to be the example. Let's just see. This is the output that we can get in our model. Now below that we're going to have this radio buttons, and again I think I will just copy it and paste it because it's pretty simple. Just like this, import this one. It's going to have radio with a value of male and female, and it has gap of 5, and the default value is male for now with lowercase m, and I think this is not gonna have any effect, but we're gonna fix it later. Okay, so it has already, and let's close this notification, and let's say this is gonna be female. It is, let's see if it is gonna work. Okay, this is selected by default, and maybe we don't really need to have a value. Let's delete that. So we don't need the default value, but we're gonna hold the values for radio buttons. Okay, below the model body, we're gonna add a footer that is gonna hold 2 different buttons. So here I'll just go ahead and say model footer and import it from Chakra, which is gonna have a button that's gonna say add, and the other one is just gonna say cancel so that you can close the model. Just like this, a button that says add. We have color scheme of blue, margin right of 3, and this just close the model. Let's save and test it out. Here you can see it just works as expected, and this doesn't do anything for now, but we'll add it later in the course. Okay, so next let's add the user grid, which is gonna hold all of our user cards. So I'll go ahead and say grid, which is coming from Chakra, that you could take a look at it from the documentation. And let's say this is gonna have template, columns, and this is going to be dynamic so that we could have this responsive design. So in the smaller screens, we're going to say base of 1 FR, right, 1 fraction, and then medium screens and above, we're going to just repeat that twice. Then we'll say on the large screens and above, it's going to be 3 fractions. Let's see in the demo, this is the large screen, and if we go into this endpoint, breakpoint, it's gonna be 2, and if we just hit the medium, it's gonna be like 1 card at a time, and this is gonna be responsive. So this is what we are doing currently. Now we don't have any users, so let's try to have some fake data. For that, I'll go under the source and I'll just say lib, and maybe below that I'll say, or maybe let's just keep it simple and I'll just rename this to be dummy, and here we'll create a file. I'll say dummy.js, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo, which is going to be an array of users. Each has an ID, name, role, and description, and in total there are 7 different users. So I'll go ahead and say inside this grid, we're going to just try to map them out. So in the grid, I'll just say users, import it from this file that we have just created, map that, and for each user, show the user card component, which is something that we will create in a second. So I'll say RAFCE, save that one, and import it. And we're gonna try to just write the design for this, which is gonna be pretty basic. So I'll save, and here the very first thing that we'll have is gonna be a card component, and it's gonna have a card header, which is gonna have a flex. Let's import all of them. And now again, we are gonna have something on the left, right? I'll say flex, and then one more that's gonna be on the right. So on the left hand side, we're gonna have the avatar, and then this username, and let's say user role. And then on the right hand side, we're gonna have these buttons. So we could just type this actually one by one, but I'll go ahead and paste the content so that we could move faster. So in the first flex, get an avatar component, paste the source, and let's say we're gonna get a heading as well as the text, and this user is gonna be coming as a prop, right? I'll save now, so we have a warning, but we'll fix it. And this flex is gonna have, let's say, flex of 1, so that it's gonna take the entire width, the remaining width, I'm sorry, and gap of 4, let's say, align items of center, just like that. And the first flex is gonna have, let's say, gap of 4. And on the right hand side, we're gonna have an edit model, because when you click to this, it's gonna open up this model, and I'll just for now say edit model, and just keep it as a comment. Then on the right hand side, we're gonna have an icon button. So get that and import the icon from React Icons, and let's just save, and what we're gonna see on the screen. There we go. So we have a card, right? For each user, we have an image, the full name, description, and a button. Let's give, I don't know why this gap didn't work. Let's just say maybe spacing. Is that gonna work? No, it doesn't, because it is not for the card, because we're gonna go into the user grid and add it into here. If we just say gap of 4, and there we go, now it is working correctly. And the very last thing that we'd like to add is gonna be this description. So for this, I'll head over to the user card. Below the header, I'll just say card body, and I'll say under the text, just put the user description. And now we are getting this ESLint prop validation warning. We could turn that off under the vid config. I'm sorry, ESLint file. We'll just say React prop types is gonna be off. Let's save this one, and now we should be able to get rid of those errors. and we're gonna save this file and just test it out in the browser. So here we can see we have a description for each user and we have this button and everything works as expected. Now let's try to add this like edit icon, and when we click to that, we're gonna see this model. So for this, we need to maybe first go into here and just open this up, delete the user for now, and create that component. I'll say edit model.jsx, create it and import it into this file, and we're gonna put the content now. So again, this is gonna be pretty similar model, so I'm not going to type it from scratch, but instead I will just copy it and paste it because it's pretty much the same thing. So I will go ahead and paste it. So if you want to get this started code, I will paste it again, and you can grab that from the GitHub repo. So I'll just go above and comment this out. You can grab this one and just paste it just like me. And this takes the user for now. Just let's delete that. Okay. So let's see if this is gonna work. If I click that, I can see this model which has the, okay, this is the demo application. Let's go into this one. If I clicked it, I can see the full name, role, the description, and in the demo application, here we can see we cannot really update the gender, and that's what I'd like to do. So I'll go into the edit model and let's delete this radio group just like that. And now we can't really see it, but we have the full name, role, description, and these buttons, and it is the exact same component with this one. And you could make that reusable instead of creating one for edit model and one for create user model, but I want to keep it simple and just copy and paste that in this case, but it's absolutely fine to create and make that reusable. And let's see what is going to be the next component. I think we have completed everything. So we have navbar, light and dark mode, edit model, edit model here, and then create model here, and we have the delete icon. For now it doesn't work, but that's fine because that was only the UI design. So let's go ahead and add all of our changes. I'll close everything and go here, add to the staging area, and I'll say second part UI design completed, and I'll commit my changes. And with that, I'll see you in the next section where we connect our front end to our back end. Okay, now in this section, let's connect both of these services that we have created. So in my terminal, I have front end up and running. So I'll create another one, and I'll first cd into the backend, and I will first activate my virtual environment. So I'll say vmv, go into the scripts, and then activate run this script. Here you can see it is active, and I'll say flask run and -- reload in case we change anything in this folder. So it's going to reload the server for us. And for some reason it did not work because I had a typo here. I'll say flask run -- reload. And there we go. So let's visit that under the /API/friends. And this is what I have in my database. Okay, everything is up and running, and let's try to connect from our React application to this Flask REST API that we have created. So we're going to store users, and normally this will be the place that we would like to store in a state. Let's say users, set users, and by default this is going to be an empty array. But since we are going to be using this in the navbar as well, so I would like to create it in the app. So we're going to pass the set users to the navbar just like this. And let's get the use state, by the way. And we're going to pass the users to the user grid. So the only reason that we are creating this state in the app.jsx and not in the user grid is because I would like to pass this set users to the navbar component. Let's keep it simple, and if you want, you could use React context for this, or maybe zoostand, recoil, maybe even Redux, but we would like to just keep it simple and don't use anything in this application. which is perfectly fine because this is not a huge application. So it's fine to just do prompt rolling a couple of times. So I'll go ahead and take the users, and when we run this component, we would like to just send a request, and we can do this with the help of useEffect. So I'll say useEffect and just run this in the first go. So I'll just leave this like dependency array empty, right? This is what we have, dependency array, and then here we'd like to have our logic. First I'll say get users, which is going to be an async function, and we'd like to have a try catch block, and we would like to have, let's say, loading state is loading, and by default I think we could just give it to be true, and here I'll say const res await fetch, which is going to be localhost 5000, and if you want you could say 127.0.0.1, which means to localhost as well, and we're going to say /API/friends. So we would like to fetch them, and we'll say const data, and this is going to be in a format that you need to JSONify. So we'll just say res.json, and we'll say if res .ok is false, so if it is not 200 success code, then we'll just throw, let's say, new error, and we'll say data.error, because that's what we have returned from the API. But if this is not the case, which means it was successfully completed, we'll just say set users to the data, and we need to get this set users as well. So let's copy this and paste it to here. Okay, it's going to be this setter function that we are passing as a prop. And in the catch, we could say console.error and show the error in the console, and we'll say finally, we'll say set is loading will be false. And here this wants us to pass set users because we are taking as a prop, but this is never going to change, so it is really safe to pass that. And we'll say get users, which is going to give us the users state. Instead of using this fake users, I'll delete that and replace it with the actual users that we are fetching. And if we do this, let's see what we're gonna see. And this is the user that we are storing in our database, right? So let's add some kind of loading state as well. So we already have it, which we are making it to be true when this component runs. And below this users, and even below the grid, first I'll create a fragment and wrap this with that so that I can put multiple children. Okay, so below the grid, I'll say if it is loading, I'll just say end, and we're gonna just show a spinner. So I'll say flex. Inside that, we're gonna have this spinner component, which we're getting from Chakra. Let's save, and for a split second, we're gonna see that loading in the middle of the screen. Okay, so it is pretty fast, so we cannot really see it, but if our connection was slow, we would see this spinner, which is coming from Chakra, right? We just call this spinner and give it a size. Okay, so that's the first thing that we have done. And if we don't have any users in the database, we're gonna say no friends found. And for this, I will again copy and paste it. Pretty simple design. So I'll just import the text from Chakra. So we say if it is not loading and if the user's length is equal to 0, that means you're pretty poor and you don't have any friends. And let's save. For now, we cannot really see that because users.length is not equal to 0, but let's just explicitly say this is going to be true, and let's remove this for now. And there you go. Now we just see no friends found, and let's just do Control Z and just like this. So that's going to be for the user grid. And I think the next thing that we'd like to do is maybe create a user. For that, we're going to go into the create user model. I'll just scroll at the very top. And again, let's create a loading state. I'll say const is loading, set is loading, and by default, this is going to be false. And we're only going to make it true when we click to the add button. And now we'll say const inputs set inputs, which which is going to be an empty object for now. So these inputs are going to be whatever user type here, we're going to store them in a state. So let's say they type John Doe, let's say they put software engineer here, so blah blah blah, and we're gonna have the description, the gender, we're gonna store all of them in the state, and when they click to it, we're going to send a request to save it in the database. So that's what we are doing, and I'll just say name is gonna be an empty string, role is gonna be again, so description, as well as the gender we'll just give. Now we would like to bind them into this inputs. So this is the full name. We'll just say value is going to be inputs.name, and on change, we're going to only update the name in this state. Let's do the same thing for the role. This is going to have the value inputs.role, and we're going to only update that field. Let's do the same thing for description, as well as the radio buttons. So on change, we're gonna take all the inputs, and let's say the gender is gonna be e.target.value. Let's do the same thing to this one. Set inputs, just keep them as it is, and only update the gender with the value of female. And now we're gonna wrap this into, let's say, into a form. So model content, right? Let's just scroll at the very top. I'll say this is going to be a form so that we could submit this. So under the model content, I'll wrap it just like that, and I'll say on submit, just run this, let's say alert user created. Okay, I'll just put my value, and if I just add that, it didn't work. It's because we need to say this button is going to be type of input. I'll go ahead and I'll say type is going to be submit, not input. Okay, if I just click to that, it says user created, but it was fake actually. Let's go ahead and add that function. In the form, I'll say handle create user, and let's create that function now. It's going to be async function. It's going to take the try catch, and we don't really want to page reload. We'll say e.prevent default. Okay, let's say prevent page reload, or maybe refresh. If you don't put this, and if you submit the form, it's going to reload the page. But if you put that, it is not going to reload. Okay, so in the try, the very first thing we would like to do is just send a post request to our endpoint. So I'll say const res await fetch. Now every time we need to say http localhost 5000/API/friends, and I don't really want to do this, so I'm gonna go ahead and take this up until here and just put it into a variable. So in the app, I'll just say export const base underscore URL. So all of them are uppercase because this is a constant, and I will paste it. And let's just make it string. And if you want to, you can just say 127.0.0.1, which means it's going to be a localhost. So instead of using it like this, I'll just say whatever the base URL is plus friends, and the second object we're going to pass it to be able to describe our method. So I'll just scroll a little bit down. We'll say method is going to be post, headers is going to be content type of application JSON, and we'd like to stringify our inputs. So we're going to put the body field, and we need to call this method. And it was this thing that I have talked about. When you send some data from client to server, you need to just stringify it first, and the vice versa happens. They need to JSONify it somehow so that you can get that data. And here now, after we have done this, we'll say const data and say await res.json. If res is not okay, we'll just throw the error, but otherwise we will just say show a toast. So if you don't know what a toast is, let's take a look at it. So when you click to this, you're gonna get this success state. And let's say if it was error, and just click to it, there's gonna be this pink color that shows something went wrong. And you can put the title, right, the description, and the duration status, and if it is closable or not. So we're gonna get this line and then call the function with an object. Let's import it from Chakra, right, use toast, and we will just call that function. I'll say toast, and maybe at this point I can copy and paste it. So here I just say status was success, title it says congratulations, description friend created successfully, the duration and the position. And after we have done that, we can close the model by calling the onClose function. This is what we are getting. And there is one more thing that we'll do in a second. So I'll just say to do, and in the catch we can just show an error, right? So I'll just paste that. So it says an error occurred with the error message. And then in the finally, we're gonna say set is loading to be false. And we can say set inputs and just reset the values. So we're gonna clear the inputs. Name, role, description, and the gender is gonna be an empty string as well. And when we call this function, or even before that, we could say before the try, we'll say set is loading to be true. And while this is true, we can show a spinner in the button. I'll say is loading is gonna depend on this is loading state, which is coming from like use state. And let's test it out. I'll go ahead and try to create a user. I'll say Bob Doe, let's say software engineer, and we'll just say something goes here. Select the gender and try to add it. We should have a loading state and it says friend created successfully, but we cannot really see it here unless we refresh the page. Now we can see that, but I don't really want to refresh the page to be able to see it. So that's why we have added this to do. We'll say set users, call this function. So just keep all the previous users and add the latest one that we have created. And let's get this set users as a prop. And we need to add it, we need to pass this in the navbar. So we're gonna get the set users because we have passed it, right? Navbar takes the set users, and this is gonna take it and paste it into the create user model. So set users, and this should be working now. I'll go ahead and create one. I'll say Jane, and put something here and some value here, and I'll say female. If we add that, now we can see it here. Even though it doesn't really work fine, we're gonna fix it. And the reason this is not working fine is because instead of returning the user, we are returning a message. Let's go into the routes, create a friend. Instead of this message, we're gonna send the newly created user. So say new underscore friend dot to underscore Jason. So we are going to get this as this data, and we're going to append it to this array. Let's just refresh and test it out. Now all of them has the same profile image. Why this is the case? We're gonna fix it, but first let's say another user, software engineer as well, and let's just put something random here. And there we go, this is created and we can get the actual value. And let's see why do we get the exact same profile images for each user. I'll go ahead and say console.log the users. So we have this one, username is Jane, and then we have another user, and I think it's because we didn't update in the user card. Let me just close everything. Instead of keeping this static value, we'll say user dot what was it? So image URL. If we save, it should hopefully update to the actual images that we are storing in the database. So perfect. Now we can get users which have a loading state. We can create one, right? I'll just put something random here, and it's going to immediately update the UI. Now next, let's try to delete one. Then we're going to add the edit functionality. And before that, I think I'll go into the user grid, and instead of adding this endpoint like this, I'll just say base URL plus friends, and that should work fine. There you go. Now let's add delete one. For this, we're gonna go into the user card, which has this let's see, delete icon, and I'll say on click to this, we're gonna call handle delete user, and let's create this function. So that should be const, if I can type, async. We're gonna call this function. It's gonna have try catch. Let's see, const res await fetch base URL. Let's import it, plus friends, and we need to pass the user ID because this is what we are accepting in this endpoint, so that we know which user we are deleting. Then we're gonna put the method as a delete. We're gonna get some data back, and we'll say if it is not okay, throw this error, and otherwise we are gonna just remove that from the state. So I'll say set users. We will say set users and filter out the one that we are deleting. So this is gonna do that magic behind the scenes, and we would like to show some kind of toast. I'll say const toast, use toast, and I'll say toast, call it with this object. It's gonna have a title, status, duration, and is closable field. In the catch, we're gonna do the same thing, but for error with the error status, and let's test it out if this is gonna work or not. Now we need to check if we are passing the set users to the user card. If we go into the user grid, no, we are not passing. So let's say set users is gonna be set users function that we have above, right? Okay, I'll save and let's test it out. If I click to this, it's going to delete it, and it's going to say user deleted successfully. And let's change this toast. So head over to the user card component and just update this toast with this one, where we update the position and we say friend deleted successfully. Or you could say user deleted successfully, that's fine. And then in the catch case, I think we could also add the position. That's gonna be, let's say, position to be top center. And let's test it out. If I delete this one, it says friend deleted successfully, and we can just delete all of them one by one. And at the end, if we don't have anyone, it's gonna say no friends found. But for testing purposes, let's add one. I'll just get these default values and put something here and create another one. I'll say chain, and let's create that one. So we have both of these users, and let's create the edit user functionality. For that, we're gonna go into the edit model, and as always, this component is also gonna take the set users function so that we can update it immediately in the UI. And we'd like to pass the user as well because we're gonna use it in a second. So we're gonna go into the user card and pass those fields into that component. So here I'll just say set users. Okay, just pass the user and set users into it. Let's go ahead and get that. Now when we click to that button, let's see. So instead of saying add, we would like to just say update. I'll fix this. And I'll say maybe wrap this into a form, this model content. So I'll say form, it's gonna have on submit. Let's say handle, maybe edit user, and then we're gonna wrap this, oops, I'm going to wrap this model content, and just like this, then I'll say this button is gonna have type of submit, and oops, let's say type submit, and is loading. Again, it's gonna have this state. So let's go above and create all of them. So first we'll say const is loading, and by default that's going to be false. We're going to update that. We're going to have inputs, say const inputs, set inputs, and again that's going to be an object which is going to have the name, the role, oops, let's say role, and then the description. You can pass the gender, but I don't really want to do it. So in the edit functionality, we're not going to be able to update the gender. And the initial value is going to be the current one, so that if I want to update this profile, when I clicked it, I'm going to get the current one, and I can just update whatever I want to put, and it's going to update. For now, it just has some lag in the demo, but for now, let's go ahead with this one. And we're going to have that function that we called const handle edit user. It's going to take the event, and let's say event.prevent default, so that it doesn't refresh the page, and we'll say set is loading to be true. Then we'll have the try catch. We'll say const res, and when we want to update a profile, we again want to send the user ID with a method of patch. So not put, but we have used patch, and we're gonna pass the headers, content type of application JSON. Then we're gonna send the body as like stringifying it, right? Then let's close this off. We're gonna get the data, and we'll say if response was not okay, throw the error. But in the else case, we're going to update the user profile. So this is how we can do it. We're basically mapping through the current user's state, and we just update that one with the data we got back. And we need to go into our routes. When we update a friend, we need to just send the newly updated friend. So you don't really want to say message and friend profile updated. Okay, so instead you want to send the friend immediately, because you're going to use it as the new state. And then we'd like to just show a toast that says maybe user updated successfully, and then we're gonna close the model. Let's get the toast. I'll go above, I'll say const toast, and maybe give a bit space, import the base URL. And in the catch, we're going to show again a toast, and let's say position is going to be top center as well. And in the finally case, we're going to say is loading is going to be false. Okay, I think everything should work fine at this point, but we forgot to bind this into the inputs. So this is the full name. We need to say value is going to be inputs.name, and on change where we only want to update the name. Same for the role and for the description. Let's fix this first. I'll add the value and then the onChange function. Okay, let's go ahead and test it out. This is our application at localhost. I'll say Jane, maybe Doe at the end. I'll say SVE3 and updated description. If I just update, it's going to do the magic. And let's say I only want to update the role. If I say SVE2 and just keep these fields as they were, so it's only going to update the role. And there we go. Now there is one issue where when we want to create a user, if we just pass all this, if we just leave all these fields empty, it's going to create this still. And it's because when we do the validation, we are missing something. So in the models, in the routes, when we try to create a friend, we are not only going to check if this field is in the data or not, but we are also going to check if it is empty or not. So say and, or maybe or, if this value is empty. If we save, hopefully this should work. So either if it is not there or if the value is empty, we're gonna show this error. Okay, I'll just refresh, delete this one, and try to add it again. Now it says name is required. Let's add something. And if you just send this again, it's gonna say role is required, right? If you just add the description or if we pass it, oops, so what happened? Let me just refresh and try this again. So name is required. Okay, let's put something. Role is required, and let's put something. And again, it just refreshed the state. Let's see why this is the case. In the create user model, so we are going to say, instead of in the finally case, we are only going to clear this inputs in the success case. So we can put it at the very end, and now it should do the magic. So here, if I just say add, it's going to give me the error, but it is not going to clear the fields. It says description is required. Let's add something here as well. And now it says gender is required. And let's add it. Hopefully it should create now. So that was just a fix that we need to add this check into our routes.py file. And with this, I think we have completed our application where we have light and dark mode. We can delete the user, create one, handle the errors, just like that. And we can update profile. So let's say updated description 3 is going to update it. And if we don't have any friends, we're going to see this kind of feedback. Let's add a commit. And next we're going to deploy this application. So I'll just close everything and add my changes. I'll say third connected front end to the backend and just commit this. And I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so now we are ready to deploy this application. And if we remember, we had a to-do in this app.py file, which we said that we're going to update this file for deployment. And before that, let's just make sure that we have front end and back end up and running. So I just cd into the backend, activate my virtual environment, and just run my Flask app. And it is running on this 5000 port on localhost. And same for the front end. In a different terminal, I cd into the front end and just type npm run dev. So I have my React application at this 3000 port, right? So this is the React app, and this is the API that we have, right? This is the server at 5000 port. Now what I want to do is that when I visit localhost 5000, I would like to get my React application here. And currently we cannot get anything because we don't really have any endpoints in server for this root route, right? And now this is the current situation in our application. We have server that is served in this URL and client on this one. And what I want to do is just maybe kill this URL and take this client and put it under the localhost 5000. So I'll have my server as well as my client in just one URL. And this is what we'll be using in the deployment as well, right? So I'll go ahead and actually configure it. Now in the deployment part, we are gonna have this script or the command. So we are gonna cd into the front end, and if we just type npm run build, we're gonna get a dist folder under the front end, which is gonna be the optimized version of our React application. So it's gonna put static assets into that dist folder, and we'll be using that to be able to serve our React application. So here it just says built in 11 seconds, and this is that React app that we have just built. So here is the JavaScript code that has been minified, and this will be used in the production environment. Now I would like to get the front end folder route so that I can serve it under this localhost 5000. Let's just type it out and it's gonna make a lot of sense. So I'll say front end underscore folder, and we're gonna use OS, which is operating system module that is built into Python. So I'll say import OS, and we'll say os.path, and let me just deactivate this copilot. and I'll disable completions for Python so that it doesn't get any distracting. So path.join, so we are gonna get the current working directory. So I'll say os.get cwd and call this function, which is gonna be the backend folder, because this is gonna be the place we're gonna run this file. Okay, so now we are in the backend folder. We'll just go one up. So just put two dots. Now we are going one up. We are in the root, and we would like to go into the front end. So I'll just say comma front end folder, and then we would like to get the dist folder, and you can just put the dist like this. So you're in the front end and you're gonna get into the dist. And if you want to make it a little bit more descriptive, we can just say dist underscore folder, and I'll say os.path.join the front end folder, and then inside that go into the dist folder. So feel free to use the one that you would like to use. So maybe delete this line and put the dist here, but this is what I'll be doing just to keep it a little bit more readable, or maybe beginner friendly. And then we are gonna have our routes. So currently we have our API routes, right? I'll say API routes, which is to create, delete, update, and get all friends. But now we'd like to have one more route to serve static files from the dist folder under, oops, if I can type, under the front end directory. So this is going to be the React application, and this is the route that we are setting up. So it's going to have app.route, the root route, and now we're going to put the defaults option, which is going to have the file name as an empty string, and this is going to make sense in a second. Then we're going to have one more, so I'll just say at app.route, and here it is going to be dynamic, so path and file name, and then we're going to have our handler function. So I'll just define that. I'll say def index, it's going to take the file name, then we'll say if not file name, then we'll just say file name will be index.html, and that should be a string. And eventually we'll just say return sent underscore from directory, and we're gonna say the dist folder where we have the file name, which is gonna be the index.html, because if you visit the dist, you have this index.html, which is the entry point for the React application. And where is this function is coming from is gonna be from Flask. So just put a comma and import that as well. Now with this, we have set it up our route to be able to get that static files from the dist folder. Now if you visit any routes, so any of API routes, let's just see that. So that could be, I'll just scroll at the top. So that could be API friends with the get method. You're gonna fetch all of them from the database. Then you can send a post request to the same endpoint. You're gonna get you'll be able to create a friend. Then you can update one, delete one. Okay, these are the all routes that we have set it up. And if you visit the homepage, you're gonna get the React application. So I think that's gonna be for the deployment part. And let's see if we can test it out. I will save. And if we visit localhost 5000 now, we can get our React application, right? But we had normally this was running on 3000 port, but now we have set it up in a way that it's going to serve our React application under this URL, because this is what we are saying. So any other routes than these, you're going to serve us the index.html file, which is our React application. Now I hope that makes sense, and let's add a commit for this. I will just cd into the root, or maybe I can do it from here. I'll just add my changes. Now before we actually commit this, there is one more thing that we need to do, because we're going to deploy our application to a platform called render.com, and it wants you to create this file under the backend. We'll say vsgi.app, I'm sorry, not app, but that is going to be py. So this is going to be a Python file as well. And the content is just going to be to be able to run this app. So from app, import the app. And if we are running this directly, just run this app. So save this file and let's head over to the app as well. Let's save this one. And now in the deployment environment, they are not going to have the packages that we need for this backend. So we have imported Flask, Flask Alchemy, Flask Cores, and to be able to let the deployment environment get all of them, we need to create some kind of requirements file, which is going to be the package JSON, but for the backend. And to be able to get that, we're going to run one command. So let's cd into the backend, and we will say pip freeze and just put a greater than, and we'll say requirements.txt. So it should be just like this. And if you are on macOS or Linux, that should be pip3, right? So if we just press that, it should create that file. So these are all the packages that we are using under the hood. So when we deploy this, the deployment environment will take a look at this file and it's going to install all these so that they can run this file and get our application up and running. So I think these are everything that we need for this section. So let's go ahead and add all of our changes. We have added VSGI, which is something that I'll explain in a second. Then we have requirements.txt, and then we have served our static files. Okay, let's commit this. And this is my commit message. We just configured the app.py for deployment. And now we'd like to push this repo to the GitHub. So I'll just go ahead into my GitHub account and create a new repo. And I'll say React Python tutorial. And I'll make it private, but once I publish this video, that's going to be public. So if you want to go with public, just click to that. But for now, I'll go with private. Let's create the repo. Then I'm going to copy this command to be able to push my changes. So I'll say cd, go up into the root and paste it. So it looks like it just pushed it. Let's see, I'll refresh. And there we go, we have the backend, the front end, and it's just been updated 1 minute ago. And for that, we'll be using render, as I said previously. So just head over to the render.com, create an account for free, and it's going to take you to the dashboard. So this is an application that I have deployed previously. Just ignore that. But I'll go ahead and just say create a new web service, and we will build and deploy from a Git repo, which is going to be this repo that I just have, React Python tutorial, and I'll say connect. Now the branch that we'll have is going to be master. In your case, that could be main. So just leave it like that. And we need to pass a start command as well as build command. Now we said that we're going to run this in the /API folder. So I'll just say API because this is where we have app.py. Let me just shrink this and like that. So the current working directory is going to be backend so that we can go one up and then cd into the front end. That's what I'll be doing. So the root directory is going to be, I'm sorry, not API, but it was backend, right? So this is the backend folder that we have at API. And the build command is going to be pip install -r requirements.txt. So it's going to install all of our dependencies that we need for the backend. And then we're gonna go cd one up into the front end, and then we'll say just npm install all dependencies for the front end for React application. And once you have done that, just say npm run build to be able to get that dist folder. And let me just zoom in a little bit. So pip install the requirements, then cd into the front end, install all dependencies for that, and build the application to be able to get the dist folder. And to be able to start this application, we will say use a green unicorn, and instead of app : app, we'll say vsgi and app. So that was the file that we would like to use to be able to start our application. And again, I'll just explain what is this GUnicorn and VSGI in a second. Let's say go with the free tier, and the only downside is that this is gonna go to the inactive mode if you don't really visit your site more than maybe 15 minutes, which is fine for a side project like this. And with everything set it up, I think we can just deploy this. Let's just see, this is our branch. In your case, that could be main, root directory is backend, and this is our build command. We have the start command, the free tier, and just say create web service. Now this is gonna take a bit of time. Here it says building, and once it is done, I'll just come back to the video. So while it builds our application, I'll just go into the vsgi.py and put a comment for your convenience, which is about Green Unicorn and VSGI, which is known as Web Server Gateway Interface. So these are components that are used in deploying and serving Python web applications, and particularly those built with Flask and Django. In our case, we are using Flask, and with the help of this GUnicorn and VSGI, we were able to deploy our application. So you can take a look at it more by just doing a little bit of research, but just know that these are used to deploy and serve this Python application. Okay, with that, let's save this file and take a look at the end result. So it is live, and let's click to it. And there we go. This is the live site that we have. We can go into the light mode, dark mode, and let's create a user. So I'll just say John Doe and put a role. I'll just say front-end developer, and I'll say he is pretty advanced, and just add it. So there we go, it works. It's been added into our database. Even if we refresh, we're still gonna have that as an output. We can update it. Let's say John Doe maybe 2, and let's put something here at the very end, and I'll say update, and there we go, the name changed and the description. Let's create one more by going here. I'll say Jane Doe, and then just put a role. I'll say is this an SUE, and let's just say she knows her stuff, and select the gender and add it. There we go, it's been updated. We can delete one of them or maybe all of them, and it's going to update the UI accordingly. And let's just check if it is responsive or not. I'll just put something pretty quickly. So I just added 4 different users, and let's see if this is responsive or not. And there we go, everything is working up until this breakpoint. And we have a console.log. I think it is in the React application. If you want to, you could remove it.